Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting in a minute. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 18th edition of the MIT Climate and Energy Prize. My name is Gabriel. I am one of the co-managing directors, and I have the pleasure of being your MC this morning. I'm super happy. This prize is a culmination of a year worth of work and also the dedication and passion of the many people who are here to advancing solutions in climate and energy. Today, we'll hear from 10 startups, which are amazing and excellent. They were selected from a highly competitive cohort of 160 total applicants to the prize. And most importantly, we have an amazing community here of entrepreneurs, educators, researchers, practitioners, corporations, investors, and many more. So my ask for you all today is to please support each other, meet new people, and of course, have fun and enjoy the day. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce one of the leader thinkers, researchers, educators, and investors in the top tech space, Jim Matheson. Jim is currently a senior lecturer at Harvard Business School. He is a partner at the Engine Ventures and at Breakthrough Energy Ventures, and holds a board seat at several climate and energy startups. And two important facts about Jim. First, he was a Navy fighter pilot, which you'll hear more about. And then second, he was also my teacher last year during Tough Tech Lab, and I can attest that his way of thinking about climate tech and tough tech is really influential. So Jim, welcome to the stage.
Thanks, Gabrielle. Well, good morning. What is it about human nature and students that nobody wants to sit in the front row? At the beginning of the semester, I have to pull everybody forward. Ian, come on, everybody. I talk about how the diffusion of knowledge happens as a function of 1 over range squared. So the further in the back you are, the less you learn. I don't think it's actually true, and I should be careful using equations at MIT as a Harvard guy. Well, it's really an honor and a pleasure to be with you this morning. I have been a fan, a supporter, even a participant in the Climate and Energy Prize. And here's the OG himself, Todd, coming in. I remember the original day of 2007, and now to get a brief that we have 160 applicants from across the world down to 20 semifinalists and 10 amazing companies that I'll primarily be speaking to this morning. It's really incredible. So thank you to everybody for making this happen. I know how hard Gabrielle and all of the student and organizers work. Thank you to our judges, very stern-faced down there. I'm going to try to loosen you all up and be gentle on your judgment of my talk, if you will, but be tough on the participants because they're going to learn from you all very much. And also, obviously, to the sponsors and such. We'll have a more formal thank you in a moment. I really want to speak to the presenters. How many folks do we have, like the teams? Where are the teams this morning? So first, there we go. All right, I want to thank you all and congratulate you. We really appreciate you all, and more than that, we need you to do what you're doing. You've already taken the big leap, which is the leap of commitment to the mission, and to doing hard things and to the path forward. We need all sorts of leaders and innovations to actually tackle the really timely and vital challenge of climate change. As Gabrielle highlighted, and many of you know, my first career was as a Navy fighter pilot, which really means two things. One is that my lifetime carbon footprint is terrible. And no matter what good I've done in the climate space over the last 25 years, I'm still have a negative climate problem. The other thing is I know when I'm in a dogfight. I know what combat means. And make no doubt about it, we are in a battle right now on two fronts. First, we're in a battle against the climate clock. And second, and maybe even more importantly and challengingly, is we're a battle against old ways of thinking, old ways of behaving. And in particular, it's poignant right now with all that's going on. We feel, at least I feel, in the US and around the world about the lack of vision and alignment about really the challenges that the world's face. I'm also a student of history, and I know that in order to achieve great things and overcome challenges at the national and global scale, we need really two things. First, we need you all, the leaders, bold leaders who are committed to your mission, that have the courage and commitment to make great things happen. But more than that, we actually need a competitive advantage. We need innovation. We need something that we can create, that we can embrace, and we can deploy to achieve this success. And that really is the convergence that we're enjoying and celebrating and digging into today, is the convergence of passion and leadership and real innovation to solve these difficult problems. And I think it's really appropriate. Of course, we're at MIT, but really more in Kendall Square, because over the last century, so many amazing inventions and then innovations, when those inventions meet a real problem and solve it, have been created within 1 square mile of this amazing place that we sit today. So I want to highlight just a few. First, and maybe most recently, one that I'm particularly connected to and proud of is just down the street is Moderna, which came out of Flagship, where I spent nearly 20 years. And it's just so proud to see that team respond to the global COVID challenge, right? And just to see what innovation and leadership and commitment and private partner connections can actually enable. And then right next to that is Draper Lab. So lots of amazing stuff has happened at the Draper Lab over the years, but importantly, a lot of innovations and inventions that enabled the US and the Allies to win World War II, pivotal to that victory. And then more recently, the navigational system for the Apollo program was created at the Draper Lab. And it wouldn't, if not for that, we would not have been able to land Apollo 11 on the moon in July of 1969 without that invention. That was a huge thing we all refer to as moonshot. And it's actually, for me, in my early 60s, one of my earliest and most sort of crisp memories as a kid of watching on a small TV of this amazing thing happening. So it's really poignant in my mind. And then today, in the battle against climate that we're all focused on, just a half a mile from here sits the Plasma Science and Fusion Center. So there's many things that have come out of MIT, but I want to focus particularly on the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, because two really important companies have come out of there: Commonwealth Fusion Systems and Quaise Energy. And I'm going to focus on Commonwealth Fusion Systems because when I leave here in about 15 minutes, hopefully after a few questions, I've got to race back over to the river, across the river to HBS, where I'll be teaching my final class of the semester in Tough Tech Ventures. And we explicitly chose the Commonwealth Fusion Systems case that we wrote last year to wrap up the course. And we do that for two reasons. First, the ambitions of Commonwealth Fusion Systems are enormous, right? Just what they're doing, the scale, the challenge, the global impact of clean, baseload, cheap energy on the world will be transformative to how we live and how we interact with one another. But even more so than the ambition at the technical level, really is for those of you that know Bob and the team, how they're doing what they're doing is just so important and really, I think, inspiring and informative for us as leaders, especially for you as you all are embarking on the early days of building your own climate tech journey. I had a nice opportunity to study a bunch of the different companies And there's some really cool stuff. I mean, there I am, but you had some of the logos up there. It's really amazing to see the problems that you all are focused on solving and the technology that you're bringing to bear. And as I looked across the participants, there's some really powerful commonalities to, I think, the best-in-class climate solution companies and to the kind of companies that we study at HBS and the kind of companies that we like to invest in and work with at the Engine and BEV. First, you're focused on mission-aligned innovation. So you're all mission-focused, but you're really focusing on understanding and solving a real problem, from carbon-intensive construction and waste mismanagement, inefficient energy systems, and battery limitations. So we're really tackling some of the biggest, most important problems in the world today. Second is, not surprising, coming out of the Climate and Energy Prize at MIT, you're focused on deep tech solutions, but really rooted in research. So this is like really hard stuff. For those of us who have been doing this for a while, we believe that you've got to have something really fundamental that can be a game changer when you're out in the world trying to solve these problems. We're not doing mobile apps. We're not doing efficiency tweaks. You all are tackling some of the hardest technical challenges and trying to understand what's possible with these inventions and actually solving real problems. Semiconductor cooling is an enormous problem with AI data centers coming online, and we've got to figure out carbon capture. So a number of you are working on those areas. And finally, you all are small and nimble and really focused, but you have a global perspective from the outset. So the problems you're solving and the way you're approaching them is not just about local innovation. It's really going to be about global impact as you build these companies forward. So as you are doing today's event and you're building your companies moving forward, which I urge and hope all of you will proceed and continue to be founders and drive these companies into the world. Let's take a few things from how Commonwealth Fusion Systems and other amazing leading climate solutions companies are actually building their companies. First, clarity of purpose. Be loud and be clear about what it is you're doing and why you're doing it. Like the mission as your North Star is so important because the journey is twisty and the journey is difficult. So make sure you have absolute clarity for yourself and your team about what it is you're doing and why you're doing it. The second thing is it is a long journey, so you've got to have vision for the future. One of the amazing things about Bob and his team is how clear they see the path forward and the way they plan for that path forward. And how they are dedicated to achieving whatever it takes day by day over the next many years to achieve success, and then relentlessly pursuing those jobs to be done. The willingness to do hard things. So many first-time young entrepreneurs try to avoid the big risks, the big problems, right? There are going to be many, many challenges that confront you. Anything worth achieving, any success worth having is going to come with lots of challenges. So I would urge you to identify those risks and those challenges and take them head on. That's where value comes from. So take it head on, do the hard things. Finally, really it is all about team. And Commonwealth Fusion Systems has an amazing collection of talented individuals, but it also is perennially voted as one of the best places to work, not only in Boston, but in the country. And so this combination of talent, mission, but also the culture and organizational design really matters. So focus from day one on building a world-class team, but also make sure you tend to being intentional and clear about the culture you want to build. That's where great companies come from, the people and then the culture that you build. And you got to tend to that every single day. I really urge you to focus on that. The other thing that really is inspiring about what CFS and other leading climate solutions companies have done, because this is a hard problem. You're operating in a context where not everybody is rooting for you. You got to go build stuff in people's backyard. You got to enlist them. You got to get governments aligned with what you're doing here in the US and around the world. So you got to make sure that you enlist others in your mission. Understand who you need to bring onto your side, what their incentives are, and really align them. And you got to be way out in front of that. You got to invest a lot of time and energy, because many of the challenges and the things that kill these companies are not the technology or even the team. It's about things that are in the context, and we don't do enough to identify those and bring those in to our control. So think about who you need to enlist in your mission so you can achieve success. And finally, as I said, in the commonality among many of you is that you're starting with a focus and you're innovating here locally, but you very much have a global perspective. These problems are global. So from the beginning, think and plan and execute with speed and scale, right? So you got to do the right things day by day, but you got to always have the prize in mind that you've got to figure out how to get to global scale, because the problems are at a global scale. So the solutions need to match them. So think big, move fast, but have a plan. A plan is something to deviate from, but to have a plan, right? So doing all of this requires you all, the leaders in the room today. It also requires a lot of luck and a lot of support. So Gabrielle, I appreciated your comment. This community, the folks here and the folks you meet throughout the day, are here to support you. So ask for help. Ask for a lot of help along the way. I commonly see young founders and young leaders who feel like, I got to do it myself. I got to do it all myself. I got to prove myself. That's true. At the end of the day, only you can do the hard work. But this whole community, this amazing community that Todd and others have created over the last 20 years, is here to support you, to cheer you on. But you need to engage, and you got to ask for help. So in closing, I want to reference another one of Boston's really most important and influential products, and that's John F. Kennedy, right? And President Kennedy gave a speech at the Naval Academy, which is my alma mater, to the plebes in 1963. And it has a famous line which is particularly poignant to me. I'll read it. Any person who may be asked in this century what they did to make their life worthwhile, I think I can respond with a great deal of pride and satisfaction. I served in the United States Navy. For me, that's really important, and I think a lot of veterans feel that pride and sense of purpose. But I'm speaking to you all now who are today's climate warriors. You all should feel immensely proud of the path you've chosen, and we all are supporting you on that difficult but yet really, really important path. So I salute you all. I wish you luck today and on the path forward. And I really have appreciated the opportunity to spend just a few minutes with you this morning and hopefully get the day going with, a sense of what you're going to present, but the big picture and where you need to head and what the others that are in front of you have done to demonstrate that path, and all of those folks in the room that are here to support you. So thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate that. I'd love to take, if we have a few minutes, take a few questions. We can start with the judges. I have no intellectual property. I'm a team of one. I have no money, but other than that, questions? Any questions? No? Okay. They're ready to go. Sa.
How can they think about enlisting others from a practical standpoint, whether as new team members, or other support?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, so thanks, Sa. For those who don't know, Sa from Mintz, one of the OGs of the clean tech community and lawyer to the stars. I think thing one is, just having the orientation to being willing to ask for help. Not in a hapless way, but in a confident way, and know what help you need. And also to know what you don't know, which is often the thing that kills all of us. I think thing two is really setting the bar high for who you enlist. Like, it's very easy to say, oh, I'm going to kind of enlist a classmate because I don't think I can actually go get that person on my board or on my advisory board or to work with me or for me, right? And so, really setting the bar high and going to get excellent people. And then I think you have to show up with real clarity of purpose and real specificity of support needed. A lot of times, like, well, help me. I don't know how to do that, but help me understand how to access an investor. Help me understand how should I think about this business model question. So be very, very specific on that, and then tend to that relationship jealously and be willing to give back more than you get from that person in relationships. Yeah, hi, Joel.
Physical science PhD student.
Yeah. Yeah.
Curious. Is there anything that you tell PhD students that's maybe counterintuitive advice in terms of making an impact, potentially starting companies and things like this from everything?
Yes. Yeah. It may be counterintuitive. It's probably not going to be popular, what I'm going to say. So that's the whole reason. This is the 5th year I've taught the Tough Tech Ventures course at HBS. We have a number of students from across the Boston area, including from MIT. It's just a really fun course. But the whole reason I designed and launched the course is that we have so many of these technologies that sort of sit inside the lab and don't get out of the lab. That's why the engine was founded in the first place and why many of you do what you do. But the core premise of Tough Tech is that there's a technology axis with lots of opportunity and challenges on that axis. But the other axis that we often forget or neglect is the commercial axis, is actually thinking about what problem you're going to solve, your pathway to market, the financing strategies. And so these two axes, neither one is more important. In fact, they're both vital and they're both interdependent. So the mistake I see from the kind of founder, Joel, that you described is they're very focused on that technical axis, and they often have a hammer they're running around with trying to find nails to pound down. They don't ask the hard business questions early. And I think they also don't, this is going to sound like self-serving for someone who teaches HBS MBAs and trying to put them out in the world, is a founding team that has deep technical and deep commercial business experience together. And so I often see that the technical founders overvalue the technology, underappreciate the commercial work to be done. You can have a great invention, amazing intellectual property, world-beating stuff like you're working on, but that means you're about a few % of the way on the journey, and you know this super well. You're a great example of someone who understands both axes. I really do believe, having watched you operate over the years. So like the founders get that business experience, enlist support, but build a team that actually has the right commercial experience as well, and the humility to realize. And I love technology. I'm a hack engineer. I love technology, but I also appreciate that that's only part of the solution. Oh, okay. Again, have an amazing day. I do have to leave and head back over to teach the 150 MBAs and such that want to join the climate tech community. So have an amazing day. Thanks for the opportunity and wish you all really good luck.
Thank you so much, Jim. I think that was a great speech, really inspiring, and I hope it, as you said, like gives people a framework for why are we here and where to go, especially the startups pitching. So for the rest of the day, we have a packed schedule that includes our 10 finalists that will be pitching in 3 separate blocks. We also have 2 panels. One panel where our alumni from the Climate Energy Prize are going to talk. So I know past performance is not always indicator of future success, but I think these guys may give you a hint about what's next for the finalists that we have today in the room. So stay around for that. We also have another panel about global climate tech developments, which should be very interesting and relevant today. We'll have a lot of time for networking, and of course, we will announce the winners of the 2025 MIT Climate and Energy Prize. For those that may be new to the prize, I just wanted to do a quick recap about what we are and where have we been so far. So our vision is building a global climate entrepreneurship ecosystem from MIT. This past year, we've focused on 3 things: attracting talent, empowering applicants, and then building our community. We received 160 applications from 40 different countries. You can see a small map highlighting some of the countries that we received applications from. We will be awarding $150,000 in cash prizes, as well as like travel support for our applicants. We planned 10 workshops. We provided AI tools and of course a mentorship program. And on the community side, we have people from over 100 organizations support the prize, right? This is through sponsors, judges, mentors, and partners. So really appreciate that. And I'd also like to highlight, we usually rotate who's doing the international semifinal, and this year we had the pleasure of doing it with the Technical University of Munich. So that was really great. So that's CEP of 2025 in a nutshell. I wanted to thank a few people that have made this possible, and let me start first by our sponsors. Running this competition is not easy, and obviously you need a lot of resources. So we really appreciate your financial support. So Amgen, Chevron, Equinor, Acario, AP Ventures, Mintz, the MIT Energy Initiative, MIT Sustainability Initiative, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Mitsubishi Corporation America, Temasek, and Rosework Bridge. Thank you so much for your support. And then, of course, our partners as well. You're really important in making this event happen, and I'd like to highlight 4 of them. First, the Martin Trust Center for Entrepreneurship at MIT that provides a lot of support in terms of resources and of course, thought leadership. And then our partners that help us run some of these events. So Greentown Labs, thank you so much. The Engine and Technical University of Munich for hosting our semifinals, receptions, etc. We really appreciate the space. Second, our team. Thank you guys so much for helping plan this event. I know it's been a years-long commitment, hours and hours and hours of work. You all are amazing, and really thank you from the bottom of my heart from helping Alejandro, Ativ, and I organize this event. You guys are the best. So please join me in a round of applause for them as well. And now I'd like to introduce our set of judges. So I have a few notes here. So we have Sarah Kapnick, who is the global head of climate advisory at JP Morgan. Prior to JP Morgan, she served as a physical research scientist and chief scientist for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, where her research focused on predictability and variability of snow and extreme events. Thank you for being here. We have Joel Moxley, Managing Director of Echelon Ventures and an adjunct professor at Stanford, where he helps teach the Stanford Climate Venture course. Prior to Stanford, Joel helped found and exit multiple startups. Thank you, Joel. We have Winston Reed, who's an investor at Clean Energy Ventures. Prior to Clean Energy Ventures, he was also an investor at Energy Impact Partners. Thank you so much. We have Tia Gordon, who's co-founder and COO of It's Electric, which focuses on deploying public EV chargers and reducing their infrastructure and environmental impact. Prior to It's Electric, she has a career in architecture and as professor in design and technology at the New School. Thank you so much. And Derek Warnick, co-founder and CFO of Electric Hydrogen, where he's focused on deploying modular electrolyzers to grow the green hydrogen industry. Prior to Electric Hydrogen, Derek was the COO of Infinite Cooling, which happens to be an MIT Climate and Energy Prize alumni. So there you go, another success story. And then last but not least, Sam Crum, Director of Membership at Greentown Labs, which is the largest climate tech incubator in the United States and a dear partner to the Climate and Energy Prize. And Greentown provides incubation support and lab space for early stage climate startups and many CEP alumni as well. So thank you for your support to the prize and from being here. So now we're ready to get started with the pitches. As a reminder, we'll have a 10-minute pitch followed by 10-minute Q&A. Any time that rolls over from the pitch will be assigned to the Q&A. And then today we're competing for a first prize winner of $100,000. And then we have 2 runner-up prizes, each of them of $10,000. So best of luck to all the teams, and we're all very excited to see you. So the Reduce CO2 team, welcome you guys to the stage.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this amazing opportunity. And my team and I would like to invite you to our search for the Philosopher's Stone, where the legend says the Philosopher's Stone can transform a base metal into a precious metal, like gold, or in our case, transforming CO2 emission into the modern black gold, graphite. And to explain why I'm comparing gold with graphite, I would like to ask you a question first. What do you think, how much graphite is in an average BMW i model, one of the fully electric cars, especially within the lithium batteries of these cars? Most people would assume that lithium is the main component. However, it is actually graphite. And this is true for all battery types. The anode always consists of more than 95% of graphite. And this, together with other components in the car, sums up to around 98 kilograms of graphite per one single car. However, we are actually facing a significant supply gap in graphite already by 2030. And the benchmark Mineral Intelligence also identified graphite as a raw material in batteries that will have the biggest shortfall. And this supply gap will only increase further. So for Europe alone, it's expected that the demand for graphite will increase by 500% until 2050, which will lead to a global supply gap of around 3 million tons of graphite by 2050. And we're not only facing this significant supply gap, we're also having a strong dependency on one single country as a main provider of graphite, which is China. And this is the reason why the European Union identified graphite in the recently signed Raw Material Act, not only as a critical raw material, because we're facing the significant supply gap, but also as a strategic raw material due to the dependency on a single country. And this, by the way, is also true for the United States of America, who identified graphite as a critical and strategic raw material in the Energy Act of 2020. And this is true for China. And this is where Educo comes into play. We developed a process that produces a green graphite with high and flexible product properties that can be produced independent of the location. And right now, graphite conventionally is produced via mines, and then it's later refined to actually reach the quality that is necessary for the electric vehicle battery manufacturers, or it is produced synthetically via the Axion process. However, both of these processes are associated to different environmental as well as health risks, and they're emitting up to 15 tons of CO2 per ton of graphite that is produced. We, on the other hand, are actually consuming up to 4 tons of CO2 per ton of graphite that we produce. And the only byproduct that we have are water, or is water. And this is possible because we're actually imitating and recreating the natural formation of graphite in our innovative growth chamber. In nature, graphite is formed by a hydrothermal fluid that becomes released during a late-stage magma differentiation. This fluid is enriched in volatiles, like water and CO2. If it's done penetrating into a reducing environment, we have the natural formation of graphite. However, it is a natural deposit, so there's a huge variability in the quality of the graphite. And we actually want to recreate this process and imitating the final step of the graphite precipitation in our innovative growth chamber, but without all its negative downsides of the natural deposits. And for this, we only need hydrogen and CO2. And for CO2, we are focusing on point sources at the moment. And with this, we can produce a graphite where we have a high control and flexibility of the product properties, so we can adapt to different requirements from different customers. And closing the supply gap in the future. We also have independent production units, so we can go where we already have the infrastructure, where we have the hydrogen production, or where we have these huge CO2 emitters. And with this, we're becoming independent of individual countries. And our process is truly carbon negative. And we achieve this by following a 3-stage process, or steps. The first 2 steps, the CO2 splitting as well as the recovery of most of the energy we already put into the system, are widely known and often used in the industry. So upscaling this part is very safe. The resulting syngas is then transported in our innovative growth chamber. And this is where the magic happened. So this is where we're actually growing pure graphite crystal out of gas. And right now we are calculating that 40% of this graphite will have the highest quality that is perfectly suitable for the electric vehicle battery manufacturers. And 60% of this graphite has a little bit of lower quality and will be perfect for the steel and lubricant industry. Combining both of them, we will have a profit of a little bit less than $1,000 per ton of graphite that we produce. And we will save around 0.8 ton of CO2 per ton of graphite. In the future, we want to upscale and actually close the supply gap of Europe, which would mean that we will produce around 150 kiloton of graphite per year, which will be equivalent to a profit of around $0.5 billion per year. And we will actually saving around 120 kiloton of CO2, which is equivalent to the amount that a forest would absorb over a year that has the size of Chicago. And this is only the minimum amount of CO2 that we can store. There are actually two factors that can significantly increase the amount of CO2 that we are saving in our production. The first one is a hydrogen source. So there are different hydrogen sources depending on how it's produced and how much CO2 is emitted during the production. All the calculations right now are done with blue hydrogen, which is produced from fossil fuels. However, all of the CO2 is captured and stored underground. Right now, blue hydrogen is abundantly available and has a competitive price. However, in the future, we want to shift to green hydrogen, which is produced by green energy and has no CO2 emissions at all. And all the projections are saying that the price of the green hydrogen in the future will have the same range as blue hydrogen right now. And if we do this switch, we can actually increase the amount of CO2 that we are saving and storing in our graphite from 0.8 to 2 ton. The second factor that is influencing the amount of CO2 we are saving is the energy mix. The calculations that you saw were made with an energy mix typical for a European country. So we have a little bit of green energy, a little bit of nuclear energy, but also some fossil fuels. If you would shift to completely green energy, we can double the amount of CO2 that we are saving, from 2 ton to up to 4 ton of CO2 per ton of graphite that we are producing, which will result in an annual saving of around 600 kiloton of CO2 per year. And coming back to our little analog with the forest, now the forest would already have a size of the full San Diego County. And this places us in a very advantageous position compared to other competitors on the market, because we are producing a high quality graphite with an independent location to a competitive price. And we are saving CO2 by doing so, and are independent of any cost intensive or harmful chemicals. And right now, we are focusing on the electric vehicle battery manufacturers as our primary customer, and the steel and lubricant industry as our secondary customers. However, graphite is an important raw material for many other new green industry fields, and we would like to reach out to these customers as well in the future. So we are interested in fuel cells, electrodes, aerospace, research fields, or even finding corporations with companies that are using direct air capture. So how the companies who are removing CO2 from the atmosphere that we can then store in our non-toxic, stable, valuable resource, the graphite. And this brings me directly to our roadmap. We just handed in the patent application for our innovative growth chamber and are now in the phase of attracting strategic partners to make Reduco become a reality. We are also in the phase of securing some soft funding to reach the next 2 big milestones, which are the process optimization and scaled validation, as well as the building of a pilot plant. And with we, I'm referring to our team of scientists and an engineer that consists of myself, Lotta Terniten. I'm an analytical geochemist, Stefan Pitsch, our experimental geochemist, and Andreas Hetman, our environmental engineer, as well as our 2 advisors, Anil Sethi for the business side and Andreas Jallas for the mechanical and technical side. And with this, we hope to spark your interest into Reduco, the modern philosopher's stone who can transform CO2 emissions we are so worried about today into tomorrow's most valuable resource, graphite. Thank you very much.
Excellent pitch. Thank you.
Thank you.
So going back to the economics, can you provide additional insight into at what scale do you become competitive with existing processes, and just confirming what are the inputs for that competitive price point that you mentioned?
So I think the numbers would be perfect for.
So currently we are calculating with small units that can be actually working together, capable of forming around 1 ton per day. Yeah, that would, if that's the answer you're looking for. Yeah, all the calculations are done for one of these units, and basically just piling them up would give you better numbers.
Maybe I can follow up. As for inputs, we are counting with $2,000 per ton of hydrogen, for example. And we are calculating with the standard European energy mix, which would be about 0.2 cents per kilowatt, so 20 cents per kilowatt hour.
So maybe I'll build off of that. When you're mentioning $2,000 a ton or $2 a kilogram for hydrogen, you mentioned blue hydrogen as an input. If you've got selectivity here to go to graphite as the form of carbon as opposed to carbon black, why are you using such a convoluted supply chain for hydrogen, right? So blue hydrogen comes from methane, and then the CO2 has to be sequestered someplace, and then you have to transport blue hydrogen to where your process is and all of that. Why not start with methane as the input to do like traditional, on the back end of like a traditional steam methane reformation facility that already has the monoxide gas stream?
So it's a possibility. It works. That put first. But we would need much more methane, and actually that's more cost intensive than the blue hydrogen in that regard then. So that's basically the answer.
Why would you need much more methane?
Just because you need like 6 times the amount of methane to have the completely comparable output in terms of graphite production, and that's basically more cost driving as going with the blue hydrogen.
Thanks.
Okay, first of all, this approach is viewed by very smart people as having a lot of merit. And so I think it's really exciting that you guys are working on it. On the technical side, I assume it's kind of round trip efficiency, catalyst cycle life, and catalyst selectivity. And in terms of, I understand where these companies are, but like where you guys are now and where you have to get to, and that's one. And then for efficiency on go-to-market, who do you think is the very first customer? And maybe not just the company, but a specific person within that company. And is it cost that they're most worried about? And any comments on the go-to-market, I think would be very helpful. Thank you, guys.
Okay. I'm gonna split this question up and first comment on one thing. So what sets us apart from other companies that are working on this as well is we try to do this catalyst free, really aiming for the natural process happening in our growth chamber. So really the geological process. So we are not facing the problems other companies have with those catalysts. We are basically looking to enter the electro vehicle market just because it's the highest quality graphite that is right now in demand. Therefore, that would put us to a position where we are more competitive in terms of price. We have calculated with like 40% of that high quality graphite that we can produce and have assumed 60% of the lowest quality just to have our calculations based on something that could approach reality. I think it's not feasible to calculate with like 100% of the best material. That's probably not the case. So yeah, we will work, or we will try to work with some of these companies, and maybe you can.
Yeah, sure. And in terms of price, our first interviews have shown us that most companies are willing to pay a 10 to 15% price premium for this green graphite. So yes, this is where we stand right now in terms of that.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because that 10 to 15% sensitivity, how are you choosing your site selection to make sure that you're embedded in that supply chain, which keeps changing for the battery market right now? How are you choosing locations to make sure that you keep the cost down on all the transportation and potential changes in tariffs and trade?
That's a very interesting question right now. So ideally, one of our main cost drivers, as we said before, is energy prices. So this would definitely be one of the main decision drivers of where we would set up a small production unit, and definitely hydrogen infrastructure as well. I think it's a matter of staying flexible and of trying to approach the right people at the right place for these pilot plants. When we reach this period where we actually build our first production unit that is supposed to be coupled to a point source, we will need to carefully analyze the current situation, because as you said, it's rapidly changing nowadays. So it's really hard to be able to say with a certain degree of certainty where we're going to have to go.
Maybe just quickly adding to this. So this would be beneficial for us then in the future if we can actually use green hydrogen, because then we could produce it on site. We could already go where our customers are directly. So this is in the future, even easier choice.
Hi. So this is fascinating. Thank you so much for walking us through this. And I enjoyed the analogy at the head of the presentation as well. In your competitor matrix, 4 out of the 5 are scalable. And you're showing that you're going to be able to prove that you can scale in 2026. What's going to enable you to remain competitive in that time frame? If you're working over the next year to prove that scalability while your competitors are a little bit ahead of you with already having proven that.
So I think for us, the most important point will be the next step when we have really the process optimization and scaled validation. We have some lab set up that we want to use. And I think this is the most critical point at the moment. If this will be successful, then it should be possible to reach this goal. But yeah, having good cooperations partners. So this is why we want actually to reach out and see if there's someone who would be interested in make the thing a reality. So proving this and then in combination, having partners, I think we can make this deadline.
How far along are you in terms of partnerships, especially if you're focusing on EV batteries?
We have initial discussions, but we are not that far ahead. So right now, we really focused on the technology and setting everything up to have a good basis there. And now we try to go out. So if anyone also here is interested, reach out to us.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. As next generation anode materials begin to enter the market, like silicon, how does that affect the demand growth that you were anticipating and the supply gap? And how does that impact some of the cost assumptions that you have?
Sure. And it's definitely a very interesting development with the silicon anodes in batteries. However, we believe that this technology is still fairly new, and to be able to switch to silicon batteries, the whole EV or battery industry would have to switch to a new kind of anode. So this shouldn't be happening too quickly. It would definitely impact our growth forecast. But since we also could focus on steel and lubricant industries, we believe it's not a killer development, so to speak.
And on the kind of input costs, we talked a little bit about hydrogen and things like that. On the CO2 side, what cost are you assuming for the point source capture of CO2? And are there any technologies that you've identified might make more or less sense for you to partner with in that regard?
I mean, that hugely depends on first the technology that you use. We calculated with kind of like an average price. I have it not in my head currently what it exactly was, to be honest. But it was the average that I could find in terms of the bigger players that are on the market for their operation costs and also to, be in a positive margin.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, maybe just to, to add to that really quickly. And since ideally we would want a modular approach where we can approach the CO2 point sources, maybe cooperating with another startup or a company that focuses on on-site CO2 capture would be really interesting. And we're looking forward to explore possibilities like this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Now we have Team OmniPath. Welcome to the stage.
Hey everyone, we're OmniPath H2 and we're developing novel midstream hydrogen transport solutions to unlock the hydrogen economy. I'm Ian, CEO and co-founder of OmniPath H2, and I want to start off by talking a little bit about what the hydrogen economy actually is. So I imagine that in this room, folks are probably relatively familiar, so I'll be a little brief here, but we expect hydrogen to be very important in decarbonizing the global economy, responsible for around 20% of global emissions in the future, with the majority of that coming in the industrial sector. And this is because hydrogen is an interesting molecule. It can both be a clean molecular feedstock for chemicals production, iron and steel, et cetera, and potentially a clean source of heat. And so as we decarbonize, we expect to see a massive increase in demand for clean hydrogen from essentially nothing today to around 200 million tons in 2050. And this is after incorporating some of the macro headwinds in the US at the moment. That's going to require a huge amount of investment. And a lot of that money is already going out the door, but the vast majority is going into new ways of producing clean hydrogen. And if you look at the hydrogen market today, you can kind of see why that is. Hydrogen is predominantly a captive market, with most hydrogen produced on-site through steam methane reforming. However, if you start thinking about the future of hydrogen, this is expected to change, shifting to a predominantly merchant market. And this is already starting to become a problem, with around 90% of planned hydrogen projects unable to connect with their customers because there's no midstream infrastructure. Let's look at the flip side. There are also a lot of customers that want clean hydrogen but don't have a way of securing it right now. Let's take the Cleveland Cliffs iron and steel plant as an example. So if they wanted hydrogen for direct reduced iron production, there's three things that they could do. They could do on-site steam methane reforming. They can install electrolyzers on site to produce hydrogen, or they could go to a region with abundant renewables, install electrolyzers there, and then transport that back to their site. If they want to do steam methane reforming, we just heard this emits a lot of CO2, so wouldn't really decarbonize their operations. If they wanted to do on-site electrolysis, they would actually need double the amount of renewable electricity currently installed in the state of Ohio, which makes that a pretty big blocker. This means that their only option really is going to a region with abundant renewables, producing the hydrogen there and transporting it back to their site. But this is prohibitively expensive today, adding $4, $5, $10 to the cost of that hydrogen per kilogram. And the reason it's so expensive is because there's no good solutions for transporting hydrogen right now. What folks are doing today, NASA, et cetera, are liquefying it, but that's incredibly expensive because hydrogen doesn't liquefy until you get to negative 253 degrees Celsius, making this super expensive. You can compress it and stick it in a gas canister, put it on the back of a truck, but as you might imagine, that doesn't scale super well to longer distances or larger quantities. You can blend it into natural gas pipelines, but only up to a certain percentage, or you can build brand new hydrogen pipelines, but these will face massive CapEx and regulatory hurdles. So, Devin, how do we solve this problem?
Thank you, Ian. So what we don't want to do is move hydrogen. What we want to do instead is transport something that we already know how to move in large quantities. And both ammonia and these class of molecules called liquid organic hydrogen carriers fit this bill. What we do is we take the hydrogen, react it with the carrier, in this case forming ammonia, something that industry already knows how to store and transport at scale. The challenge and what's holding this back is the hydrogen release half of the system. Current ammonia cracking technologies simply are not efficient enough to make this approach economically feasible. And that's where we come in. For the ammonia cracking, we could take any off-the-shelf catalyst to release the hydrogen from the ammonia. What isn't off the shelf is our novel, patented, palladium-based membrane separator. This is not simply a pressure-driven physical separator, but an electrochemically active device that we co-locate with the ammonia cracker. What effectively happens is the hydrogen gets extracted and separated as it's being released. What this does is improves the thermodynamics of the ammonia cracking half of the system, significantly improving hydrogen production rate and lowering operating temperature, enabling us to electrify the entire device, all while still producing high purity hydrogen. Let's take a step back and look at how industry currently does ammonia cracking. It currently requires 2 unit operations. First, the ammonia cracker, which is inefficient and leads to incomplete conversion, requiring a second separator and purifier to recycle any unreacted ammonia and to deal with any impurities. We can get rid of all of that by combining the 2 unit operations into one. This significantly reduces balance of plant costs and significantly lowering CapEx. And we can do all of this while having a higher hydrogen production rate than our competitors at a lower operating temperature.
Thank you, Devin. So we think we've got the best solution here. We're happy to talk about some of the competitors in this space during Q&A, but at a high level, we expect to be lower cost, more modular, and more scalable and flexible than any of these other solutions. Because as Devin mentioned, we can deploy modularly, and we can piggyback off of all of the existing ammonia and LOHC infrastructure. Now, assuming we do have the best technology, how do we take this to market? You may remember from the first slide, I mentioned that the vast majority of hydrogen production projects can't connect with their customers. We expect to be the lowest cost option of getting this hydrogen to the customer sites, being around 40% cheaper than compressed gas at scale. And I should note that this is actually at relatively short distances, 200 to 250 kilometers. That gets a lot bigger at larger distances. We then want to target a specific set of use cases where there's already a demonstrated willingness to pay a premium for hydrogen, either because of high purity requirements or because of regulations, particularly in the EU and parts of Asia. Now, the question that we get asked a lot is, isn't this a complex supply chain? Well, the benefit of ammonia is that this supply chain already exists and these players already are working together. So that means that when we went to have the conversation with Exxon about, hey, how could we procure blue ammonia from your Baytown plant? They said, we would actually recommend you work with Tramo, who is already working with us on shipping and transporting this ammonia. Air Liquide already has a bunch of arms doing distribution for that last mile transport, which means in the early days, we can just focus on owning and operating our patented technology in that ammonia cracker and then charging customers per kilogram of hydrogen delivered. As we scale, we can move up this value chain and become the one-stop shop for clean hydrogen for our customers, because a lot of the rest of this is relatively commoditized. We think that this is going to be a huge market opportunity. If you look at the full hydrogen transport market, we expect it to be around $50 billion in 2035. But even if we just look at some of the leading beachheads in the US and EU, we expect it to be around $5 billion in 2035. And we're already in conversation with a lot of the leading players in these beachheads. We also think there's a pretty elegant path for us to scale and get to market. Because we produce such high purity hydrogen, in the early days, we can target a lot of market applications such as semiconductor fab, metallurgy, et cetera, where they're already paying crazy high prices for hydrogen because they've got such high purity requirements. We think that one, we can be lower cost producing that same high purity hydrogen, and we can also help them with buffer storage on site, doing that easier and allowing them to improve on their resilience, which is a big pain point for them. As we scale and come down the cost curve, we can start targeting some of these larger markets, particularly refining in iron and steel in places like the EU, where regulation is forcing them to decarbonize these sectors. We think we've pulled together a strong team to work on this. I'm Ian. I'm a second-year MBA student at Harvard and have prior experience commercializing novel technologies at Sealand Nanotechnologies. We're joined by Yogi, who's back there. He's an MIT chemistry professor and one of the world's leading electrochemists. We heard from Devin already, who's a Harvard postdoc and also an excellent electrochemist. And then we're supported by Rui and Julian out of Yogi's lab. We're currently in the process of raising a $1 million pre-seed. So the technology is currently at TRL4 with performance validated in the lab with a full reactor. And we're having initial customer conversations. This $1 million raise will get us 18 months of runway, which is enough for 2 co-founders and then 2 engineers to get to our first prototype reactor at around 1 kilogram per day. And we're hoping to start signing LOIs before the seed raise. After that, we expect it to cost us around another $6 million to get to our first pilot, which would be a 100 kilogram per day system, which is sized to some of these semiconductor fabs, et cetera, which would be when we start driving revenue before in 2033, targeting deployment of our first commercial scale reactor, at which point we'd expect to be doing around $70 to $90 million in revenue at around a 15 to 25% EBITDA. We'd love for you to join us on this journey to unlock the hydrogen economy. Thank you so much for your time. And we're going to have Yogi and Rui join us on stage for the Q&A part.
I'll kick things off. First off, great presentation. Well balanced across kind of the vectors that you're going for. So I'll start with a softball. How are you better than Amegy?
Yeah, so good question. This back button doesn't work quite as well as the forward button works.
And for the audience, if you don't know, Amegy is a company that does ammonia cracking and whatnot, pretty similar. So
yeah, so Amegy's innovation is on the hydrogen release step. Our innovation is on this palladium membrane, and that's important because with Amegy's technology, they don't actually drive that separation of the hydrogen from the nitrogen. And so in cases where you need relatively pure hydrogen, for instance, in different PEM fuel cells, you would still need this palladium membrane. We think we've got the best solution on the market there. I'm going to hand it over to Yogi in a second, but we've actually heard that Amegy is starting to look into various palladium membranes to do this step because they want to shift to being fuel cell agnostic. But I'm also going to talk to Yogi about why, hand it to Yogi to talk about why this part enables that part.
Yeah, so the kinetics of ammonia cracking are kinetically inhibited by the buildup of hydrogen. So what actually happens is your catalyst utilization is actually significantly lowered if you don't in situ remove the hydrogen. So the coupling kinetically of removing the hydrogen actively actually means that your catalyst activity dramatically increases, even for all the catalysts that are known. So we can actually take base metal catalysts that have, say, no ruthenium in them and get productivity rates akin to really precious metal catalysts because you're inhibiting the hydrogen, basically poison for the catalyst.
And is this membrane kind of selective only with nitrogen, or because hydrogen purification step is pretty energy intensive, both from like PEM electrolysis or alkaline electrolysis or whatnot. So how does that work?
So the membrane is quantitatively selective for hydrogen separation, and so perfectly selective. The membrane actually only allows hydrogen atoms to go through it.
So would it be just as valid in another hydrogen separation?
Oh yeah, actually that's a great point. Yeah, actually the technology can actually be used to separate hydrogen across many modalities. The clearest market here that we see in this context is it facilitated with dehydrogenation of say a liquid organic hydrogen carrier or ammonia cracking, right? But you can actually remove hydrogen from a dilute feed stream anywhere else and use the same actual active pumping technology. Yeah. So actually, and we've talked with some partners on that.
Yeah, and thank you for asking that question. It gets to an appendix I'm not going to flip to. But a lot of the interest we've actually been seeing early on is from geologic hydrogen producers because they need to separate hydrogen from helium. Almost all of the geologic hydrogen deposits that they've been looking at right now have relatively significant amounts of helium. And so if they want to do that separation, because helium and hydrogen have similar molecular radiuses and also both only liquefy at very low temperatures, that separation step is quite a pain point for them. So that's been another set of highly engaged customers, I would say.
Great, thank you.
And could you walk through, and relate to this, could you walk through the beachhead customer journey? What is the profile of that beachhead customer where you guys have an absolute unfair advantage amongst the crowd?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in the early days, places where we've got a clear unfair advantage, places like semiconductor fab. And so we've been having conversations with players like Air Liquide because they're specifically looking for solutions that, for the most part, improve the resilience of that supply chain. Because with a semiconductor fab, for instance, if you have issues on hydrogen supply and have to shut down that whole plant, that is so expensive that they are paying ridiculous amounts for this high purity hydrogen with resilient supply. On top of that, we expect to be cheaper. That's less of a selling point in this specific market because they're relatively insensitive to price as long as you provide that resiliency. I think that is a clear area where our technology outperforms anything else in the market. You can start looking at scaling this up to some of these other spaces, and included in semiconductor fab is metallurgy, some high quality glass production, things of that nature. As we scale up, it becomes a combination of that resilience and cost, because we do expect to be the lowest cost producer as we enter each of these different markets, because of a lot of the benefits that were already talked about in terms of we can use less palladium than some of these other players. Because it's fully electrified, you don't need these big CapEx investments, et cetera. Resilience is another big thing for forklift operators and some of the other off-road machinery players. In energy storage, ammonia is easier to store than hydrogen, particularly in regions where you don't have the geologic storage available, salt caverns, et cetera, for hydrogen. And then once we get into refining in iron and steel, we'd expect to be the lowest cost player in these spaces. This is probably not the time, but happy to afterwards talk you through our TEA and show how we start getting to these costs.
I was going to ask on the tax credit that may go away for hydrogen that we're watching. It also seems like that value of that is the same as the value that you have here through your expectations. So is that going to also help you in the competitiveness of your capability for hydrogen supply as well?
Yeah, I mean, if the tax credit still exists a year from now, that's a massive tailwind for us. We've baked in all of our numbers assuming that the tax credits go away, but if the tax credits stick around, that would be incredible.
Could you just expand more on the business model and how does that change across the different customer groups that you're looking at?
Yep. So in terms of early business model applications, we really want to be the owner and operator of this reactor, because the supply chain is relatively built out. And these are conversations that we've begun having. So Exxon's Baytown, a lot of that capacity is already has offtake agreements, but they think that it's actually quite likely that we'd be able to secure some of it, working with Tramo. Likely partnering with Air Liquide because they already have distribution into a lot of these different facilities that we'd be targeting as kind of first to market deployment, so that we don't have to worry about securing the ammonia. We can just focus on our differentiator and then bill some amount per kilogram of hydrogen delivered. As we expand, the business model would shift. We'd try to move upstream and own much more of the supply chain, probably going directly to Exxon, et cetera, so that we're not as dependent on specific suppliers.
Great job. So 2 questions. One is catalysis scale up is hard. What is the example of a catalyst that's scaled up that gets you guys comfortable with this level of scale up? Like, some other technology that's scaled up that gives you guys comfort. And then on the business side, the techno-economics, the ammonia input cost, just help me get comfortable. They seem aggressive from the outside. So help me get comfortable with those, please.
Yeah. So in terms of catalyst scale up, I mean, what's really, I think attractive about this, and this is actually the reason that industry has, localized on ammonia as a vector, is that, we already make ammonia at a massive scale for the fertilizer industry, right? So the production side of it incidentally uses very similar catalysts to actually the microscopic reverse of actually cracking the ammonia back to the hydrogen. So we actually would borrow a lot of the know-how in terms of catalyst design, promotion, integration from actually those industries. Yeah, and just do the exact reverse of it, right? But the key thing here that's so awesome is that by electrochemically promoting the hydrogen separation, you process intensify by creating separation and catalysis in the same exact reactor. That's where a lot of the value add comes, both in terms of facilitating the catalytic reactivity, as well as obtaining directly out of it high purity reactor without a separation strain afterwards, which is where all the CapEx comes in.
Yeah. And then on the ammonia cost piece, I think you've correctly identified one of the major risk factors for this whole supply chain taking off. Sorry, I'm trying to jump to my numbers. So if you look at the early days, we're baking around $1,000 a ton. So sorry, around $1,000 a ton for the blue ammonia pricing, which is they had the first H2 global auction. That's what it cleared at. As we scale, a lot of the cost coming down here is because of us improving the performance and scale and size of our reactor. A lot of it is also assuming that clean ammonia prices do eventually start converging with current ammonia prices. Not fully conversion, we assume a slight premium, but it's not a 100% premium. It's a 5 to 10% premium in the future. Obviously, that is a big risk factor. There are folks working on green ammonia across the supply chain, but it is something that we're trying to keep an eye on.
So I'll ask another one. Not surprising, I guess, that I'm going to ask too. So ammonia is super well understood supply chain, but it's really nasty stuff. And so where it isn't currently being used, or there's not bunkering facilities or whatnot, you haven't gone through all the life safety stuff. So utilizing an ammonia supply chain someplace that hasn't been before sometimes can be tricky. Maybe at a steel plant in Central Ohio, less so. A question for you: can you go to the cost slide of transport of the other solutions? The green and red bubble one. No, the one that shows this one.
This one?
From pipeline blending of hydrogen gas, so your steel plant example, almost all of the customers that you've had you've listed are gonna have an existing gas pipeline existing on their site. So have you thought about using your separation technology to split hydrogen from natural gas in a dilute pipeline stream, as that's like the easiest and safest way to transport anything?
Yeah. Do you want to take this?
We can do that easily, actually. So a hydrogen methane separation with our membrane is a piece of cake, actually.
So why go through all the ammonia trouble?
Well, in terms of, we can talk about the core markets.
Yeah, I think because for iron and steel, that is such a big demand site for hydrogen that that's something that we have to scale into. And then in addition to that, what we're targeting in a lot of cases is new build iron and steel facilities. I think eventually it will make sense for us to start going to the iron and steel facilities that are already doing DRI, where they can retrofit to start blending in hydrogen gas. That does require some more CapEx investment on their sides, because the natural gas DRI to hydrogen gas DRI change is not that difficult to do. The coal DRI to hydrogen DRI change is incredibly difficult. And so in the early days, we think it makes the most sense to target some of these new build facilities where they're not going to have those existing pipelines. And then that on top of the fact that we need to scale this up makes it such that that ammonia cracking step we think makes the most sense. But it's something we'll definitely explore.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. That was definitely more than my high school chemistry level presentation over there. Now we have the EarthFlow AI team that will join us on the stage.
Hi, I'm Alice News. I'm a PhD student at Stanford.
Hi, I'm Isaac Jude. I'm also a PhD student from Stanford.
And we are EarthFlow AI. The energy transition is going to need subsurface energy projects to reduce hundreds of billions of tons of CO2 by 2050. EarthFlow AI is going to make subsurface energy projects faster, cheaper, and safer using our industry-leading general-purpose AI-based physics simulation. Our prototype, ccsnet.ai, you can go online, ccsnet.ai, is already being used by leading players in the space, including ExxonMobil, Schlumberger, NVIDIA, and Microsoft. We've seen an exponential growth in subsurface energy projects to reach net zero by 2050. Every iteration of these roadmaps, whether it be from the IEA or the IPCC, they're all requiring a massive scale up of these subsurface technologies. Our beachhead, carbon capture and storage, or I'll be referring to it as CCS, specifically is going to need a 200-time scale up. Geothermal, so baseload power, is going to need a 26-time scale up. Lithium brine extraction, which is key for supply chain security, 25 times. Geologic hydrogen is an early stage technology, but some of these roadmaps have it accounting for 5 terawatt hours of energy. Our beachhead CCS, our service addressable market for simulation alone is $20 billion. If you add in simulation, Sam, for the other industries I've mentioned, that's another $60 billion. And we strongly believe both CCS and geothermal are technologically mature compared to other clean energy alternatives. Physics simulation is going to be essential for all of these applications, and these technologies are also going to be super important for energy security. Let me start with our beachhead, CCS. So we anticipate that this is going to be a very fast-growing market. We think there need to be 5,000 new carbon storage projects to be built by 2050. They all need to go through the same pipeline of site selection, planning, permitting, operations, monitoring, and verification, and we can be helpful at every single step. But here's the bottleneck. Traditional physics simulation is slow, and it can cost $4 million per project and take 3 years, slowing down CCS and preventing new players from coming in. Traditional simulators, they're built on the physics of oil and gas. They're not optimized for CCS. We're optimal for CCS, but we're compatible with legacy simulators. EarthFlow AI's physics simulation is going to be needed throughout the whole project lifetime. What if there was a better way to incentivize new players to come into the industry and accelerate the energy transition? That's where we come in.
Although the challenge is immense, we have the most qualified team to tackle this. Our team has pioneered AI-based physics simulation for subsurface modeling, with our research being cited over 800 times in just 3 years. We combine deep domain knowledge with cutting-edge AI expertise, exactly this skill set to supercharge this industry. To tackle our beachhead CCS, we developed CCSNet, our prototype. Now it's online. I encourage everybody to try it. And CCSNet, this web app, is powered by our AI-based full physics simulator that is 700,000 times faster than incumbent solutions. CCSNet transformed the landscape of subsurface modeling across 3 critical dimensions. First, speed. As these images show here, the incumbent solutions takes a week to run a single scenario. Our solution delivers results in milliseconds. This unprecedented speed up enables real-time decision-making that was previously impossible. Second, cost efficiency. Our web app eliminates the complicated simulation workflow that can reduce the project cost by 95%. And third, and also most critically, safety. Our web app captures uncertainty through running tens of thousands of possible scenarios thanks to our speed up. And this probabilistic approach will help engineers understand and also minimize risk across the entire storage project. Here is the image showing the computed probability of CO2 plume entering certain regions in your storage site. Also, I want to talk about what fundamentally sets way apart from other AI solutions in the space. Most of players are developing highly specialized surrogate models. We're taking a more ambitious path. We're building a true general purpose simulator that is trained on high quality, high fidelity simulation data. Once the model is trained, you can take various inputs such as injection design, various well configurations, and predicted dynamics at any location and time at a lightning speed. Also, the players in the space are already using our demos, as this video shown here, and our website attracts hundreds of active monthly users. Those guys are from experts from leading energy companies such as Exxon, Chevron, and also experts from tech company who have energy initiative such as NVIDIA and Microsoft. through our discovery calls, we noticed the impact of our technology is very evident in the market. Our market research also shows we have 3 distinct user groups, but strategically, we're focusing on mid-sized CCS developers and energy giants. For mid-sized CCS developers, they have the strongest willingness to pay for our service because they're facing a combination of challenges that our product are designed to help. For example, they like intuitive interfaces and simplified simulation pipeline so that they don't have to house their in-house expertise, which are really expensive to have. And also our web app can reduce the entire simulation pipeline. This is also what they really value. And for the energy giants, the benefit of working with us is to reinforce the safety and security of their storage project through our probabilistic approach. This approach was impossible with incumbent solutions and also their in-house simulator. So by using this approach, we can really facilitate their validation timeline that the energy giants really need for the intelligence of their storage project. Okay, I also want to go through our go-to-market strategy. So we create this free app. This is a powerful funnel, encouraging users to experience our technology. We can identify potential paying customers and key players from our users. And actually, we're having late-stage conversations with 3 operators, storage operator company to integrate our technology with their daily workflow. And the revenue model, as shown on the right here, involves in 2 main phases. We're first gonna focusing on first 10 bespoke customers through engineering consulting, price per project. This hands-on approach will allows us to really understand our customers, reiterating our product from their feedback while generating early revenue. Then we will scale up our model, and we're gonna transition to a plug-and-play SaaS platform. And this scalable approach will allow us to have a very strong unit economics that we're projecting 85% growth margin, and that translates to $5 million revenue by year 5. And we're not just talking about potentials, we're demonstrating our technology, real world field project, the GeoSequence field validation project. GFV project is a $25 million project led by Australian government, industry leaders, CO2, CRC, and Chevron. And this project is a perfect platform that allows us to demonstrate our technology's capability in real-world conditions. We're delivering benchmarking against state-of-the-art numerical simulators. We're building a customized, enterprise-graded applications that deliver fast results and conduct a rigorous uncertainty analysis that the players wanted to validate and throughout the project. And now I hand it to Alice.
Right now, carbon storage represents 50 million tons of CO2 sequestered per year, but we anticipate that's going to reach 5 to 10 billion tons of CO2 per year, accelerated by us, of course, by 2050. But that's not all. We can apply our recipe to any multi-phase flow domain, including geothermal, including lithium brine extraction, hydrogen storage. We're building a commercial expansion of CCSnet and expanding to new markets. EarthFlow AI has the expertise, the edge, and a commitment to the energy transition to revolutionize subsurface physics simulation. Invest in us to supercharge the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all. Can you help us understand why CCS is the right beachhead market for you? And then second is, if you were to pivot or expand into other markets like geothermal, how much does that change the technology?
Yeah, so firstly, I want to give credit to our technical advisor and our PhD advisor, Sally Benson, who is an absolute giant in CCS. Primarily, that's where we've gotten our bones and the fields we know best. But we feel pretty confident that if we were to expand, for example, to geothermal, and we've had customer calls with these providers, that we've done 90% of the work. We'd have to add some to the training set and spend a bit of time, but we've already done most of the legwork with the geo model.
Okay, I would like to add a little bit to that. So for CCS as our beachhead itself, it's a very important applications for energy transition. So that's where we kind of demonstrate our technology and build the models along the way in the context of CCS. Itself, it's a very interesting research project because, like Alice just mentioned, most of the reservoir simulator are built for oil and gas. There are physics missing for the CCS. We want to add that missing gap through our technology. And for the expanding to adjacent domains, actually, we're doing that not just because of market opportunity, but more importantly, it's because of the technology overlap. Because all those subsurface energy processes, they share the fundamental physical process that are more than 90%. They are shared the same governing equations, and our model are aiming to capture the physics. That's why we see the vision we have is to build this foundational model that will be able to be applicable, not just CCS, but any subsurface processes that will have those same physical processes.
I have two questions. One, what is your training data set archive that you're using for this and availability to others? And number two, since you mentioned your cost is based on GPUs, are you continuously upgrading your training data set and the AI? And is there an integration of hardware at the sites to be able to do that?
Yeah, that was a great question. We have a slide. So for our academic demo, CCS, it was actually trained from the data generated from industry-leading software by Schlumberger, but later they are not too happy about it. So for obvious reasons. And now actually all the new iteration of our AI models are trained from the data that are generated by our own Stanford-led open source multi-physics simulator for the geological carbon storage. So the model, the artifacts generated from those data from our simulator can all be commercialized without any questions. And also we're demonstrating our simulator, the full physics, derived from the first principle simulator against Schlumberger's tool, and also our AI models in this new geosequence field validation. So we do have the simulation capability that is scaled with a lot of GPUs. We can run really the largest simulation. And we have the really good AI infrastructure that we build across the academic efforts. So, and the second part of the question is, if we're going to continue to integrate more data. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. So essentially, we're going to train this model with those generated under simulation data. And we'll also incorporate the user data from their realistic project and geological setups to continuously improve our model. That's what we consider as our data moat. So we want to start with this engineering consulting that help us to build our model that is more, powerful because of those user data. And that will give us like really the advantage in the future, in the long run.
Super quick note, our geo model is also part of our proprietary data set, and through the engineering consulting model, we can validate it and further improve it. But we're already having great success with it in GFE, and the geo model is why these tech companies can't just come and usurp us, because they don't have that expertise.
Hi, that was fascinating. Thank you. I'm looking at your growth strategy. And so right now, just so I'm clear, is everyone free on the free app right now, or are there paying customers? So what is the customer research you've done in terms of the conversion to a paying customer and how much they're willing to pay for this service?
Okay, so I would take this. So the free app is it's a good funnel, right? So they experience our technology, and so because the thing, if you wanted to use the app, you have to sign up, tell your affiliations. So that sort of allows us to identify them. Also, we have some trigger points and to see how much requests they send, what's the kind of the size of the simulation they want to run. And most of the time, there are power users, they run out of their quota. And then we will reach out to them, talk with them. And there are two of the late stage conversation I was just mentioning are the engineers from the mid-size CCS developers, they really want to just use the demo we put up because that's a really similar scenario that they want to use for their project. And they're willing to pay, I have some numbers, but not in my head, but it's like the $200,000 versus like the current Schlumberger's cloud, which costs them $1 million per year. So that's like so that really incentivizes them to pay for that. But our cost is like $80,000. So yes.
Sorry, per year? Is that
per year?
okay.
Yes, per project to be specific.
Per project, and
because
so
it does varies, depends on how intricate you want to model your cases. Yes.
So are you price gating it in terms that they can do up to a certain amount of modeling and there's limitations, and then once you're able to bring in a price model, the wider opportunity would be available for the scale of the project that they want to simulate?
Yes.
And have you validated that with the customers that they'd be willing to pay that? And how many customers have you validated that with?
So right now, the conversation we have is just like to sort of establish this consulting practice. But they give us, okay, we offer the model capabilities. We decided this is kind of the model we're going to deliver to you, design based on your need. And then the next stage is when we really, do a lot of engineering consulting, we'll have a more powerful model, and then will allows us people just to subscribe to it,
There's also features we can provide that are not available on the free app that they might be interested in and trust us because of the free app, including our probabilistic modeling, which is super important, and treatment of faults and fractures.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is a really elegant application of ML to kind of go from the multi-physics to make it accessible. Tia asked all of my business questions, so I'll just skip over that. Just from the technical side, you guys have hundreds of users that are using and interacting with the product. From when you guys launched, what's the most unexpected user behavior that you've seen? Like you thought people would use it for this, but they're actually using it for that. Any comments on that?
Okay. Actually, when we first launched this, the first batches we use it for education purposes. We have a CCS course at Stanford, and one of the chapters is really just to use this, to replace the conventional simulations. So because we kind of design our web app so that they will experience what is really to be a reservoir simulation engineer. Let's say you upload your G models and then you run cases and then you analyze your results, right? And I'm not sure if that answered your questions. Sometimes our server crashes because there are too many requests, but that's something we're gonna, work on. But that's a good sign because it means that people are really excited about this because that gives them real time, visualization of the results, give them a sense of how they're gonna design this project. That's really helpful.
Just a fun anecdote. We've had very early conversations with fintechs about trying to predict equity quarterly earnings based on how much you can sequester and if a project is going to be successful or not after they've paid for, the pore space rights, whatever.
Yes, that's something I didn't mention. It's actually because our technology will be useful throughout the entire life cycle of those subsurface energy processes. I mean, if you want to invest on certain, applications, you can use this to give your predictions and then you can plan ahead.
Yeah. Sorry if I missed the slide, but how much are you raising and what is it going towards?
I didn't show it here, but I see my appendix slide. So we're thinking about like $500,000, just like to support our co-founders to really further improve our models to have a better comprehensive data ingestion pipeline so that we can consider more modality of data. And that's our first round, but we're expecting to raise more because we really need the compute that can scale our model to this true general purpose simulator for subsurface modeling. That's our vision.
So the team scaling is really going to stay on the computing side and it's not going to go heavily into business or marketing because you really feel like you have a good soft circle around the customers that will be immediately paying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're a software play. We're super resilient.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, now we have time for a 10-15 minute break. So We'd like to have you guys back by around 10:50, so we can get started with our panel with CEP alumni. You do not want to miss this. It's going to be awesome. So see you guys soon.
we sort of
All right, folks. All right. Testing, testing. Let's go ahead and take our seats, friends. We'll be getting started shortly. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Besides coordinating kind of our outfits today, Jeff and I have been coordinating our alumni efforts and impact measurement over the past year. And it's really that one word, impact, that's been so awe-inspiring for us to have witnessed in our efforts. We both are extremely thrilled to introduce this fantastic panel of entrepreneurs that not too long ago were in the same shoes that today's amazing finalists are in. Now, since their time pitching their companies at CEP, they have gone on to extend their mark in the world in unbelievable ways. And we're going to hear some of their impact stories today. Starting with Evan Haas, the co-founder and CEO of Helix Carbon, the 2024 Grand Prize winner. Through innovations in electrochemistry developed at MIT, Helix produces carbon-negative chemicals at price points competitive with traditional petroleum feedstocks. Next, we had Stuart Pena-Feliz, co-founder and CEO of Macrocycle, a finalist of the 2023 vintage of Climate Energy Prize. Macrocycle revives end-of-life plastics, taking plastic waste in the form of bottles, food trays, and polyester textiles to produce its first product, high-quality Macrocycle PET plastic. Next, we have Elise Stroback, the co-founder and CEO of AeroShield, the Grand Prize winner of 2019 CEP. AirShield is making the next generation of energy-efficient windows possible by manufacturing super insulating aerogel sheets. Joining us virtually is Sanchali Pai, the co-founder and CEO of Commons, which in its previous avatar as Joro was a 2017 finalist of Climate Energy Prizes. Commons helps people convert their purchases into opportunities for climate action. With their app, users can track, reduce, and offset emissions of everything they buy. Last but not least, we have Alex Wright-Gladstein, the co-founder and CEO, or the co-founder of Labs, the 2015 Climate Energy Prize Grand Prize winner. Labs is making data centers and supercomputers faster and more energy efficient by using light to move data between chips. She has since founded and now leads a CEO sphere, which makes it easy for employers to offer climate-friendly investment options to employees. This panel will be moderated by our very own Todd Hines. As the cliche goes, Todd really needs no introduction. As senior lecturer at MIT, he teaches the climate and energy ventures. He is senior advisor for climate and energy at the Martin Trust Center for Entrepreneurship. He has started and invested in over 20 companies in the climate and energy space. And as the co-founder and advisor of Climate and Energy Prize, he has had an intimate role in shaping the success of many of its companies, including those founded by our panelists today. Please join us in welcoming our moderator and our panelists. And Todd, over to you.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. This is a great opportunity to hear from some amazing founders. There's a lot more information on their companies online, and you can learn more engaging with them afterwards. But this is a real chance to hear from them about what they were going through and thinking about when they were kind of at this stage of their journey. So I think it would be great to just go down the line and hear a little bit about what your mindset was during the Climate and Energy Prize, as you were kind of going into it, going through it, and then just afterwards. What was that experience like for you, and how did it impact your journey as an entrepreneur?
Sure. Yeah. So CEP was very early in our journey. So, well, you might say we're still very early in our journey. But we as a company actually first started in Climate and Energy Ventures, which is the class that Todd started about 17 years ago, 2007, okay, 18 years ago, at MIT, and CEP was sort of the catalyst for us coming out of that class into the real world. And so it was kind of a forcing function for us, honestly. We, coming out of the class, had formed the initial hypothesis for what we wanted to do, but we had a lot more work to do on the technology in the lab. And CEP was the very first time that we, as an entire team, came together and worked on something as a team, which was actually pretty exciting. It was like a very formative moment for us. And after CEP, sort of I think the most important part of that experience for us was getting to meet the people in this room, and both investors, future partners, and the conversations that started continue to this day, but also we're probably even more impactful in like helping us shape what would eventually become our mission today, which is actually shifted a little bit from the introduction that we just had on chemicals to actually decarbonizing steelmaking, which is our current focus. And so that was really the very earliest part of our journey, and helped to set us on the path that we are on today, which is actually perhaps a little bit different.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity to be here. On my side, the Climate and Energy Prize was the first time that it pushed me and my co-founder to actually develop a real business model. So we came out of the class as well, Climate and Energy Ventures, and now I'm reflecting on the slides. I actually checked them just a few weeks ago, and the claims that we were making were not just possible. It's just like outlandish. So like we did have a business plan, but I don't even want to count it as one because it was not real. So it pressure tested that business plan for the first time, where those questions in the applications, we actually had to spend time researching it and actually talking to customers and actually being able to come up with the data to validate those plans and promises and the dream that we were selling. The mentors really helped us shape our pitch and our business plan as well, especially in the areas that we were not as familiar with, like how do you finance big capital projects? At least back in 2023, this was still an early question. And one of our mentors was from the finance industry and really helped us think about that. And it was incredibly helpful. And then pressure testing this in public. Do people like it? Are people excited? Do investors care about? And I will give a shout out to one specific person here, Winston, because he actually discovered us during the semifinals of this competition, and 22 months later, they were a lead investor. And it was all because of this competition. So it basically allows us to come to the world. It was the first check that we won. And that's actually the competition where me and my co-founder realized, okay, we can actually do this. There's people that want to fund us for us to be able to do this. And the rest is history. But we were so early back then that our name wasn't even Microcycle. It was Simon Cycle. Who is Simon? I still don't know.
Yeah, and for AeroShield, definitely, we'll hit on a lot of these same things. For us, the Clean Energy Prize, I had started working on the technology, this aerogel that was originally actually developed for solar thermal energy harvesting. We didn't even have the end application in mind, and we hadn't had the fundamental material breakthrough yet. That was way back in 2014. And to be honest, I couldn't even spell entrepreneur, let alone like see myself being part of a founding team, let alone a CEO. And so, over the course of, I think about, 3 or 4 years, we developed the technology, got it to a point where we also joined Todd's class and kind of put it through the stress test of, okay, what is the right market if it's not solar thermal? And then to have the Clean Energy Prize actually just a couple months after we finished up this course as a place, I like what you said, Stuart, to stress test. And to be honest with you, I think we really saw the Clean Energy Prize as an opportunity to try something new. To be honest with you, during the course, we had tried out a couple different markets, a couple different applications, and we were putting together the business model. But to be candid, it was from a very engineering focused perspective. And so when we went through the Clean Energy Prize and some of the deliverables we had to create, some of the interactions with our mentors, but also just some of the attention and the extra investment we put in, because we knew that there was a place imminently, urgently that we got to share what we were working on. And then going through the competition and, coming out, making it to the finals, making it to the grand prize. I think for our team at the time, 2 of the 3 founders that ended up spinning out the company a couple of years later, only about 6 months after we finished the competition, it really was that first moment in time where I think the 2 of us looked at each other and said, not only could we do this if we had to as the co-founders of this company, as a CTO and CEO, but maybe we are the best ones to do this. And, we had, coming out of the competition, a lot of feedback, both positive, but also a lot of redirecting of ways to make our idea better. And that, along with the capital infusion, which led us to have a reason to finally incorporate, really was a step change in our journey for the way that we thought about the mission and the kind of impact that we could have.
It's incredible to hear all these stories, because my story is almost exactly the same as the 3 you just heard. Clean Energy Ventures, Clean Energy Prize. Todd, what an incredible machine you have created here for entrepreneurs. This is amazing. I came at it from the perspective of an MBA who came to MIT as an excuse to meet people across campus inventing things. And I showed up as a freshman, and I had the summer before been researching patents that had been filed at the MIT TLO and figuring out what technology seemed really cool. And I literally tried knocking on doors of labs being like, hi, do you want help? Trying to figure out how to commercialize your technology. And that did not go well at all. They were like, who are you and why are you trying to steal my technology? Basically. And then getting plugged into this ecosystem, it made just a world of difference. And I hear kind of echoes of our experience through the stories you've told. Also my 2 co-founders, when we came into the finals, I'm not sure either of them as PhDs were convinced that they should actually take the leap and start a company, right? We weren't even really a team before we entered the Clean Energy Prize. I had worked with a bunch of other students in Clean Energy Ventures on the business plan the prior semester. And then I was like, you know what? I really need to have co-founders who know how to make the technology if I'm going to be able to start this company. So I asked some of the PhD students, hey, should we throw our hat in the ring? And making it into the semifinals was really what made us a team working together towards this destination of having an amazing pitch for the finals. And that's when we started understanding how to work together, really learning how to trust each other. And we wouldn't exist if it weren't for that. And then winning was just kind of the cherry on top. I mean, everything they said, we met potential investors, people who did end up investing, partners through the ecosystem. And that was the most valuable thing. And then winning was just an extra vote of confidence that, hey, you can do this. I was already all in from the get-go, but my co-founders, I think, really needed that extra vote of confidence. And it gave them the confidence to turn down badass job offers they had from the industry and do this instead. So eternally grateful, Todd.
All right. Well, one more. Sanchali, do you want to give your experience of the prize?
Yeah. Can you all hear me fine? Okay, great. Thanks so much for letting me join virtually. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but definitely I resonate so much with all of the stories that all four of you just told. I too was an MBA like Alex, and I met my to-be co-founders for at the Clean Energy Prize at MIT before. We were not in clean energy ventures, but it was an amazing experience to go through the CEP process. We were just a bunch of grad students from lots of different degree programs who are interested in a similar problem of how do we give consumers information to make more sustainable choices that matter. And we really used CEP as an opportunity to come up with an idea and put it on paper. So just like everyone else, it was our first time really putting an idea down. We actually hadn't built anything, but we were forced to think about what would we do if it was a business. And then when we made it to the finals and we actually won some money out of it, we were like, wow, this might actually be an idea. We were just excited about learning, and now we think maybe it's something we could build. So we ended up incorporating the business after getting some of that money, and also, like everyone else, built some amazing relationships. So over the next year of our graduate degrees, we built those relationships. We did a lot of research, we evolved the idea, and we ended up, a couple of us out of school ended up working on the idea that turned into Joro, which was carbon tracking and footprinting for individuals. And now, many years later, we've evolved and relaunched as Commons, helping people make sustainable choices and earn rewards and support brands that are doing the right thing. But so many evolutions of what we've built, and it would not have started without having the forcing function of the Clean Energy Prize to put it together, and also the capital to say like, wow, we could actually do this. Maybe this is a viable option as a job.
All right, well, a couple points to make. We did focus on the Climate and Energy Ventures alum as well. So it's not like everybody in the prize has to be an alum. And I think one of the best things I was most proud of, so when starting the Climate and Energy Prize, I had to put together the judging plan and how to run the competition and all that stuff. And I was really wanted to make sure we had a good process. And it took 5 years, I think it was 4 or 5 years before a team from MIT actually won the MIT. It was Clean Energy Prize at the time. So that was really, it was a little bittersweet, but it was like, I was proud that it took a while, but there is this machine that's now built for finding the technologies, engaging the students and the professors and the labs, and getting this kind of forcing function to help people make a go at it. The class is really an iteration. We really enable the students to just explore a whole range of opportunities and self-select around an idea during the first 4 weeks or so, and then give them tools like Jetpack, which is a tool out of the Trust Center that helps bring AI to help make the process easier. But the forcing function of the class, and then also the prize, I think is really helpful to hear more about. Seen people mention that. And if you could each talk a little bit about what was the biggest output from that forcing function. Was it getting your team together? Was it finalizing the business plan, or coming up with some insight? So if you could each give a little thought to how having that deadline and that potential prize money inspired you or forced you to do something that maybe would have taken longer to happen naturally. So go down the list again.
The downside of sitting here is you have no time to think about an answer.
You start at the other end. You're up.
I'm ready. I got it. The most important, honestly, was literally we had to incorporate to be able to participate in the finals. And we hadn't incorporated as a company. And it was just for the practical reason that you have to have somewhere to cash the check. It has to go to the company, not an individual, right? And you had to have licensed the technology, or at least have some kind of agreement in place to be able to license it. So we incorporated, which meant not just doing the paperwork, but having all the hard conversations around, how do we want to do equity splits? What's our vision for the company we want to create? I was the MBA. I had taken all the classes on setting up culture the way you want it. So I had us have all the hard conversations before even incorporating. And we also negotiated an option from the MIT TLO to license the technologies, which turned out to all be critical and kind of the key things to set up ahead of going and fundraising from professional investors. So that's just one of many things in the forcing function, but I thought I should mention it because it was so important.
I can go next. I honestly think that for us, it was there were a lot of benefits. But the proof point that Clean Energy Prize, not only for us as the founders to really say, oh, we've got this now. It triggered other things like incorporation, which also triggered MIT to encourage me to finish my PhD and move on maybe a little bit sooner than I otherwise would have. But I think the other piece that it did was we had this proof point so much earlier than we thought from the external world, and it had money behind it, which was, extra cherry on top. But it led us to, one, take things really seriously, and then double down on all the other applications, all the other resources, because we understood that this was a seed. But in putting the plan together and pitching through the Clean Energy Prize, we realized we needed quite a bit more to have the level of impact that we felt was possible. And so, a whole probably 9 months earlier than we would have thought about otherwise, we started to apply to incubators, accelerators, other grant funding that took 12 months to manifest and get into our bank account and make a difference. It would have been too late if we hadn't had that forcing function early. So I think, again, like lots of things to get value from. But if I think about the real unique value that the Clean Energy Prize gave us, it really was this really cohesive encouragement to get out and start testing things than we otherwise would have thought we were ready for.
So things have changed a little bit since then because you no longer need to be incorporated to pitch and win. That means that you do need to be incorporated to receive the money in your bank account, but not to win it. But I think for us so we didn't have to have that hard conversation before the finals because we didn't have to incorporate. But for us was basically pressure testing the relationship between founders. As founders, I think we all know you're going to have a lot of tough conversations, whether it's equity split or like direction of the company in the future. And it's determining, can we work together through those scenarios? So the first time I was an MBA as well. The one and only time I went to bed past 3 a.m. for academic or work purposes was while I was working on this application with my co-founder. And my co-founder was basically scrutinizing every single detail. He comes from the PhD mindset. So his perspective is like, if we don't do our best and we don't win it, it's because we didn't do our best. And I'm like, MBA 80-20. It's like, we have a lot of things to do. So it was actually being able to can we work together even through different perspectives? And what we came to realize is that although we don't think alike in many things, by us actually working together, we're able to bring the best product, even if it doesn't come the quickest. And when eventually we became a finalist and won third place, it became clear, it's like, okay, we can not only work together, but we have a product that we both can push towards a new level. So that was probably the biggest thing that this competition push towards reality, was us understanding how we can work together and that we can indeed work together.
Yeah, I'll definitely echo all of that. And well, for those of you who know Stuart and Jan George, that makes so much sense. The one thing I will add maybe is that when we were lucky enough to win this competition last year, I think it was almost a weird moment for us because it made us realize, okay, we have this external validation. And at least for me, and I think David, my co-founder, will say this as well, like we almost realized that we had to live up to the victory in a weird way. Like we almost had this winner's guilt where we were like, okay, now that we have this incredible opportunity and we were lucky enough to get to this position, we really have to make good on it. Like we have to create something that is valuable and that lives beyond this competition. And at that moment, candidly, our technology was not ready. Like we really had to look hard at our tech stack and our techno-economics. And there are probably some investors in our room that saw that techno-economic analysis, that very first one. We're like, well, I don't know about that, Chief. I think, but luckily enough that prize gave us the breathing room to do that, to totally reinvent our tech stack in a very major way and get finally to a point where our techno-economics and our ability to produce that are now where we think it's actually truly competitive in the market. And so it was catalytic in a couple ways, both almost like emotionally for us as founders to say, okay, we need to go all in. We need to make this worth it. We need to make the fact that we have this opportunity when so many other amazing teams we were going against, unfortunately, do not. Like we have to make this worth it, right? We have to live up to the faith that was given in us, and then to go out and actually create something that well, we hope delivers value to the world of climate tech.
All right, and Sanchali, do you want to share your thoughts on the forcing function and how it helped your company?
Yeah, I think for us too, the forcing function was very much on team. first. And as I mentioned, we were just a bunch of grad students who were interested in the same problem, and we'd met each other, like, I think it was 4 weeks before the prize. And so we were like, let's try this. Let's figure it out. We're gonna write this whole thing. And there's a really long pitch deck we had to write and business plan. And I think the moment I remember most was being on the stage during the finals. And one of the questions from the audience was, I was going to be the co-CEO with one of my co-founders. And one of the investors asked, you're going to be co-CEOs? Like, how does that work? And why? And then we both looked at each other and we were like, shit, I don't know. The only reason we said we're co-CEOs is because we couldn't decide. And so after that, we ended up having a bunch of really hard discussions about the team over several months, and ended up parting ways with some of the team that we realized it didn't make sense. Like, we weren't the right shape of a team to actually take this company forward. And we had different visions too for what we wanted to build and why. So I remember that moment so clearly, and I'm not surprised that we didn't actually win in the end, because that was one of those moments I was like, oh, we really should have talked about this before getting up here.
All right. Well, appreciate the insight. One of the things that we're trying to do with the class and with a lot of work out of the Trust Center is incorporate AI tools to make the process easier for the entrepreneurs. So what used to take weeks to do a proper market segmentation, you can now do pretty quickly using Jetpack. And we've got this amazing set of information that we've collected over 18 plus years of teaching the class. And we put it into a model and created a clone that can support the education process. And so I'm going to ask our clone about their thoughts on the competition and the prize. And I'll put it up to the mic so you can hear it. But here with an audience at the Climate and Energy Prize. And we're talking about how the Climate and Energy Prize and the Climate and Energy Ventures course can create a forcing function to help teams really accelerate their innovation journey. Can you briefly explain your thoughts on how the competition and the course can accelerate through forcing functions, and list off some of the key forcing functions you think that the teams may be experienced?
The Climate and Energy Prize and the Climate and Energy Ventures course are both designed to create powerful forcing functions that push teams to move faster, think bigger, and execute more effectively. These forcing functions come from structured deadlines, high-stakes presentations, and the need to engage deeply with mentors, judges, and peers. They create a sense of urgency and accountability that's hard to replicate outside of these environments. For example, in the Climate and Energy Prize, teams face clear milestones like submitting applications, advancing through semifinals, and preparing for the grand final. Each stage forces them to refine their ideas, sharpen their pitches, and address gaps in their business models. Similarly, the Climate and Energy Ventures course uses team formation, project selection, and final presentations as key forcing functions. Students must allocate points to their top project choices, form teams, and deliver results within a tight time frame. This structure ensures they're constantly iterating and improving. Key forcing functions.
I did say briefly, though.
Deadlines that push teams to crystallize their ideas early.
Got to work on that.
And mentors, which forces clarity and confidence, and feedback loops that challenge assumptions and drive pivots. Networking opportunities that demand teams articulate their value proposition.
It's hitting a lot of the points, right?
Final competition or presentation, which serves as a high-pressure moment to showcase progress and secure buy-in. These experiences mimic the real-world pressures of entrepreneurship, where timing, execution, and adaptability are everything. Do you think your audience sees these as valuable tools for accelerating their own ventures?
That's a question for you all. What do you think?
AI Todd's already coming after our jobs, analysts.
So what do y'all think of that response? Is that pretty good?
Pretty accurate.
All right. And then you had an experience last spring where you got asked on stage from an AI judge, right?
I was at the ClimateTech Week Live. I was with you guys as well, one of the winners of the competition. And one of the judges was an AI, which asked a very good question. That's like, okay, let me think about this for a second.
So definitely something that we want to expand upon. And we are trying to make the course more accessible to other universities. We've helped several expand the class. And we actually are writing a book, and Ben Soltoff is here. He's with the Trust Center. Hey, Ben. So that book will be out this summer, kind of fall timeframe, called Climate and Energy Ventures, and we can share some material afterwards on how to buy that. So we definitely want to make this more accessible globally, other universities, to really help feed the competition as well, and to get more activity. So I think Sanchali, so you're one of the only, I think the only consumer-focused business here. So do you want to give a little more insight into how your business has been growing or how you engage your customers? And then it'll be interesting to hear about customer engagement from some of the folks here in person as well.
Yes. As I mentioned, we originally, when we got started, we were focused on carbon tracking and offsetting. And we started growing with a very small but dedicated audience. The way we found our audience initially was really through word of mouth. And we found that monetized quite well, but didn't grow super fast. And so that was kind of the impetus behind shifting towards Commons. With Commons, we sort of focused on building the audience first. We realized that we built the product for ourselves, and we were a very specific type of consumer who was really highly motivated by carbon data. And the average consumer didn't think that way. But we felt like there was a big enough audience for people who wanted to make sustainable choices, but it was too hard, and wanted to send a signal to companies to continue to produce sustainable products and services. So we ended up shifting to really focusing on content for 6 to 12 months, and really using the top of the funnel in marketing to vet our ideas before building out the product more deeply. So with Commons, we reach our audience primarily now through organic channels that we own ourselves, but we've built them over time. So our Instagram, for instance, at Commons Earth, or our website, we use SEO and develop a bunch of blogs about how sustainable certain brands are or products. And so we really fully pivoted into building the market first before trying to dictate what the product was. And then we've been reshaping the product since then. So it's been super interesting to be building this also over a time when a lot is changing in the world, and especially in consumer sentiment in the US, a lot is changing pretty quickly. And so it's been sort of super helpful to focus with a consumer company, to focus on really building our audience first and focusing on making sure that they're really engaged with what we're building, and that we have owned and resilient channels to growth, that we don't rely too much on paid advertising, for instance. But we're building our own partnerships and credibility in this space before trying to really scale. So we made a really big decision to pivot a couple of years ago, rebrand as Commons. We spent a significant chunk of our capital on rebranding and reorienting and sort of resetting the team. But I think that with a consumer brand, focusing on the market first was really critical.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to go to Alex next, and then everybody else can kind of jump in. But in terms of customer engagement, I think you've got a pretty unique experience. So Alex has started 2 companies, one an extremely hard tech company, about as hard tech as you can get. And then another, which is in fintech or finance, and to make 401ks greener. So can you talk about your experience with kind of customer engagement and figuring out how to go to market, and how that's been different, but how that's different between those 2 companies?
Yes. And I generally think of myself as the eternal optimist on my co-founding teams, and I'm not the skeptic, but I have a skeptic's perspective on the AI tool you were talking about. Because as you were talking about Jetpack, I was like, oh my God, I'm so jealous. Why couldn't I have that to do my market segmentation back in 2015 when we were working on this stuff? And then I thought about it some more, and I realized I don't think it could have done the market segmentation. Todd mentioned our technology is extremely deep tech. In case you missed it in the intro, we use light to move data between chips, making supercomputers and AI and data centers much faster, and also cutting their energy use in half. And the market for our product did not exist back in 2015, and even our path to market didn't exist. Now we sell chiplets, and the idea of chiplets didn't exist in 2015. So there's no AI that could have predicted that, And the only way we could arrive at that conclusion that that's the way to go with our product was through lots of deep conversations with engineers at Intel, at NVIDIA, at AMD, at Broadcom, right? And really picking up on where the market was going. And so there really is no shortcut to the 100 customer calls that we were forced to do in Clean Energy Ventures. unfortunately, in some of these ways where you're really doing something brand new.
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah, totally.
So last year was the first year we actually had the teams in the class use the Jetpack tool when they were doing their projects, and we're learning as well with them. And I totally agree. There's no substitute for actually going out, talking to the customers or the end customers, engaging with them, going to their facilities, really understanding their problems. But there's an endless universe of customers, and so how do you figure out who are the right customers to engage with? And what I think these tools are going to enable is people to go a little bit further down more paths at the same time than you could do historically, where you kind of have to make a decision. You have to go. You got to pick your path. And so if it helps you maybe see around a couple corners or test a couple markets a little further than you would in your normal process, because you only have a few months still in the semester. So hopefully this gives people a little more ability of getting some more insight. But I 100% agree it's not a replacement. I was even thinking of in the beachhead market table that the tool spits out, purposely putting in some wrong answers and saying that your homework is to find the wrong answers, right? And so
I love that.
Right? So it's not just doing the work for them; it's doing the work. 90% of it and 10% of it's totally made up, and they have to find that, like to get that engagement.
Really funny. Excellent counterpoint. And to demonstrate your counterpoint, we came out of Clean Energy Ventures thinking that like high frequency traders were our beachhead market. And that was our pitch that won the Clean Energy Prize. And that was not our beachhead market in the end at all. It was supercomputers and now AI. And AI hadn't taken off back then the way it has now. That came a couple years later too. So
one other comment on that point, there is another team, Alteros, which came out of the Climate Energy Ventures class, one of the founding companies of Greentown Labs. And it took them 10 years to eventually pivot to where they just landed a $100 million contract with a customer. So they went through several different iterations of beachhead market and eventually got there. And if they, imagine having 5 years back in that journey because they had some acceleration. So it is hopefully it helps people find the path sooner and faster.
So to actually answer your question, and I'll try to be brief, for IR Labs, our customers are Intel and NVIDIA and AMD, and these are enormous companies. And none of us 3 co-founders had any experience with large companies like that, with the semiconductor industry. And surprise, similar to others, having the money made a huge difference because we could pay ourselves a very low salary and like move out to California, to Silicon Valley, and meet with people in these companies face to face and get to know them and get to refine our business model. And landing those customers meant putting like explorations in place. We would do a paper study first with milestones of like, okay, if this paper study goes well of what a co-developed product could look like, then we'll sample some chips to you so you can test them out, but not incorporate them in your product yet, just testing them out. And then if that goes well, next step. So very much milestone-based things where they're not taking a leap of faith on a startup.
We've got 1 minute. So rapid fire,
Oh my gosh.
the finance story, and then down the road, best customer experience you've had that, out of this. So
goes to that, starting a finance company, it turns out a lot of learnings apply. Now we work with like Fidelity and Vanguard and stuff, and it turns out it's very similar working with those giant companies, those giant semiconductor companies. So it's not so different.
All right. Customer engagement, words of wisdom.
Yeah, I would say that one of the interesting things I think about AirShield's journey is that we started looking at, in the Clean Energy Ventures course in 2018 at the value proposition match for our market, which right now our beachhead market is residential windows for patio doors and entry doors, which there were market dynamics that didn't even exist yet that would have made that the obvious market. But we started to uncover things from our customers in these primary market research and these interviews with, big kind of window and glass manufacturers that even, outside of courses like Clean Energy Ventures, sometimes we couldn't even get early stage investors to believe that this was the value proposition, that this was the way that this complex and very established infrastructure within the US worked. And so this is why our technology could transform that and other markets. And I just want to say that we then went through NSFI Core and did 100 customer interviews in a different market. and came back to the conclusion that this was the right one. And now 6 years later, that has helped us identify our beachhead market. And that is verbatim when we talk to customers. The quote that they give us of why they want AirShield is those same blurbs that we found 6 years ago that nobody really believed us in. So there's a little bit of like, you gotta have a little faith in yourself and trust the data and the process.
I'll keep it brief. We actually had the same beachhead market that we came out of the Climate Energy Ventures class all the way up to today within the PET packaging space. So, but we got the feedback of like, it sounds you stumble upon it instead of choosing it. So we still had to get a lot more data and talk to them. But favorite customer story, which was one of the questions, is early this year, one of them agreed to pay us $100,000 for a research collaboration, which is, I'm pretty happy based on how early it is in our journey that we are. And officially, I'm excited to potentially claim later this year that we are a six-figure revenue generating company.
All right. And then you can wrap it up.
Sure. So maybe my 2 cents on words of wisdom is, with few exceptions, climate tech, generally speaking, you're playing in a commodity business and you're trying to compete and or integrate with enormous incumbent facilities. And for us, the key unlock was really bringing down the barrier to adoption by figuring out how many pieces can we strip away of our system and how close can we get to what already sits at these plants to make something that is truly compatible with the customer's existing processes, pain points, and just how they run their facility, right? You want to make these plant operators love you. And for us, the sort of key unlock with one of our hopefully soon to be customers was that, this was a quote from a month ago that my co-founder Dave loves to say is, we finally have found someone who is selling us a solution that we can actually install at our plant. That is not available in the 10 other solutions in this business. And so for the folks out there that are in this year's competition and playing in this industry, I think that integration piece is really, really, really important and was the key unlock for us in targeting our customers.
Make it as easy as possible for them to integrate you.
All right, well, let's give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you.
All right, one more round of applause for our amazing alumni, please. I'll give them a few seconds also to step off the stage if that's okay. Oh, to step off the stage if that's okay. Thank you. All right, so I think all of us can agree that it's amazing to see how our alumni have really changed the world. And it's really interesting to see how they've grown since their time in the spotlight at the Climate and Energy Prize. And unfortunately, we didn't have time for Q&A, but our panelists are available throughout the day, so please ask them the hard questions then. So as I think we mentioned before, the MIT Climate and Energy Prize is really the longest running and largest climate tech and energy startup competition for university students all over the world. And Adarsh and I, who's over there actually, are both part of the alumni team. And a lot of what we have worked on throughout the past year has been really engaging with our alumni community, hearing about the impact that they've made, and collecting real, measurable, and quantitative data on their journeys. One of our biggest accomplishments centered around building a live repository of all of our alumni companies, along with the impact that they've made. And the intention is to really build and foster a community of alumni so that alumni can meet with each other and current competitors and companies can connect and learn from them as well. So since 2008, there has been over 1,000 CEP alumni companies that have completed or competed in the competition. And of those 1,000, there has been around 300 companies that have competed in the semi-final competition rounds. And with our work this year, we were able to identify and match more than 170 of those companies in a live pitchbook repository so that we now have a reliable overview and live repository of these alumni companies and the impact that they've made and the impact that they will make over the next few years. So in terms of our impact, we want to reveal for the first time and share that these 170 companies have achieved around a total of $4.6 billion in terms of capital invested since 2008. So that's a huge number. And that really does show the sizable impact that the Climate and Energy Prize has and the strength that our alumni community has had. I think in terms of number of investors, we've had more than 900 investors involved with all the different companies that have gone through the competition. And our team has mentored over 300 of these companies. And now they're basically part of the broader MIT CEP community. So I just want to give, I guess, the impact piece a big round of applause, because this really does show the impact that this organization has made and the work that our alumni have made in the real world. So. And what's exciting is that for years to come, these numbers will just increase over time. So now I'll pass it on to Todd, who has a new flagship initiative to present. So thank you so much.
Let's go to the next one. Oh, go back. I got it. Okay, there we go. Okay. So I mentioned that we're writing a book for the Climate and Energy Ventures process, or we've got a set of AI tools that are available. We really are trying to go exponential. So what we've had with the class over the years has been more of a linear process. We've year after year have been able to expand, but now we want to make that process, the tools available to essentially any university that wants to pursue this, or even companies and organizations. And we have not ever really gone to our alumni or participants to try to raise money to support the effort. But we are doing that now. So we did set up a fund at the Martin Trust Center called the Climate and Energy Ventures Fund. And this is part of the endowment for the Trust Center. And what this will do is it'll build up a level of funding that can support the students in times when it gets really tight. So I mean, we've had issues where we're short on budget, or we need some more prize money, and these students do amazing work engaging with lots and lots of big sponsors. But when they started the competition, there were only a few competitions, and now there are many, many ones out there. And so this is a new initiative to support the Climate and Energy Ventures course, as well as the Climate and Energy Prize. And anybody that donates this month can win a potential trip. So the semifinals this year were in Germany. Last year they were in London. The previous year it was in Paris. And so if you donate, you can potentially win, or you can win a trip to next year, which is still TBD, but who knows? Those are pretty good. That's pretty good track record. So I do want to encourage everybody here to break out their phones, snap a picture. You can donate any amount you want, and you will be in the running to win a trip to the semis of the Climate and Energy Prize next year's. And I'm going to take a picture, a little selfie of myself with the audience as you're taking your phones out and taking a picture of the QR code and making a donation to kick things off. So I know Moxley is going to be one of the lead donors. He's already in the mix. Here we go. All right. So let's get your cameras out. All right, there we go. All right, I hope. I really appreciate any level of support. This is going to be an ongoing effort for many, many years. We are targeting $1 million by the end of 27 and $5 million by 2030. You can all hold me to it. We'll try to make it happen. And if I don't, we'll try harder for something else next, I guess. So thank you very much for coming here today, and I really look forward to the remaining pitches and what the judges come up with. So I'll pass the mic. I don't even know who's up next, but thank you. All right, there we go.
Thank you so much, Todd. And thank you to our wonderful panelists as well. Jeff, Adarsh, thank you so much for organizing. Now, we'll get started back with the startup pitches. So while we take the chairs off stage, we can start welcoming the next presenter. So we have now Forma Systems that will join us on stage.
We can pass it. Yeah. Hi, everyone. We're Forma Systems. I'm Kylie Fikert, and this is Sandy Kurth. I want to start today by first having everyone in the room look around and just think about how much material has gone into the construction of the room that we're in right now. And although this room looks quite different than the building that you see on this screen, they do have something in common. They both use much more material than they need to. In fact, as much as 70% of the material in typical building elements, such as the floors that we're on right now, isn't required structurally. And so this leaves around $200 billion on the table each year and contributes the emissions about 2 times the total emissions of the aviation industry. And so Based on our experience and practice, and here in the lab at MIT, we've developed a solution to safely reduce the amount of material in these systems by optimizing their shape. And so, although our technology can be applied to the whole building or mini systems, our initial target is concrete floor systems. And that's because they're one of the most common building products, and there's also a huge opportunity for savings. So rather than the flat floors that you see here, we actually designed the floors to be shaped to only allocate material where it's required. And this allows us to achieve savings of about 72% of cement and steel. Because the floors are much lighter, it also means that downstream building elements like the columns and the beams, as well as the foundations, can also be significantly lighter. And just to be clear, our floors are engineered to meet the exact same safety regulations and achieve the exact same structural performance as flat floors. It's just that we're only allocating the material where it's needed, whereas currently we use a lot more than we need to. And so because we save significant amounts of material, that also leads to a dramatic cost savings of around 30%. So our floors respond to the existing pain points of the industry by reducing weight for transportation and installation. They also reduce structural loading, as I mentioned, for downstream elements like the foundations. And it allows us to design larger components, which means installation can also be faster, which further saves cost. And so why hasn't this been done before? The first reason is that there's a lack of design and fabrication options. And the second reason is that the construction industry operates on tight margins, and so it makes it really difficult both to prototype new solutions and also implement them. And so we've developed two breakthrough technologies in order to deploy our solutions at scale today. The first is an optimization software that allows us to uncover these high-performance designs. And the second, The second is a 3D printed mold fabrication technology, which we've patented in order to very quickly prototype and de-risk the implementation of these new solutions. And so our proprietary software allows us to optimize the shape of these new products for targeted metrics, and that can be weight or cost or carbon emissions. And the way it works is we take inputs like local building regulations, so the safety regulations that I mentioned, as well as local material properties and the manufacturing constraints of our customers. And we use those as inputs into our optimization software that allows us to uncover high-performance designs in a matter of seconds. We then license that product to manufacturing customers who are responsible for the production. And then, as I mentioned, our second breakthrough technology is our patented 3D printing technology, which overcomes the key barrier of really quick prototyping and de-risking new solutions for our customers. So in terms of climate impact, in a full deployment scenario, if we were to change all the flat floors to our shape-optimized floors, we could achieve a total annual global emissions abatement of 1.86 gigatons. So just to give you a sense of the scale, that's 2 times the total emissions from the aviation industry each year.
Thank you, Kylie. So why us, why now? Who are we? Our team is made up of current and just finished PhD students here at MIT. Kylie Fikert is completing her PhD in building technology, focusing on environmental policy for decarbonizing the built environment, and is also a registered architect with more than 7 years of experience building very large buildings, including the Google headquarters in California, and many multi-story residential structures in London, throughout Europe. My own background is in architecture and mechanical engineering. I'm just wrapping up my PhD here in large-scale construction automation with low-carbon materials, basically 3D printing buildings out of mud. And third, we have Eduardo Gascon, who is also a registered architect and structural engineer in Spain, but has spent the past 5 years here at MIT developing multi-physics simulation tools to address the embodied energy properties of building envelope systems. So basically, he makes walls that are much, much better so that you don't need to use as much AC or as much heating. In addition to our core team, we have incredible scientific advisors, Mohammed Ismail, Caitlin Mueller, and Leslie Norford, professors in structural engineering and building technology. Les especially has a background in multi-physics simulation, for embodied energy. And I'll just mention that on top of this, we're currently onboarding our first business development team member and have spent much of the last year and a half, 2 years working with venture development programs here at MIT. So we're learning a lot about business, though we're still relatively new. So importantly, we have built and tested our technology at full scale in multiple environments. What's exciting about this is that we didn't actually make the product. So in experiments in India, Mexico, and in the US, in Arkansas, we were able to use our technology, share that information with the manufacturer. They produced the system. It meets building code. They got to break it to prove to themselves that it met building code. And then we were able to go from there, which we'll get to in a second, but that's how we met our first client. But just to review our business model, this is a pretty typical approach in our industry. Essentially, we have a set of services that allows us to develop a product for specific clients who are manufacturers. What this means is we meet up with our manufacturing client, we take their core products, we optimize them, and then we license them for small royalty fees. And this model has been effective so far with our first client in northern Mexico, who is, as we speak, mass producing our first shape-optimized floor system. You can see on the left here, this is part of it. And to me, what's most exciting about this first full-scale implementation is that we were able to save around 16% of their material costs without really having to change anything about the way they operate in their factories. So normally to retool a factory to make a new product that would have this big of a change, you'd essentially be building an entire new factory, or you'd spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars creating new machines. In this case, the machines were down for about a day while they switched out one key component that cost less than $10,000 to make. And all of this was produced before we even went to their factory. So we got to visit as the first bricks were coming off the line. So what's next? Where are we headed? What's our vision? Right now, we're focused on US precast manufacturers because we can partner well with really local clients. But what I want to emphasize here is that essentially every 200 kilometers anywhere on Earth, there is a manufacturer who could use our products to optimize what they sell, saving them significant amounts of money, giving them a market advantage, and lowering their climate impact for everyone down the line, for the manufacturer, for the developer, for the occupant of the building. So to give a slightly more specific example, we're currently working on our first precast system for the US with a local manufacturer who's responsible for many of the buildings you see out the window. So they made the concrete floors for a lot of the development in Fenway and Seaport. And their core product has not changed in 40 years. And in conversations with us, we have been able to optimize that product such that they can quite literally double their profit margin because of the material savings and the downstream effects of those material savings. It changes how much it costs to transport. It changes how much it costs to install the components. So there's this kind of huge cascade of impacts, which we're getting increasingly excited about as we start to make these systems at full scale. So a little more on roadmap. We're currently growing our team for some more business development. We're trying to bring on new customers. We think around 10 customers or clients to really fully optimize the way we're delivering our products, just in terms of software and implementation. And as we scale up over the next 5 years, of course, we'll grow our team, but our real mission will be to increase our operational capacity, keeping ourselves as lean as possible while reaching out and connecting with as many manufacturers as possible around the world. Finally, we mentioned this at the beginning, but although we're focused on these shape-optimized floor systems, our technology is applicable to many parts of a building and actually a pretty wide variety of materials. So once we're well established, we can start to branch out into things like foundations. So a lot of Kylie's research is pretty incredible shape optimization of foundation systems, saving half the material. Or Edu's research, which creates these masonry units, which allow for much better passive thermal performance of buildings, all of which is implemented through our shape optimization technology that has been developing slowly but surely over the past decade in our lab at MIT. So finally, let's make buildings more efficient and affordable together. Thank you so much for your attention.
I can go first. Thank you guys so much. This was a really fascinating presentation. And as my co-founder is also a recovering architect who's now a founder, I have a lot of empathy for what you're trying to do and to bring that mindset into a new space. And I applaud you for that because it's not easy. So I have a few questions. So are you transferring sort of these pre-poured slabs or precasts as opposed to the pour on site, which is the flat floor? Is that the main business model? Is that it's
so
a
that's
unit that's being transferred?
That's our beachhead market, yes.
And within the construction industry right now, does that exist as a construction method?
Yes.
So it's just a question of swapping out the unit for your unit.
Exactly. And so a lot of the precast manufacturers manufacture these floor slabs off-site and then transport them to site. And so we would be optimizing their existing products, which then same thing, it would be the same installation process.
So you're just to swap out where that existing construction method already exists as opposed to trying to disrupt something where they're already just pouring on site.
Yes. So the reason we chose this particular product in this particular market is because it's one of the most common ways that people are putting together buildings right now here in this area where we can work really closely with manufacturers.
And so for your competitors that are just providing the more legacy model of these units, how does it compare in terms of price for those on the construction side or on the owner's rep side that are not as interested in climate results as they are in price?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we are using the first pilot project to establish the baseline costs. The project in Mexico, for example, we were able to, their return on investment was like within 6 months and only required the $10,000 die upfront. So we're trying to understand what those costs are going to be in the precast market here. But because we're reducing the material costs pretty significantly, so between 30 and 70%, we think that the savings on manufacturing costs are going to outweigh, are going to, just improve the bottom line and actually can disrupt the legacy systems.
And then in terms of where this type of construction technique is more widely used, is this in the US? Is this in South America? Where are you seeing this more frequently used than not?
Yeah, great question. So in the US, precast concrete is very common, also very common in Europe. The beam and block floor systems are applicable in also Europe, in Mexico, Latin America. So it's different systems depending on the market, but our tools are applicable to both.
And given the fact that you're moving your doctorate towards policy, do you see a world in which you can start to leverage positions that can move people towards block construction as around to poured as a way to push people away from the current?
In the US, you mean specifically?
Yeah.
I think it's challenging because there isn't the infrastructure already in place in the US. And that's why
Which specific infrastructure is not in place?
with like beam and block manufacturers. Okay. So I think that because of our model, we're really interested in being able to deploy today, which means partnering with manufacturers who are already producing systems at the building scale. And so I think there are opportunities in Europe where policy is going to drive, movement to different systems. I think here in the US, we just want to be competitive on cost. I mean, we want to be competitive on cost everywhere, but I think that's what we're trying to understand the pilot project, and we think we can be competitive on cost.
And last question, does this tie into LEED at all in terms of construction method?
I'm sorry.
Does this tie into leads as well for building certifications?
So it can, yeah. There are credits available for reducing the embodied carbon in building systems. And so this system, because it significantly reduces material, it does significantly reduce embodied carbon. And so it could lead to LEED credits as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that this complies with building codes already? I guess the first question, is that universally true? Is that assumed to sort of be true, but not quite proven? And secondly, who doesn't want you to succeed? Like, who's upset by this and going to be lobbying people that they're all going to fall to their death with their buildings that don't have enough material?
Super interesting question. So to answer the first part, the way our optimization tools work, which is a little different, and part of what's kind of unique about it and has taken a long time to develop and kind of gives a lot of depth to the technology, is that every output of our software is code compliant. So the input to the software is literally the local requirements of the building code and the requirements of that specific structural system. So any output we get is compliant, and we validated that through many years of tests. So we've made, beams the size of this stage, big floor sections, and broken them with a million different sensors, right? Like we've published tens of papers basically validating that where we remove material does not change the safety factor. It's compliant. It just lightens the building. And to address, the second part, do you have a thought?
Yeah, I mean, I think cement manufacturers, I think that what we're doing is, rather than implementing any changes that change the processes to reduce supply side emissions, we're saying we can reduce demand of cement. You need less cement and steel to build the same amount of building, essentially. And so I think those are the folks who maybe would be upset with us. But I would argue that, our systems are also compatible with new cement technologies. So folks like Sublime Systems or others who are developing new cement technologies, we can also incorporate into our products. And so I think there's aligned values for the folks who are developing new chemistries. We can work with them as well.
So you mentioned a lot of potential margin gain for manufacturers here, but I know there's several stakeholders that you want to win over at the same time. You have the architects, the manufacturers, you have the end customers, you have the regulators. Can you go through how you win over each one of them at the same time? I know it's complicated, but I assume you guys have given this some thought.
Sure. So we've spent a lot of the past few years talking to these stakeholders, right? Like we've met with many, many manufacturers, talked to many developers. We have our own backgrounds in architecture and engineering and the struggles of actually constructing real buildings. And I think how we've chosen to start at the manufacturer level is, one, they're the group of people who understand our technology the best. So our first client in Mexico and this team we're working with here in New England, they're excited about the climate impact, but the real reason that they're spending time talking to us is because they can make a lot more money using what we have to offer. It gives them real competitive advantage in a very tight space. So I think what will happen is we get some of them on board, and then the developers down the road start to understand, oh, okay, the entire building is lighter. My costs for actually constructing it, or the amount of time it took, is actually less because we didn't need a crane for as long, because we could lift more elements at once, right? There's all of these downstream effects that honestly we're continuing to learn about as we get better at presenting these ideas to these different stakeholders.
Just very related, to build on that, like who within the project is the most likely sort of like skeptic and blocker for you guys?
Any thoughts? I would say, okay.
I think the architect. And I think it's because it's something that they haven't seen before. And so in terms of like the finish of the building, there could be, a perception of difference, which is not, depending on, the culture of the customer, they might not buy into. But we also see additional benefits from a thermal perspective and other aspects which we haven't touched on. So I think we need to sell them over.
And I was going to ask the thermal elements, because a lot of the companies that I've seen in this space doing this also tout the energy efficiency over time because of a honeycomb structure. Have you done any of that type of analysis? Is that in the plans?
Yeah, totally. So, within these systems, Eduardo, who's not here today, has published pretty widely on how shaped floor systems like this can actually change the way convection works in a room and change the way heat is distributed, such that you actually get much better embodied energy over the life cycle of that building. So we're very much thinking about that. It's built into our shape optimization model. So in order to even do that research, you had to link multiphysics energy simulation with all of our structural simulation tools in one package. So yeah, we have that. We just, have to find some more people who want to make it, essentially.
Okay, Winston covered the go-to-market really, really well, and congratulations on working intimately with the first customer. So in terms of, comparable go-to-market, what company do you look at that's out there? And then specifically on the hollow core slab systems, like how do you guys view the go-to-market, kind of a example of excellence on a company? And then how do you guys think about, kind of some of the other technologies like the hollow core slabs? Thank you.
Yeah, great. So a good comparison would be the Rittman floor system, which spun out of ETH. And similarly, they reduce the material consumption by around the same percentage that we're talking about now. They are fully integrated. So they've had to raise in order to have a full manufacturing capacity in order to, deploy these systems at site. So they're a great example because they've gotten buy-in on the structural performance and validation side, but we're differentiated because we work with existing manufacturers and are able to tap into that market. Thank you so much.
Great. Great, perfect. Now we welcome Ventrix Labs to the stage.
Hi everyone, we're Ventrix Labs and we're here today because we're transforming buildings around the world into carbon capture hubs. Buildings account for 26% of global greenhouse gas emissions. 1/3 of this is direct emissions, and this comes from things like on-site fossil fuel burning. So if you think gas boilers. Over 70% of buildings in the UK still have their needs met by natural gas. Take the NHS, for example. The NHS oversees all public hospitals in the UK, and they've told us they can't switch out their old gas boilers to electric due to grid constraints and cost constraints. They're a prime example of an essential service that wants to decarbonize, but can't without a solution like Ventrix. Happy to say about 2 weeks ago, they've come on board as an early adopter. So we had over 100 conversations with industries, and we found a really interesting case with this direct emissions problem. Breweries who use carbon in their operations, they emit 2 to 3 times the amount of carbon as they take in, as they purchase, which creates a really inefficient loop. Almost all of them want to fix this problem, but they can't. So this is also not only a climate problem, but it's a cost problem too. Large breweries face extremely volatile pricing, anywhere between £300 and £3,000 per ton. And small breweries, because they can't buy in bulk, they're looking at between £1,300 to £4,000. Our solution, we're looking to be able to both provide stability and a fair price. So we're doing this through ultra-low energy consumption, bolt-on, decentralized carbon capture. Our units bolt on seamlessly using the existing infrastructure of the building without you having to replace any existing systems or pause ongoing operations. So this is how we work. We harvest the excess energy within the building to capture carbon at extreme energy efficiency. It's an easy bolt-on process, and we capture using the excess heat and the excess airflow of that building, absorb the carbon, and then we either recycle it, so this is using CO2 on-site for food or medical grade use, or we permanently remove it through mineralization or geological injection. We're extremely space efficient. We're up to 1 cubic meter in size. We are up to 90% more energy efficient than traditional direct air capture. And each modular unit captures about up to 30 tons per unit. Our patent draft is finished and we're filing early June of this year. Thank you.
Great. So the recycling use case is very nicely within our vertical one, which is on-site CO2 supply for food and beverages and hospitals within UK, US, and the EU. and our total addressable market includes all sites that can use CO2 supply on site. So here we can make a 19.5 megaton carbon impact, as well as $6.3 billion in revenue. And we also identified an immediate profitable market that we can help SMEs that are simply paying too much for their CO2 to reduce their cost. And here we can make a 1.5 megaton impact in terms of carbon, as well as $2 billion in revenue. And we're going to start with breweries in the UK first. And at scale, we're going to help all built environment ventilation systems to remove carbon. And here we can help all buildings that are suitable for HVAC-based carbon capture. Here we aim to achieve a 2 gigaton level annually, as well as $432 billion in revenue. And we're going to start with energy-intensive buildings first, such as data centers and labs, which are critical for scaling AI. And they have this deep decarbonization need. And here we can make almost half a gigaton level impact annually, as well as $19 billion in revenue. And for the next 7 to 10 years, we're going to start with 25,000 sites. And that's 50 megaton in terms of carbon impact, as well as $11 billion in revenue. So how are we going to do that? So our go-to market is going to start with paid pilots with 3 to 5 partner sites that we already identified. And we're going to transition to direct sales for the next 3 years. And here we want to remain asset light. And at 40 units, we can reach break even. And by the end of 2028, we should be able to reach 600,000 pounds in profit. And from then on, we're going to transition to a subscription sales to really ramp up our sales. And hopefully we can reach 700 units by the end of 2030. And 5 years on, we want to transition to a licensing business model where we can license our technology to new asset developers, as well as gas providers, as potential exit strategy. So a subscription model, very similar to how you currently purchase CO2 as a product or carbon credit. So it's really, just to reinforce that, it really helps us to build our sales. Unit economics. For our V1, which is the unit designed for small to medium-sized breweries specifically, has a current payback period of 2.3 years. And once we scale to 200 units of production, we can have a 6-month payback period. And for V2 units, which are removable for larger size, we have a 4.4 projected payback period. And just to reinforce, we are extremely energy efficient. We're up to 90% less energy consumption than current direct air capture technology. And you can also obtain pricing stability and low cost within the volatile and merchant CO2 market if you're recycling your CO2. And we're also modular, easy to bolt on within your buildings in 3 days, so it doesn't really disrupt your business operations. And also, you can reduce direct emissions with compact and low capex units. So within our vertical 1, compare our solutions to other carbon recovery units within breweries. We're on par with the energy efficiency, so meaning OpEx-wise is very similar, but we're really winning at or space productivity, which means that we're very compact, which is the main barrier to entry for brewery market. And for vertical 2, we are both leading in energy efficiency and space productivity. So our prototype achieved TRL 5 in just under 6 months since incorporation. We successfully validated the ability to capture carbon in various quantities in an environment that simulates building integration. We also conducted virtual installation with Cambridge University Data Center. We're proving the feasibility as well as the business case that's currently being circulated around the board.
We've had over 140 conversations across the UK, the EU, and the United States. We conducted over 7 on-site visits, which have all turned into 7 formal letters of intent signed. And we have 2 really great partnerships with suppliers. So in Q2 2025, we're going to be trialing with a London brewery and with Cambridge University on their commercial David Attenborough building and their data center. And in Q3, we're going to be piloting our Wessex brewery on a project to decarbonize a portion of the United Kingdom. In the next 3 years, we're looking to capture 12,000 tons of carbon per year. This is our team. We've got a really interdisciplinary team, and we believe, which has led us to be able to build everything about this company in-house. To scale climate tech, you have to have both hardware and software experience and understanding. Sunny and I, we are both machine learning and data science backgrounds, but also experience leading startups, being part of startups and having BDR and partnership roles in larger companies. Yuchen has over 7 years of manufacturing experience, and Tavisha and Eric are researchers in chemical engineering, material science, and also have held VC associate and finance roles. And also, we just really incredible advisors. Ronnie Peeney is one of the leaders in carbon capture research in the United Kingdom, based at Imperial College. And we also have advisors who've been part of the energy transition and experienced commercializing climate technology. Our partners have been with us every step of the way for both iterating the technology and also building this company. So I'd also like to take a moment to talk about our mission and our approach. I think everyone is here because we have a shared battle against climate change. And as students, we believe that innovation is gonna save us. Our approach to innovation, it's subtle, it's grounded, but it's also deeply effective. So Ventrix, we're not here to reinvent the world, but we've built ourselves to build for the world that exists, and we want to have maximum impact and fast. Ventrix is fast. Our technology is comprehensible. It is also quietly powerful. We retrofit into the built environment. We turn cities into carbon capture hubs using the excess energy and the waste heat. And we do this in a way that is both profitable and efficient. Yeah, we also wanted to say, I'm so sorry. But yes, so we've got this approach to innovation, and we wanted to bring this out because we have been building this company for a year, and we've heard from companies in the UK and the US that they want to see this built, that they want to onboard this product, and we're here because we want to be able to deliver it to them.
Yeah, so we invite you to join the Net Zero Future, where the prize of this competition will help us unlock activities to that grants wouldn't be able to, such as 3 patents in the pipeline that we're planning to apply, as well as building our defensibility. So this, compared to equity-based funding, this will also help us to kind of de-risk before we close our round as well. So for both our customers as well as investors, we're Ventrix, where Net Zero is built in.
I'll kick things off. So I totally understand that in an application like a brewery where you have CO2 production and consumption, that if you're able to capture the CO2 and then send it downstairs, right, that makes some sense. It sounds like there's some other companies that are already doing something like that. But a question, I guess a couple questions is, one, you mentioned that you're 90% more energy efficient than DAC. Is that just because you get free airflow from the building? Like the fundamental capture and like absorption, desorption cycle is probably pretty similar to DAC. Is that right?
Yeah, so we use a very similar process to direct air capture, and we're also sorbent agnostic.
Sorbent based?
Yeah, it's sorbent based by sorbent agnostic. I'm going to pass that question to Eric.
Yes, thank you for the question. If you can just go back to the V1 integration diagram so that I can explain that. So the reason that we can achieve such a high energy reduction is because of, first of all, we're integrating into the cycle, where from the diagram we can see we're trying to close the carbon cycle within the brewery system. And that, for a reason, is actually really good for the energy reduction because there are different sources of emitting waste heat here that we can utilize, whether it be within a brewery where we can recycle the waste heat outside, or within our cycle and the process that we can recycle within. So you're right about the air recycle part and also the waste heat. That is how we can achieve such a high energy reduction.
Okay, so a follow-up on that, if a lot of value is placed on being able to do carbon capture inside like a building airflow, existing airflow and whatnot, there's a company down the road, Inverid Technologies, that has been doing that for many years based off of like built environment, like environmental conditions, like removing CO2 from a building for building health reasons. So you don't need to do as many air changes. How are you guys different from other companies that can just put a sorbent-based approach in an air handling unit? And again, for breweries, you need a bunch of CO2 in the building, that's fine. But for an office building, you get a ton or two a day, and then you bring a truck there to move it someplace. Like how is this different from just taking another sorbent and putting it in an air handler?
Yeah, I believe there's a very similar company based in the US called Carbon Reform. I don't know if that's the company you're referring to. So we looked at them, and the capacity they're capturing is not as much as we're doing. So that's first of all. And so in terms of the operations, in the removal use case, yes, we will have operation pipeline to that's very similar to how you currently maintain the HVAC system, for example. So we will be basically capturing it and putting it in canisters as well, building the transportation network. So that's for more the removal use case. But for the next 3 years, we really want to focus on on-site CO2 capturing or recycling. So this will be meaning that for us, we won't really have a huge storage unit either. So it will be dynamic output. So it's based on demand. How much you need it, we can provide that.
Great.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense in the near term. Yeah, thank you.
Talk to me about the chemical engineering. Like, what's the thing that you guys do better than anybody else in the world? Like, is it like one, kind of point of technical excellence or like one figure of merit or something on the chemical engineering? Please.
Eric.
Of course. So I think the best way to illustrate it is actually by the price, because this is what ultimately companies and or suppliers or the customers want. So what we're seeing here is the roadmap to our technology. What we're having now is on the left, and we're envisioning we can reach the right, which is all of our claims and a very salivating price of only around £100 per ton of CO2. And how we're going to do it is actually through 4 different aspects. So first of all, what we're seeing here is about the enhanced heat recovery, which is what we talk about, how the integration and the heat exchangers are going to help us to reduce the energy reduction so that it's both cost and also energy-wise is very attractive. And we're also partnering with suppliers to optimize absorbance. So there are a lot of available technology in this space, and it's very well researched. But one of the main points is that this is from a research side and we want to integrate it into an engineering level solution. There are a lot of more data and testing that's needed. And we envision we're going to partner with suppliers and do that and deliver it. And later on, because we're working in dynamic environments, for example, in breweries, where the capture and release pattern are not very well understood in the sense that there isn't always CO2 and they don't always need it. So we're going to optimize that so that our system is more efficient, it is smaller, it works 24/7 instead of only 10% of the time, so that it's smaller and cheaper. And at the very last, as demand becomes bigger, we're going to upgrade our higher discount tiers with the suppliers in both material and mechanical system. This is going to draw our costs lower by 75%, which is really significant in the brewery market. And ultimately, this will result in a very large edge in the cost bit. So that will be the salient edge we have.
Got it.
I have 2 questions, and maybe one is just leading the witness to the second. But you said that you want to implement this prize money to help de-risk. And so I want to know, what are the biggest fail points that you're worried about in terms of that de-risk status? And then also in your unit economics, you're showing for CapEx for small to medium sites, 30,000 pounds, and then for large sites, 80,000 pounds. A lot can happen from like a mid-range TRL prototype to actual fabrication at scale. How are you confident in those numbers for your unit economics?
So I'll give the first question actually to Tavisha.
What are you worried about are your fail points when you're looking to validate this as you de-risk?
Yeah, so actually one of the biggest issues you see, breweries know they emit CO2. They have no idea how much CO2 they're emitting. So that's one of the biggest things we're de-risking, and that's our pre-trial testing that we're doing right now, is just plugging in those sensors within our trial partners and getting those stats on this is how much CO2 we're emitting. And they roughly know how much they need, but they kind of just press the button and they're like, oh, it'll come to me and that's fine. So really actually just that data is our leverage at first, and getting that will help us de-risk our entire trial in general. So really that's the main part, and that's the main, I wouldn't say failure, but the biggest uncertainty there is in the entire brewing market.
Like, you just succinctly, so you think that the fail point could be, or the risk point could be, that the customer is not aware of the level of emissions that they're responsible for?
I'm not sure it's more of an uncertainty than a risk. They definitely are emitting CO2. They just have no idea how much they are, and they're really worried when it comes to legislative pushing, especially in the UK, and how they're going to even account for it. It's a very rough number right now.
Yeah, I also think there's mainly site identification is what we're doing within the fund to de-risk. So we want to make sure our unit's scalable from vertical 1 to vertical 2. So from scaling from the recycling use case to the removal use case. While this similar to the chemical process as well as the mechanical process is very similar, we still want to make sure that because the difference here is the gas stream. So for us to scale from one vertical to another is something that we want to de-risk. Yeah.
Great. And the second question was confidence in the unit economics cost. You're advertising a plug and play system that you just plug it onto any building. But right now the prototype that you're carrying through the hallways isn't ready to be put on roofs. So how are you feeling confident in those numbers for that true plug and play commercialized product?
Yeah, it will be done within our trial, first of all, just to get even more technical data. But at the same time, all of our numbers that you're seeing here is based on the business model that we are negotiating with a supplier or plan to work with. So we understand at what scale we will reach what kind of discount tiers. Yeah.
How many units would you have to produce to get that cost? Because you're going to have an economy of scale over time. So how are you assured at that 30K pound unit cost?
So this 30,000 pound at the moment is where we're standing today. So at scale, we will once we reach 60 units, our capex is going to be half, and then once we reach 200 units, it's going to be 75%.
Have you priced it with manufacturers?
So yeah, the majority of the cost is actually coming from the absorbent as well as the mechanical parts, and we are speaking with the suppliers, and these are the numbers that they gave us.
Okay, thank you.
One of the changes I'm seeing in the built environment is the desire to handle that excess heat. Is that what's driving the 90% reduction in energy requirements for DAC? And if so, is that a risk for you in terms of your technology scaling at the same time that buildings are trying to handle how they're using excess heat?
Yeah, I'll give that question to you.
So I think that's definitely a main part of the energy reduction. But for our unit, we are in first of all, we are a modular unit. We are smaller units that allowed us to harvest the energy lost within our system. That make our energy consumption much lower than the big carbon capture plant. And secondly, yeah, we can, because we are modular and small, so we can bolt on any site that had the waste heat or excess airflow to further do the further energy cost reduction to the net 90%. And at the end, because we are small and we break down the modularity quite smartly, so we use our own process to break it down the performance, so we don't need to facing the performance degradation for the larger unit because it's already responsible to each segment.
That 90% reduction value, what is your ideal temperature that you have available to you?
Sorry?
To get that 90% energy reduction value, what is the ideal temperature required to be available to you?
Yeah, so the ideal waste heat could be it's a range. If it's above the 65 degree, it's usable. So that one made the most requirement for the HVAC system.
Thank you so much. And now up next, we have Team Valeron.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have the honor to present directly before the lunch break. So stay with us for one more sprint, 20 minutes. I think we can all do it. So yeah, thanks for having us. We are Valeron, and we turn waste into value. But why does that even matter? So when we look at the world in 2050, there are a couple of gigaton scale problems that we need to solve at once. On the one side, there's the big waste problem. So even today, we are already producing 2 billion tons of waste that is mostly ending up being landfilled, leads to huge methane emissions that we all know has a huge greenhouse gas impact. And that problem is only going to grow larger, roughly double by 2050. And then on the other side, we have industries like the aviation sector, like the maritime transport sector, that will still require large amounts of fuels to drive them.
And we will have industries like the chemicals and materials sector that still require carbon input to produce their lubricants, their plastics, and so on. So everything our society depends upon. And our goal is to bring the two together, to convert waste into chemicals and fuels, and therefore address a total baseline of 5 gigatons of CO2 emissions based on the 2021 numbers, so roughly 10% of the global emissions baseline. But what is the challenge here? So when we really look at waste, then waste is not a very homogeneous property, but it's rather a lot of different things. It comes in all kinds of shapes and forms. But what we want to produce in the end, if we're looking at a fuel or a chemical, is a very specific, well-defined output. So the question really is, how can we get there? And the first challenge here is, what kind of technology can actually deal with this complexity on the input side? And today there's mainly two pathways that waste can go, especially this mixed waste. The first one is landfilling, and the second one is conventional incineration technology. In landfilling, as I said before, we have large methane emissions to the atmosphere, so it's super difficult or basically impossible to go directly towards chemicals and fuels there. When we look at conventional incineration, there we are emitting CO2 to the atmosphere. So it's also tedious to go to chemicals and fuels from that pathway. So what we were looking at Technical University of Munich over the last 5 years is, how can we create a direct pathway from mixed waste to chemicals and fuels? And this is how we came up with our Valeron process. So how does it actually work? When we are looking at our process, there's two main steps that are involved. The first step is what we call the thermal decomposition process. There we take in any kind of mixed waste. It is shredded down to roughly the size of my hand. So this is the main requirement I have here, being able to shred it, which is true for most or nearly all municipal solid waste. And then we convert it in a what we call medium temperature process. So we are looking at 500 to 600 degrees Celsius here without addition of excess oxygen. And therefore it converts then into a gas phase, a solid phase, which we call a char, and an oil phase. We perform upgrading on those intermediary products. So we take out contaminants such as chlorine and sulfur, and then we send it into the second step of our process, the E-conversion process. Here we are at very high temperatures, so 1,500 degrees Celsius in a steam plasma atmosphere. So we have steam plasma that is highly reactive, and we're performing what is called gasification, turning the intermediary materials into hydrogen and carbon monoxide, which then is a synthesis gas. So via conventional synthesis technology, we can go to methanol, for example, as a base chemical or fuel, or even go further down the line to sustainable aviation fuels and the like. What is great about our technology is that we are extremely efficient in terms of the carbon utilization. So first and foremost, we can take in any type of mixed waste, as I said before, also with contaminants. And then we are making use of 95% of the carbon that is in the waste and actually creating it and converting it into the methanol in the end. So very high end efficiency on that regard. This makes it possible for us to achieve 70% higher yields than other thermochemical recycling technologies that are being talked about. And because of the high carbon efficiency, we are able to reduce the current fossil baseline emissions by 90%. In addition to that, we are also energy efficient. When you look at the E-conversion process, for example, there we have more than 80% energy efficiency. So all of this makes it quite attractive, and therefore, of course, we want to scale this fast. But for this, we have to have an economy viable process. So let's look at the unit economics together. When we are looking at the unit economics for our process, it is important to understand that if you want to scale such a plant, it becomes very attractive, of course, at super large scales. But this requires millions of euros of investment. And therefore, something that we have built into the development of the process is that we actually producing a product after the decomposition phase that already has an end user market. So we can scale this technology in two phases. Phase one, focusing on the decomposition plant itself, and then phase two, adding the E-conversion as a second step. And the unit economics for the decomposition work as follows. So when we are looking at how we can make money here, we have three main revenue streams. Revenue stream number one is the waste gate fee that we can get for taking in mixed waste. In Europe, we are talking around 150 euros per ton here. And then, of course, we can sell the oil and the char product. The oil is interesting for refinery input and also HEFA plants. And the char product, there we are currently talking to the cement industry that want to add this to their cement product and create a carbon negative, or at least so they claim, cement product with that. When we look at the distribution of the revenue that we can generate here, the majority is actually coming from the oil sales. And we end up with a very healthy profit of 240 euros per ton of waste. And the nice thing here is that even if we take out the gate fee, so if someone would say, we're not paying you for that, we would still be profitable. So all this makes us quite confident in scaling this decomposition plant, and it becomes even more interesting economically if we add our second step of the process as well. So when we add the e-conversion plant, that means we are now taking the gas, the oil, and the tar phase, and we are converting this all to methanol via the e-conversion process. And with this, we can capture even more value. We now have two main revenue streams. Again, the gate fee for the waste as before, but now also the methanol sales. And there we are now capturing roughly 450 euros per ton of value here. And the great thing is that this, because of the high profitability, makes it possible for us to run at what we call a green discount. So we are even profitable if we go below 20% of the current fossil market price. So we don't need a green premium here, which I think in the current times is even more important. Given the attractiveness from the economic perspective, we want to scale this fast. So our commercial vision is that over the next 9 years, we want to be able to build up enough processing capacity that we can take in all of the waste volume of a city like Boston or Munich. That means we have to build in phase 1, 11 decomposition units that are standalone and produce oils and char in the order of 100,000 tons per year. And we then also build our first of a kind e-conversion plant, which is 10 additional decomposition units feeding into one first of a kind e-conversion plant and then producing roughly 400,000 tons of methanol. All this will bring us a healthy profit of around 300 million euros per year. And of course, we still need considerable equity investment for that, but we have come up with a scale-up plan that actually minimizes this. And this is as follows. What we call that is a factory as a product approach. What does that mean? That means we are building our first of a kind decomposition plant. We are optimizing this. We are already profitable with our first of a kind plant, and then we are doing or performing a standardized rollout of that technology. That means we can already use the profits that we generate with this first plant to then leverage us and need less equity for the next phase. That means by the end of this year 5, we will be able to add 5 new decomposition units without taking on any additional external equity. That also then makes it possible to generate healthy cash EBITDA, which we can then use to finance the next phase, which is the e-conversion first of a kind. So there we are building 10 more decomposition units, feeding into one e-conversion plant, and therefore generating the 300 million euros of cash EBITDA that I had shown on the slide before. And then it's a similar playbook approach for rolling out the complete unit of decomposition and e-conversion as a global rollout approach. So also there, the idea is to start one by one and then adding more units and more units, all at the same time making use of the cash EBITDA we generate. So that means by year 14, we will add 12 new e-conversion units in that case. And this will then bring us to roughly $3 billion in cash EBITDA profits here. I guess you will now be thinking, hey, that sounds quite ambitious. Can we really believe in that? We do, and that is mainly due to 3 reasons. Number one is that these numbers are based on extensive customer interviews. So we have talked to more than 50 potential customers to really come up with the numbers here. And our business case assumptions are rather on the, let's say, conservative side. In addition to that, we have a very strong team. So Marcel, Vincent, and I, we've been working together on this topic for the last 4 to 5 years. So we know how to work with each other. We also have the technical and business expertise that we need. Marcel has a very strong background on waste and biomass gasification, both on the simulation side, but also on the experimental side. Vincent is also very strong on the technical side, but more towards the methanol conversion part. He has also worked at early stage startups. So while he was at MIT, for example, he was with Form Energy. And I myself, I have experience with management consulting as well as technical sales. So we have a nice mixture here of business and technical expertise. And we have a great advisory board with private equity background as well as marketing and sales background, and also a strong background in solid fuel conversion. And all of this is then, of course, supported with lots of R&D activity at our chair of energy systems of Technical University of Munich. There we have started roughly 5 years ago with the first, let's say, simulations, small scale test rigs, then scaling that up to larger scale test rigs. And we are now in a position where we are currently building our first pilot plant that is roughly 1,000 tons per year. And this is being built in a chemical cluster close to Munich. So we are already hitting chemical industry specifications with regards to health and safety regulation and so on there. And this is luckily funded by the German government. So we have a 2 million euro investment there or grant money there for building this pilot plant. And this is really the next step, getting this operational. And this will then nicely feed into the, let's say, roadmap for us for the next 18 months. That means the goal is to acquire additional grants to then run our customer trials with this pilot plant. And there's also where the MIT Climate Energy Prize comes in. And this will then lead us nicely into securing first offtake agreements with customers like Hapag-Lloyd from the maritime sector with whom we are currently talking to really scale this. And that's also where we would like to place our call to action. Join us on this road and our mission to get rid of more than 4 gigatons of CO2 emissions, tackle this $1 trillion business opportunity together. So if you want to partner in the US, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. I wonder if you could clarify a little bit more about some of the performance metrics that you're looking for from the pilot, and what are some of the potential risks that you see in that project as well?
Sure. Well, thank you. So, I mean, it's a pilot, right? It's not commercially run. So what we cannot do is show operational hours. It's not going to be built for long time trials, but rather test out different feedstocks, right? So what we want to do is get like a database, what feedstocks are ending up in what kind of specs in the gas, in the oil, and in the char phase, and how we can then, meet the specs of our customers. This is from the technological side. And of course, what we're also trying to pilot in a sense is the business, right? So we are talking to manufacturers. We're not building the plant per se as a plant manufacturer, but we're trying to leverage existing technologies, right? So we have engineering providers that will be there to build the plant with us. Actually, we're putting the plant together at site. So that's part of the journey there.
And potential risks that you see in the pilot?
So, I mean, in the pilot, as I said, it's an experimental facility still, right? So the risk is, of course, related to the specs that we need to meet, right? So this is where other grants come in, because what we don't have in the pilot yet is the upgrading, what we would need to meet, for example, steam cracker specifications, right? So if we want to, sell our oil to steam cracking, what we would need to build is an additional one to do the oil upgrading and then show that that's also possible.
And can you go over what you've tested so far with feedstock? I want to know what's been a red line for you guys in the sense of this cannot absolutely be in our feedstock and what's fine and what have you guys proven out so far?
So the pilot is not yet built, right? So we don't have the experience in that container-sized facility. What we do have is existing facilities in the past, right? So we've talked not only to customers on the side of the products in the sense of oil and gas and char, but also in the waste side. And there was plants being built in the 80s that were large scale, that were run on municipal solid waste. And what they were telling us is you can put pretty much anything in, like Basti said, like the size of my hand. What you probably cannot do is, of course, like lots amount of metals, lots amount of, chemical waste and that kind of things, because all these heavy metals, for example, they would concentrate in your solid char, right?
Yeah, maybe to add on that. So we are quite flexible with regards to, for example, chlorine content. That is something that really sets us apart. In the end, the question really is how much, for example, heavy metals do you want to allow? Because that, of course, will bring up the costs for your post-treatment. And our current feeling is that mixed municipal solid waste is actually the sweet spot. So stuff that you currently send to the landfills and currently send to incineration units, that will work very well. We will have to see if we can really take in hazardous waste. That, of course, would have a much higher gate fee. So there we're not talking 150 euros per ton, but roughly double that. Let's see if we can do that. Like there is some evidence from the 80s, as Marcel has mentioned, that this is also possible, but we are more conservative there right now at the moment. And this is really what will be interesting with the pilot plant, because now in our lab scale, bench scale facilities, it's not possible to have like the real complexity of the waste represented. But with this system, we are talking like it's 4 40-foot containers, actually sea containers. So there you can really feed in proper waste and not just something that is super shredded down to like tiny pieces.
So as you mentioned, I mean, this type of technology has been around for a long time. Municipal solid waste to syngas, people have done that for some time. And there's been companies that have raised a bunch of money trying to do something similar. Sierra Energy is one that raised a ton of money and went belly up, dealing with complex feedstocks that require tipping fees. There's a reason they pay you to take it. Like, it is garbage and a horrible feedstock with tons of variability. How is your decomposition phase inherently? You talked a lot about your second phase and how that has carbon selectivity and whatnot. How is your decomposition phase fundamentally advantage to what everyone else has been trying, so much so that you could take like the dirtiest, messiest industry that others have already raised a ton of money to try to do and failed?
Yeah. So we can kind of link it to the competitor matrix, but I think in the end, it comes down to reactor selection. So our thermal decomposition process is in its first sub-step, so to say, is a rotary kiln pyrolysis system. And there we have extensive experience in Germany running those on very mixed wastes. So close to Munich, there is a facility they have run on municipal solid waste for 30 years, taking in exactly the mixed fractions we were just talking about. And they managed to get operational hours north of 8,000 per year. So this is possible. It's just that back in the day, the business case was not there. Their idea back in the 90s and 80s was, I have a lot of waste. I want to reduce it to a little amount of waste, mainly the char, and store that somewhere. Carbon credits were not a thing. Putting it into cement or so was not a thing. Now we are finally at a point where in Europe and in the US as well, you're seeing these, let's say, markets opening up for pyrolysis oils and the like, and also for the cement being, or the char being used in cement and potentially as carbon sequestration. So I think technology-wise, the risks for the reactor we have chosen are not high.
Can you describe a little bit more? Because you have Sierra as the closest thing to you guys, and they were around just a couple years ago. So that wasn't like 10 or 15. So what's so different about what you're doing?
Yeah, as I said, I mean, we have a reactor technology that basically can take anything that is from pasteous liquid to like chunky. Most of our competitors, they rather focus, for example, on bubbling fluidized bed technology that has ash agglomeration issues, that has issues with, let's say, taking in certain types of wastes. But our technology, in the end, it's like a washing machine, so to say. It's a rotating big metal tube. And this is super robust. There is not much that can happen in terms of clogging or the like. And we have the operational data, and we have all the, like, our university has archived all the designs that were tried in the past for those plants. So we know exactly how the 8,000 hours plus of operation were possible, what the shift schedules and so on looked like. So we know that this part is solid. We also know from our lab that the contaminants removal is solid. We now have to show it at the pilot scale.
Thank you.
Piggybacking on the decomposition phase and how that's part of the growth for factory as a product, you're showing like a 14-year timeline to get to where you want to be. Is there a benefit for you moving faster by partnering with a group that already is having decomposition at a level that you're satisfied with, that allows you to kind of get right into valorizing a lot sooner, if that's the crux of the opportunity?
Yeah, so this is a really good question. I think our scale-up strategy is already pretty aggressive, to be honest. I think, like Basti said, we have the data of the operating plants. And so I think it's not necessarily the case that we really benefit that much from that. But instead, we really need to have a very deep understanding of our process to really make this factory as a product approach possible, right? Like, we need to optimize the plant, we need to operate the plant, and so that we can standardize it and really get the scale up that quickly. So this is like why I think partnering is probably not the right approach.
Thank you.
In all of your outputs, you're saying you can sell a bunch of them, but there typically is some sort of waste product that does have to be buried somewhere or used. Like what, and that is the major risk factor to all these technologies always. What is your plan for that?
Yeah, thank you. So you're right. Yeah, every time you deal with waste, you will end up with the ash, with the slag, with a concentrated form. If we do the thermal decomposition as a standalone, what you end up with is similar, let's say, to the residue that you would have in a waste incineration plant. Or if you sell to cement, it will be incorporated into the cement if you meet these specs, for example, for heavy metals, right? So actually, you'll be deposing it in the cement industry, basically. If you use the conversion, what you end up with is a solidified non-leachable slag, right? Because you had a high temperature process in a slagging gasifier. And this one, as I said, is not leachable. You will dispose of it. You will need to get to landfill, into an old mine. But all the contaminants are kind of trapped in the solid. So it's more environmental friendly than what we're doing today.
And there is currently a big push in the EU to actually make use of those slags for construction materials. So I think it's still early days for that. We have to see if we actually can fit in there with the specs that we create, but I'm fairly confident that we'll move in that direction because the upside of kind of replacing other materials is just too high to not do it.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our second block. So now it's time for lunch. We hope you all enjoy Dave's pasta, and we'll see you guys back at 1:20. Thank you so much.
All right. Oh. All right, folks. We're going to be getting started in about 5 minutes. So please wrap up your lunches and come back to the main hall in 5 minutes. Thank you. That doesn't go outside, does it? It is what it is. When you share it, you go into like your conference. There's a place where you have to like formally share it and then share it by name so that I can access. Because last time there was a card, because I can access the card and access the package. I should know. It's my bad. I should have asked. I'm not able to check it just a second because check it out. Are you like on and online? Okay, I will try to. I mean. Okay, well, I will try to make sure I can get this. As long as I can get the collaboration code, I think we should be in good shape. Yeah, I mean, I'll be able to check that in about 6 weeks. I appreciate it. All right, folks, let's go ahead and take our seats. We're about to get started shortly. All right, folks, let's go ahead and take our seats so that we can get started with the next batch of startups. Okay, well, I hope everybody really enjoyed their lunch. For those of you who did not get the opportunity to have lunch, we'll actually be ordering some pizza just to make sure there's a little bit of extra capacity. So after this next round of startups, we'll have some pizza as well. So stay tuned for that. Just to quickly reintroduce myself, my name is Atib Khan. I'm one of the co-directors alongside Alejandro and Gabriel for this year's version of the Climate and Energy Prize. Thanks again to all of the startups who pitched this morning, and we're very much looking forward to the last batch of startups. As a reminder for the schedule for the remainder of the afternoon, we'll have 4 back-to-back startups here in Block 3, followed by a panel session. During that panel session, our judges will be breaking to meet downstairs to tabulate the final results before we share them with the audience here today. As a second reminder, we'll be having a final prize, which is worth $100,000, as well as 2 runner-up prizes. So we're very excited to announce that and to bring this year's edition of the prize to an end. But without further ado, I would like to introduce the first startup for this batch, Hexuspec.
Hello, everyone. My name's Tianshu. Today, we're launching Hexuspec to help chips beat the heat. Good to hear that we're going to have pizza this dinner. Let's see how can we make it freshly. GPUs are generating so much heat that you can practically bake a crunchy pizza on it within a game or 2. And some of the high-performance ones might even double as a barbecue grill. The main problem lies in the heat generated by the chips. Let's take a look at this B200 GPU from NVIDIA. 208 billion transistors generates over 1,000 watts of heat. And now multiply that by 72 GPU plus 36 CPU on each of the latest AI server racks used in the data center. It generates a staggering 132 kilowatts of heat to be dissipated. Each data center might house over 1,000 of such racks. It has to shift from conventional air cooling to water cooling. But even the water cooling is causing real concern for our residential supply. Data center energy consumption will reach 88% of global greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And cooling nowadays can account for up to 40% of total energy consumption for data center. For every conversation you had with ChatGPT, it can take a full bottle of drinkable water just to cool it down. Last generation GPU doubled this heat generation design within only 1 year, leading to overheating issues, shipment delays, and even order losses from their major customers. But that's just the starting. At the GTC earlier this March, NVIDIA released their next generation GPU Rubin, which expected to generate over 1,600 watts of heat for each GPU. With the rise of AI, the heat management problem of chips is becoming bigger, hotter, and more energy intensive. So how can those thermal numbers finally ship the chips we have here? Data center requires higher computing power with less resource intensity. Design house set the specs and designs to achieve those demands, and then chip manufacturer fabricate the chips accordingly. Hexuspec directly provide advanced packaging materials to the chip manufacturer to help them address all the key values. It's a complex chain, but with a simple solution. And for chips, performance equals profit. TSMC and Samsung, they were the dominant chip manufacturer for all the iPhone chips, until TSMC achieved a 4 degrees Celsius lower surface temperature, which further boosts their battery standby time. As a result, Samsung lost all of their remaining orders, and this 4-degree heat management secured a $4 billion profit every year. As the gains from transistor scaling becomes marginal, advanced packaging serves as the method to unlock future computing power. Through this layer-by-layer stacking of transistors, it not only protects the inner ICs, but also speed up the devices without shrinking the size. And TSMC last month announced a freshly $100 billion investment in the US chip manufacturing, mainly to build up the very first 2 advanced packaging plants within the States. It's not only a continuation of Moore's law, it's more than more.
So how to dissipate the heat more efficiently? During this AI booming age, while other ventures focus on passive cooling outside the chip, like heatsink and TIM2, Hexuspec mainly focus on chip itself for better thermal management. However, the traditional packaging materials have not changed over 60 years. Those materials present low thermal conductivity and poor protection. Hexuspec making chips more thermally conductive, enabling faster and efficient heat extraction. Our technology can improve the thermal flexibility for chip design, and our better protection can facilitate the compatibility with future immersion cooling. In chip packaging, ideal materials should be electrically insulating and highly thermally conductive, but those two properties often conflict. We focus on HBM, a ceramic material that offers both. But here's the challenge. HBM performance highly depends on its thickness. The thinner it is, the better it works. At Hexuspec, we develop a scalable IP-protected exfoliation method using modified ball mill. Instead of just grinding the particles, we engineer the ball surfaces to enhance efficient exfoliation via collisions. This enables us to produce ultra-thin nanosheets with high yield. Then we formulated those feeders into composite compounds, and is very compatible with current semiconductor packaging tools. And this will be further protected by our follow-up patents and trade secrets. More specifically, our sustainable novel inorganic feeders offers ultra-high thermal conductivity, improved protection. They can cool chips faster, reduce gallons of cooling water. At heat map, it demonstrated that the difference between Hexuspec and other conventional materials, we can help to reduce operational temperature by 15%, increasing GPU performance by up to 40% under high efficiency mode. Moreover, better thermal management can offer 10% more transistor in chip design. And Hexuspec also promotes sustainable practices. By reducing only 1 degree C in operational temperature, it can cut cooling costs by 4%. Taking data center as an example, each facility consumes 80 million gallons of water for cooling annually. Hexuspec can reduce that by 16 million gallons of cooling water, avoiding 9.6 tons of CO2 emission per year. With 1,000 more hyperscale data centers worldwide, we are unlocking the huge opportunities to carbon neutral across global data center infrastructures. Comparing to other existing and emerging materials, Hexuspec offers ultra-high thermal conductivity, low cost, better quality control, and compatible with production lines.
And all those performance can be translated into real added value for our customers in terms of cost savings and enhanced efficiency. Through our case study, by adopting Hexuspec, we can potentially offer extra $2,700 for each GPU in their data center annual operations. And this small material shift can provide a massive value gain. We have conducted over 200 customer interviews across the entire chip community, not only to validate our market, but also to attract industry clients to work with us. Our beachhead market will be the data center AI GPU chips advanced packaging, which faces the most significant heat dissipation challenge. But heat is the most common form of energy waste for all industry here. Afterwards, we're going to leverage Hexuspec as a general solution for other industry, including HBM memory packaging, EV battery cooling, and also wearable technology. For the past decade, we've been focusing on the material research. We have filed 2 patents, published in high-impact journals, and also gained some business muscle through pitch competitions and customer interviews. Now we're advancing to product development with our industry mentors using real industry standard. We're also part of Center of Chimes, which bring up key universities and industry players within the states to develop next generation chip devices. This also provides us with a channel to work with our future customers. For the upcoming new product introduction, NPI, once our product is validated by the testing center like Amcor, we're going to co-design next generation GPU chips prototype with the manufacturer. Thanks to MIT CEP Final, we got connected with Sumitomo Chemical, the world top molding material supplier after the competition. And we're in conversation for future collaborative efforts to accelerate and de-risk this process. After this process of pilot testing, including a rigorous test and also a compatibility test with the current production tools, we're going to large-scale produce new generation GPUs, which is more sustainable, powerful, and featuring Hexuspec materials on it. From the Stone Age to the Silicon Age, materials innovations have always driven technology progress. We are a team of passionate PhDs and material scientists with working experience in semiconductor manufacturers like TSMC and PowerTech before. Please join us in our journey to disrupt this cooling market and unlock computing power for the future of AI. We are Hexuspec. We help chips beat the heat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to borrow inspiration from the panel earlier and ask about how you integrate with your customers' existing facilities, processes, supply chain. Can you just share more about that?
Yes. So we specifically focusing on the molding part, and this is the current molding machine they're using right now. If we see the little cylindrical here, that's one of the product we have here in the format here. And the other one is the wafer scale packaging for the chips. It's using the liquid molding compound. And my co-founder, he used to play with this kind of machines here. And we are material scientists. We can engineer our product to fit in this current production lines. And all the prototype of the chips packaging, we're using the same working mechanism to finish the prototype here.
Do you think that IP around a different use of ball milling is really robust? Is that a process patent?
Yes. So this is a process patent, and this one cover international one. This is only the way to produce this material here. We have follow-up patents for the final compound product here in the future, and we're going to break it down here to build up the technical barrier to better protect the products here.
So how would that work in markets that don't respect intellectual property?
You can do
So like a great question. So we use the other countries for PCT, like including Taiwan, Japan, and Korea.
Yep.
Yeah. So we believe it's a low society, so we believe the patent should be protect us.
That's why we also have the trade secret here, like Coca-Cola, the recipe, but no one can actually reproduce the product here. So working with semiconductor can be tricky, but there's way to find your own position here. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a technical question. When you were saying in the increase in performance of 40% and giving the numbers and temperatures, you said it's only when it's in high efficiency mode. What does that mean? And how often does one use in actual operations in that mode? And then if not in that mode, what is the change to the gains?
Yeah, I think, let me clarify. My co-founder mentioned it's in the high efficiency mode for the 40% increase because through the better thermal management, the GPU are enabled to run under a high efficiency mode here. The power input of GPU is not perfectly linear. It have a saturation at the end here. So by lower the working temperature, we can always improve the GPU working on the very efficiency compared with the performance and the input power. And the other part we improve the performance is from the chip design here. We are the only material that's part of the chips, and making the chips more thermally conductive not only can help it run under a lower temperature, but also during the chip manufacturing, the thermal conductivity of each component's measured. And the lower the thermal conductivity, they can put more flexibility inside.
So it's just standard mode of operation.
Standard, now something you
and then on your calculation for the great, amazing water savings, you have the reduction in temperature, but then you also said that these can be submersive. did that include the calculation of this becomes a 100% submersive to reduce those water amounts, or how did you get to that?
Yeah, this one is based on the water cooling method here, not the immersion cooling. The immersion cooling have some other issue. I think my co-founder can.
So you used a conservative estimate, is what you meant.
Yeah, so the other advantage for our material is that we talk with the very successful startup in immersion cooling, like called Grand Revolution in Austin, Texas, and they are just develop the next one immersion cooling technique, and they say right now the current packaging material cannot withstand. So with our very robust HBM, we can just withstand in the future of the immersion cooling and improve the reliability of the chip.
So you guys definitely demonstrated that, there's potential value creation here. How do you guys envision capturing value through this supply chain, and what would be the business model in which you guys can actually capture the value there amongst all the other players that are fitting into this chip?
Yes. So one differentiate, all the thermal management from the material-wise, they're outside the chip right now. It's from the TIM2 level. And the unique part is we can not only make it run more efficient, but also optimize the future chip design. That's the key differentiator here. And for the capital-wise, we're not from. Can you re-clarify the question here? Let me double check. Yeah.
This is more related to the business model in terms of how do you capture value? What are you selling essentially?
Yeah.
In price points and things like that.
Yes, we are selling the final packaging compound here. And from the market, the current price for the packaging compound ranges from $5 per kilograms all the way to over $200 per kilograms here, based on the performance and the customization here. And I mentioned we can potentially add a lot of value to our customer here, and those can serve as a much higher gross margin for the final product. And this will be further validated through our upcoming pilot testing. And the other part is our current material cost is less than 40 kilograms per $40 per kilograms, and we have multiple supplier, some within the United States, single bay here, and also some from the Japan to de-risk a supplier problem, potential issue here.
On the financial projections, so for a packaging solution like this, what's a company that had a similar magnitude of change that basically was able to hit those, what I viewed as a little bit aggressive, scaling assumptions?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So the major competitive will be the conventional company here, because packaging material is something directly touch the IC design here. You need to make sure it's compatible with the devices. And those the part we're demonstrating in the R&D progress here too. And the other part is industry do not want to change their production tools. That's the part we demonstrated before.
And so I would like to add something. For packaging material is kind of a very reluctant. I was working in a packaging company in 2019, and that time they are really reluctant to the innovation, and they don't think packaging material. What's that? It's kind of the old money. Yeah. So and after that, it's a great timing because that the NVIDIA GPU just delayed because of the heat issue. So it's a great timing for us to innovate the packaging material.
And then on the NVIDIA, I think we have enough time. On the NVIDIA side, wouldn't it take about 2 years to kind of work your way into the designs?
Yes.
There's a lot of different moving pieces, and kind of beyond PowerPoint, kind of are there examples of companies that have done exactly, kind of intervening, yeah.
Well, the best example is IRLab. We're a big fan of them. So the future of GPU chips is advanced packaging and photonics here. And photonics, we know that we're a big fan of the GPUs here. From the latest meeting, NVIDIA design already have CPO, co-packaged optics here. I think you're familiar with that, Alex. And that's part of that, the IRLab. And they also recently received the $150 million from the NVIDIA. I'm going to have more customer interview with her later to learn how to work with the monogamy here. But it's working. First, I think we need to have someone from the industry. Our team feature that part. And also we have the expertise for the final product here. We have some specific number can show you guys here. Right now for the packaging feeder, the thermal conductivity is less than 3 watts. Most of them is 1 watt here. And industry like TSMC, they're looking for watts between 3 to 5. And we know some big players, they use the same system. They can push it all the way to around like 5 to 7 watts here. Our target is above 10 here. So that's the numbers here. Yeah.
What are you worried about most in terms of manufacturing? In the deeper slides in your deck, it looks like there's not a need to change anything in regards to current, hang on, let me find that.
Yes.
In the current production line.
Yes.
So it's really just happening in terms of the materials that are being used within the molding?
Yes, they have the specific parameters like the pressure and the viscosity of the material, but this one we can engineer during the product development here. That's the compatibility test for the pilot parts.
I mean, where are you imagining manufacturing? In which country?
So because we are incorporated as an American company, so definitely America is the first place we would like to test our material, and we know that like the TSMC will expand the advanced package, and also like the U.S. government just very friendly for us to develop our products here.
All the packaging one is back in Asia right now, but US is building new one here. And they have the projection of the future production lines because it's the key parts for the next generation GPUs. And those are the potential target customer we want to get involved during the R&D phase as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again to Hexuspec for their presentation. And now I'd like everybody to quickly welcome ECubed.
Hello, everyone. We're ECubed, and we're delivering a concrete energy storage solution. So if we take a look at the energy demand in the United States over the last 30 years, it's actually surprisingly stable, despite various crises and economic shocks. But now it's exploding and forecasted to grow by almost 20% in the coming decades, 2/3 of which comes from data centers and AI alone. This is putting an incredible strain on a grid that's already near capacity and frankly isn't built to support neither renewables nor these power-hungry facilities. So where does this problem come from? If we take a look at a typical hyperscale data center, like the kind that might be used by Google or Amazon or Microsoft, they might have an average demand of around 70 megawatts. But because they experience fluctuations in their demand that go above that mean, they're going to contract a significantly higher amount from the grid, say 100 megawatts. And in case one supplier goes offline, they like to have a backup. So there's even another supplier contract on top of that. All in all, our customer interviews have shown us that this means that data centers overcommit up to $60 million annually in energy contracts, much of which could be avoided with proper energy storage. So why does this problem exist? Well, if we look at the existing landscape for energy storage, technologies such as lithium-ion batteries are very popular for short durations, and things such as pumped storage hydropower are there for longer-term durations, with a myriad of other technologies that all have their pros and cons. But frankly, none of these can meet future storage demand alone, and the DOE recommends that we need to invest in diverse, cost-effective, sustainable grid storage solutions to fill that gap. But what if the data center itself, its walls, its floors, its foundation, could all function as one massive battery? Well, now it can. At MIT's Civil Engineering Department, we've developed a concrete energy storage solution that turns our built environment into an energy storage device. By embedding nanocarbons into ordinary concrete, we've developed an ECubed electrode that can then be stacked into our patented ECubed supercapacitor to then form structural and energy-storing ECubed concrete elements such as concrete columns, beams, foundations, and more. Importantly, ECubed tackles many of the issues faced by conventional storage technologies. By leveraging the architecture of a supercapacitor, we're able to achieve 95% efficiency even after 100,000 cycles, comparable to using our technology for around 50 years. That means that we can build and power long-lasting structures. And while supercapacitors typically have a more rapid self-discharge than batteries, the beauty of a concrete technology is that we can simply increase the thickness of our electrodes in order to elongate the discharge time, which allows us to fine-tune those properties for tailor-made applications and sort of bridge the gap between battery-like performance and supercapacitor longevity. Moreover, unlike lithium or cobalt, the nanocarbons in cement that we use are globally abundant, including here in the US. That means that even though supercapacitors typically have a lower energy density, we're able to play on the fact that 12 billion metric tons of concrete are produced annually, the second most used material on the planet after water, to deliver a significant amount of energy storage to facilities like data centers. These same materials are also compliant with sustainability goals, as they can be produced through sustainable metrics, and concrete innately is not flammable, and it doesn't have any hazardous waste risks the way batteries do. So this all starts with ECubed, a company that brings together structural and electrical engineers to continue R&D on this technology, develop new IP, and create tailor-made designs for clients. We then partner with existing concrete plants, precast concrete plants, making just minor adjustments to their ongoing facilities, namely by installing storage for our nanocarbons and renting out some of their beds to produce our materials. We then leverage their existing supply chains and distribution networks in order to deliver these products to construction sites where they can be used to assemble data centers or other facilities. And what's remarkable is that even though this is a revolutionary product, it actually makes minimal changes to the construction site. So precast panels and foundation piles are already incredibly common in construction, and they often already have embedded components such as conduits or tubing. Similarly, we take our ECubed electrodes and we embed them inside a protective layer of ordinary concrete. This not only protects our material from the environment, but also means that what the construction crew gets on site is very similar to what they're already used to working with. These would then interlock naturally with interlocking terminals, or for example, the foundation piles could be simply connected with the steel reinforcement that's already used, which is similar to how certain geothermal technologies today are already using this. Producing 1 cubic meter of ECubed currently costs around $1,600. Because we're leveraging the existing precast concrete industry, our manufacturing, distribution, and actually some of the salary costs are very low, totaling just around 20%. An extra 13% comes from overhead, and then the rest is simply due to materials, the vast majority of which is actually those nanocarbons that we're embedding in the cement. At that cost, we can still be very cost effective and reduce the overcommitments that the data center would have to pay to the grid. So if we look at that same example from earlier, if we built that hyperscaler now out of ECubed concrete instead of regular concrete, we can significantly reduce their overcommitments to the grid, thereby saving that data center $30 million annually, or around $300 million over the lifetime of that facility in NPV terms. That means that after initial investment into ECubed, our technology pays for itself in just around 4 years. But how does that compare to traditional energy storage? Well, if we look at LCOE compared to batteries, for example, we're currently around 2.5 times higher than traditional lithium-ion in the short term. However, that kind of levels out down the road as lithium-ion batteries would need to be replaced frequently, whereas ECubed does not. But that doesn't paint the whole story. ECubed is a multifunctional material that has structural capacity. And if we factor out the cost for construction out of concrete that the data center would still have to incur whether or not they use our product, our LCOE actually drops 30%. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, the largest driver of our costs are those nanocarbons, the same nanocarbons that are globally abundant. And so we're already currently testing cheaper alternatives that show a clear path to not only de-risk our technology, but also drive down our LCOE to be lower than that of lithium-ion, both in the short term and the long term. Put together, that means that ECubed is actually more scalable and deployable than most existing energy storage technologies. So much so that actually ARPA-I in a recent report has labeled it an opportunity to solve US infrastructure challenges. Our customer research shows us that hyperscale data centers are the ideal target market because they build, own, and operate their own facilities, making it easier to implement novel solutions like ours. With a $7 billion TAM, we're currently going to target a much smaller SOM that just represents 5% of the US market. In terms of our capital plan, this year we're looking to fundraise through non-dilutive funds to get 100,000 that would help us prove scalability with the pilot project. Namely, we're already in talks with both a precast concrete plant and a data center in order to produce a 1 cubic meter slab of ECubed concrete that could then power a basic server rack, ensuring compatibility with their ongoing operations. In future years, we're going to look to get some pre-seed and seed financing that'll help us build and sell our first units, starting with non-structural elements such as pavements or floors. Then we'll move on to looking at more structural applications, namely through a Series A funding round. And then finally, in the future, ramp up through client sales that would allow us to scale up our team and our operations. Along this entire journey, we're looking to bridge the regulatory compliance needed for both the structural and energy storage device. So we're going to start off by testing things such as fire resistance, durability, and thermal cycling needed for a non-structural unit, and then moving on to the structural standards of ACI codes and ASTM codes that are needed for structural integration of our technology. All this follows an established pathway for innovative materials, whereby we first conduct these tests in-house and then seek third-party validation thereafter. And then down the road, alongside this entire process, we'll be looking to create new codes and new addenda to existing codes that allow us to deploy our technology more broadly in more and more applications. Luckily, we have a team that has experience in doing just that. So we span technical, entrepreneurial, and business backgrounds. And we have the mentorship of 2 faculty advisors, Franz Josef Ulm and Admir Mesic, who have helped us along this journey. Importantly, all of us are members of the MIT Concrete Sustainability Hub, giving us access to invaluable industry experience that we can use to help bring this technology to life. And we actually have experience in creating new codes for novel bridge design elements, so we can use that and leverage it while going through the regulatory process for our own technology. And we have a good track record of working together. So together, we've taken this technology to new heights. While the first invention disclosure was filed back in 2018, the project really kicked off a few years later when my co-founder Damien joined the project and developed the first working prototypes. Since then, myself and our third co-founder Ariel joined, bringing our physics and business backgrounds that have allowed us to build larger and more structural prototypes. We've now already filed 3 patents, and we're looking forward to building that pilot project that I mentioned earlier this year. But data centers are just the beginning. Why stop there? Concrete is all around us, as I mentioned. If we think about other critical infrastructure, such as airports, hospitals, or military operations, that expands our market significantly. And if we look further to every other commercial and residential application of concrete today, that opens up a $500 billion market opportunity. So we hope you'll join us in a world where our infrastructure doesn't just consume energy, it stores it. Thank you.
So I've got a question. You mentioned that you have an aqueous electrolyte that's layered on top of concrete. How does that work? How do you have a structural element with a liquid in it for thermal cycling and load and whatnot? And is that like wet concrete, or what is that part?
That is a great question. So we are using aqueous solutions just because we've experienced that in the past, which is concrete made out of seawater and ocean water rather than fresh water. And there is a broad literature about what is the durability of that material, how we should handle it, and so on. Then on the second part of that question, as you could see, we create composites, right? So on the outside, you see our building structures like columns and so on, like regular concrete. Just inside, we have our core, which stands about 90% of the whole volume, and that's our material. And what we use to seal that material inside, because as you mentioned, you noticed that material has to be soaked with electrolyte, but then we use existing solutions in the market, which are bitumens we used in foundations to basically seal our structure.
So is that core load bearing or structural?
Yes, that core is still load bearing and handling mostly of, because if we imagine, and maybe I will use again this column example, it has to carry compression, has to carry buckling and so on. That's usually composite anyway. So basically reinforcement in regular concrete on the outside, that will take all buckling and other forces, while compression will be taken by both core and the outside structure, just because our core is basically concrete material.
And just to add on that, that's not only a feature of our material, but that's really IP. Really, our third patent is on the fact that our material is both energy storing and load bearing. So we're the only one that are able to do that, and that's protected.
Is that robust for you with the data center applications? Is that robust for thermal cycling?
Yeah, definitely.
With thermal cycling, when it comes to first, we will start with non-structural applications, which we can imagine any slabs, facades, and so on. When it comes to data center, the heat is, there is a huge issue. But then we can imagine that we can start with foundations, which is a lot of concrete is inside foundation, and it is beautifully by soil, protected by temperature gradient and so on. Other application for the data center, what we discussed with design companies, there are huge concrete blocks under data center for us acting as vibration dampers. Again, that is a beautiful non-structural application for vast amount of concrete that is basically separated for that thermal gradient.
Great, thank you.
For the stability of these things, kind of on those questions, what happens if water intrudes into the space? Does that degrade the capability of the storage over time? Either
depends on the
saltwater
type of
intrusion or regular water.
First of all, like we have the outside layer of concrete that act as a sealant, right? We have the outside layer of regular concrete and then our bitumen. So it's really unlikely that water is going to penetrate up until our electrode. But even beyond that, that's like still water, right? You're going to dilute the water if that happens, and so have less ion, less concentration, so less energy storage properties. But I think it is really unlikely.
And then also some of the, I guess, useful aspects of using precast concrete is that these materials or these elements are naturally sort of modular. And so it allows us to, if maintenance is needed down the road, for example, in certain applications like a facade or a pavement, it might be pretty easy to just replace that element. In some applications where it might not be as easy to take out a concrete element and replace it, you might be able to just turn that one section, for example, of this energy storing concrete off and leave the rest of the foundation or the wall panels or whatever it is turned on. And we can also leverage the fact that there are existing solutions to repairing concrete, even ordinary concrete, that we can leverage to this day. Some of that includes, for example, injecting epoxies or things like that to seal cracks. And we can use a similar technology to also re-inject those electrolytes we were mentioning earlier to make sure that material keeps performing down the road.
And then follow up, just what temperatures does this operate under? Because if you're doing it in very thin walls, then if you're trying to put those data centers, a lot of them are trying to be built in cold regions, like, will it work with that?
Sorry, the question was what temperature does it operate
Like
at?
if you have a thin wall about this thick and you're putting it outside Boston, for example, you can have a winter where you get the winds that go to -20 to 0. What will happen? Is this okay? Will it still have storage? Will it work?
Yes, that's a great question and concern with these structures. To answer this question, maybe I will give two basically information. First, electrolyte which is inside reduces the freeze point of water, so it can operate not at 0 C, but let's say -7 and so on, depends on the concentration. Second, at first we will tackle applications which are, again, not subject to environmental, like facades, maybe more like foundations and inside. Other than that, when it comes to environmental footprint, we are now trying to test with environmental chambers the operating window, which can affect. We will definitely not start with like some northern regions like in Alaska, more like in the south, because all of these issues are concerned. Nevertheless, there are multiple applications we can still start with, not thinking a lot about it, and then as we progress, address these issues to expand further.
I'm excited to hear the pitch because I remember hearing about this in a few articles, and I just Googled it to bring it back up back in 2023 when this was sort of in the news. And I'm reading now that one of your advisors, Professor Ulm, built the original supercapacitor. So are you working to just commercialize that research? Is that how the business model is working?
No, so we've been working on this technology both on the tech side and on the commercialization side. So Damien joined as a postdoc and then a research scientist 2 years ago. And then both of us are PhD students, both on the topic.
Got it. And so given the new technology and the potential opportunity, there's also going to be a lot of barriers in terms of regulatory. What are you anticipating in that space?
In the regulatory space, yes, we have to be aware that when we want to create concrete battery, we have to meet both.
If you're going to put concrete highways down that are batteries, yes.
Exactly. So there are policies regarding energy storage batteries, supercapacitors, and structural side. So that's why we have to start with non-structural components, so we can kind of separate that function. And because the regulations for non-structural components, we just going to use non-performance-based application to just meet fire hazards and so on. The beauty of the technology is that we are using aqueous solutions, and concrete is non-flammable. So as a result, we don't have problems with flammability. And as we progress, then we will, of course, from the very beginning, we have to think about how we can start working on these codes. So the advantage is that the last 5 years, I've been included in the work for AASHTO recommendations for corrosion bridge design bridges. And that document was released just 3 months ago. So we know and it's time consuming. That structural part may be in place in around 4 to 5 years. But knowing how the process goes, we will have to start thinking about it right away. I would say I do not, with regards to regulations, the last point I want to make is that there are different applications, and we probably will be far away from building these high-rise buildings out of it. Nevertheless, we have so much beachhead markets which do not operate on that scale, especially that in high-rise buildings, the volume of concrete is relatively low, but any foundations, any structural components which do not require that much strength, we can already apply.
But for that point of the less sort of structural components, how does building code respond to just new materials that are experimental like this?
So yeah, sort of adding on to a little bit what Damien said, in our capital plan, we already said that we want to bring on someone with more regulatory experience. But we do have, luckily, as Damien mentioned, he's been working on novel designs for new materials, for new designs and bridge designs. And that, like he said, it's a long process, but it's something that luckily he has exposure to, and we can leverage that regulatory experience that he has. At the same time, there is a pathway for us doing this. There's an innovation or a pathway for new innovative materials in construction, whereby we would first, test this in-house, have it validated through third-party tests later on. But at the same time, there's sort of an existing framework for how this is done in other construction materials in the past. So things such as cross-laminated timber, for example, when that came on the market as a competitor to regular timber, concrete, steel, they first had to go, find pilot customers, prove that through pilot projects, develop case studies and reports based on that. That would then get adopted by, new design teams that would see that, have that sort of proven those proven studies in the past, and start using that and looking for that project, for that material in their new designs. And so as long as it meets those existing codes, it's possible to then incorporate new materials into new designs. It's just a matter of sort of proving it through projects and then having customers demand it themselves later down the line.
Thank you.
Thank you again, ECubed. Next up is IncyTech. And just a quick announcement, I mentioned earlier that there would be some extra pizza outside. I encourage everybody to stay for IncyTech and for the last two pitches, but I did want to note that if anybody missed out on lunch, that there will be extra pizza outside, so please help yourself. Now, without further ado, IncyTech.
Hello everyone, I'm Sparsh, the CEO and founder of IncyTech, and our vision is to build a world where everyone can have access to stable, clean energy. But I hail from a small town in Bihar, India, where energy isn't just unreliable, it's a precious luxury that many people can't afford. In my state alone, over 25 million people live in conditions like these, in makeshift houses with no electricity supply whatsoever. In these homes, they have absolutely no access to electricity. And when I went, and just 4 years ago, I faced a blackout that changed my perspective entirely. I suddenly started to feel the discomfort. And the limitations that these people have been feeling for years. And this made me realize that the conditions that these people have to live in. When I went and talked to these families, I realized that this isn't just a temporary problem for them. This is a permanent reality with seemingly no solution for them. And that is why when I started to look into this problem and found out that this isn't just a local problem to me. This is a global problem with over 700 million people lacking access to reliable electricity supply worldwide, with many of them living on less than $2 a day. These people definitely do want access to energy, but there's so many problems stopping them. Inefficient government, poor infrastructure, but the major cause of them being that the energy is being diverted to other use cases, to the sectors that utilize the most energy, like the industries that utilize more than 94,000 kilowatt hours of electricity every single year. And just a mere 15% of that electricity comes from renewable sources, while the rest still comes from unrenewable sources. these industries definitely do want to consume more electricity from renewables. But the problem is that renewables cannot scale up to the point of powering all these industries via just renewable sources. We as innovators looked at this problem and thought, how can we scale renewable sources up? We realized that there's only so much land that we can scale on. But what if we use the other 70% of the world, the other unutilized 70% of the world? And yes, there are the solutions that utilize this other 70%, that being windmills, floating solar, tidal, and hydro. But they all have constraints that render them not good enough. They all are either inflexible, sometimes inefficient, utilize a lot of resources, too expensive, or face serious end-of-life recycling issues. We want renewables that are truly accessible and scalable. And that is why we want to build something to solve all of these problems. That is why we built the thermal floater. The thermal floater is a device that can harness the heat from the sun and convert that into electricity very efficiently and cost-effectively, all while using no land. These thermal floaters, unlike solar panels, work on a completely new technology. By utilizing the heat, these thermal floaters can convert the heat directly into electricity. These thermal floaters take the heat from the sunlight and concentrate it using our proprietary lens with a concentration ratio of 7100 suns onto a very small point on a copper plate, heating it up to 600 degrees. On the other side of this device is a heat sink that is immersed underwater, providing cooling under 50 degrees. And we utilize this temperature difference between the hot side and the cold side across the proprietary alloys to create electricity up to 540 watt-hours in a single day using just this one small module. And this electricity can then be harnessed by using our modular casing, which also allows the device to float. And these numbers, this 540 watt-hours, all these numbers are backed by the research and simulations that we have done over the years, proving the temperatures we can achieve at various points and the electricity that we can generate. We also validated these numbers by making proof of concept experiments and by using commercially available components. And the results and temperatures match our simulations. But to improve on these commercially available components, we made our own lenses, which are far more efficient than the commercially available lenses. And we made our own breakthrough made our own materials breakthrough in thermocouples, achieving an efficiency of 30% as compared to 8% efficiency of the commercially available thermocouples. This efficiency allows us to scale these thermal floaters to be far more efficient. And all of these components are held together by a modular casing. This modularity allows our devices to be scaled to any number, allowing us for very easy deployment and scalability for a vast number of solutions. These thermal floaters can then be connected to a nearby floating grid, which can then be connected to a nearby onshore grid, supplying power for the general population. But just to put its size and efficiency into perspective, take an example. If all of you in this room were to generate just one ChatGPT prompt, it would consume about 1 kilowatt-hours of electricity. But if we had to power it via solar panels, we'd need about 3 solar panels to power that 1 kilowatt. But if we had to use thermal floaters, we can do it in 1/3 the area at a fraction of the cost. Because these thermal floaters are built fundamentally different, providing 3 times as much energy as a solar panel of the same size. And we can even produce these at 33% cheaper cost of solar panels. Not only that, these devices are also very easier to maintain, and we can offset the manufacturing energy in just 4.7 months as compared to 1 year for a typical solar panel. This puts us at a very high competitive advantage as compared to other floating renewables on the market. Not only that, we also focused on its end-of-life recycling, where each of its components are very modular and can be easily reused and replaced with other components at the end of its life. Not only that, since it's purely a mechanical technology, each of its parts can easily be directly melted down into metal components and be recycled with minimal material loss. And even the rare materials that we use can be recovered at a rate of 80%. And this device as a whole still maintains 75% of its original efficiency after 25 years. These advancements will allow us to contribute to a greener future, where we hope in just the next 20 years, we'll scale to the point of impacting 139 million people, bringing them to the renewable energy trend, offsetting 1.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions annually, and helping save the power utility companies and governments billions of dollars. This impact will be brought in the regions where it is needed the most. Like, we want to deploy these across the world, where there's a $1.7 trillion actually deployable market. And we want to specifically target the regions where these thermal floaters can be deployed easily, like in the Asia Pacific. Specifically, we want to start targeting with countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore, where there are a lot of water bodies, making this a perfect environmental and geographical fit. We have already started talking with companies in these regions, like businesses, governments, and power utility companies, some being Tata Power and NTPC, the largest renewable company developers in India, Sunsi BDP Renewables from Singapore, Telgi Energy from Germany, and we have already started securing LOIs. We have talked with Zalora, who is a 500 million ARR commercial industrial customer who wants to power their offices via thermal floaters. And we have partnered with Raffles Ecogenics, who is an energy developer in Southeast Asia and wants to pilot these thermal floaters instead of floating solar panels. To these businesses and power utility companies, we'll be providing a mixed business model. We'll be providing energy as a service, where we deploy these modules ourselves and then sell the energy from deploying these modules, as well as some carbon credits. And we can offer another model, which is to lease these thermal floaters for large-scale deployments on water bodies, helping with onboarding and installation of these devices, as well as the maintenance and expertise to keep it running smoothly over the years. Not only that, up till now, we have talked with these customers, have simulations and prototypes ready. And in this year, we are trying to patent these devices, figure out our regulatory certifications, and then scale up R&D for manufacturing. Because we want to start fundraising in the next year from climatetech VCs to get expertise on scaling these devices up for commercialization by 2027, where we hope to achieve a good growth. But to commercialize, we need a total of $3.7 million, where our immediate next step is to start piloting and deploy at a very small scale, for which we need $250,000. Of that, we have already secured $150,000 through other grants and awards. And we'll need your help in completing our journey to making this pilot dream a reality. But we are not stopping there. Even after that, we want to go for other grants, other deep tech grants, non-dilutive grants, to complete our funding needs. And this commercialization will be brought out by the team that understands the problem the most. I have lived the problem that we are solving. And our team combines expertise in renewable energy, material science, physics, and we are advised by leaders who have PhDs from MIT in thermal engineering, mechanical engineering, and fluid simulations, complemented by cutting-edge research in nanomaterials and optics. We're also advised by leaders like Dr. Yushin, who have previously founded companies, raised from top VCs, is an ex-venture capitalist himself, and even helps mentor at the MIT Sandbox. I'd just like to end on this very sobering statistic. Energy poverty still remains as one of the leading causes of death worldwide. For the past 10 minutes that I've been talking, 50 people have lost their lives due to energy poverty. Deaths that are preventable with access to clean, reliable electricity. We have a good idea, a good vision, and a good pathway to get to our vision, but we need your help to get there. And I hope all of you will be with us on this journey to bring sustainable energy to everyone across the world. Thank you.
I can start. Really compelling presentation. It sounds like in terms of the hot, cool thermal dynamics, there's no one else doing this right now, is my first question.
So this technology used to be really inefficient. As I mentioned, the thermocouple technology that converts the heat to electricity has only been about 5 to 8% commercially efficient. Our innovation has been making that technology more efficient, and that's what we implement in these devices.
And is your customers, again, people who are experiencing energy poverty?
Yes.
You're selling to governments and utilities.
Yeah.
What is the pathway? I mean, it seems perhaps, I saw in terms of going a more philanthropic route might be a better pathway. I'm just trying to understand the commercialization versus fulfilling a very specific and important need.
So that's why we are partnering with companies like Tata Power and NTPC. These are the companies who have the most access in these regions to supply electricity. They have the resources. They have the access to the water bodies to deploy in these regions. That's why we want to target these companies and partner with them to deploy in these specific regions. Let's say a remote village in India. There's a lake nearby. Tata Power or NTPC can easily get access to it rather than us going by ourselves and deploying these modules there.
So it's more like an 80-20 where you'd be able to create energy, sell that to the utility, and then the 20% would benefit from it from the outcome.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So you had mentioned the innovation on the thermocouples, which it looks like is tin selenium. Is that right? From earlier, and it's how efficient are the thermocouples? It's 5 to 8% typically, and yours are like 30.
30%, 30.2%.
So that's really similar to like solar PV efficiency. So is the stated benefit versus solar PV due to the lensing, and would a lensed floating panel, PV panel, have a similar area footprint as yours?
Right. So our efficiency is just for the heat conversion. Solar panels just convert the light. Since we use the temperature difference, our energy cap, total energy cap is much higher. So if we just say, let's say irradiance, a solar panel gets like 1,000 watts per meter square irradiance. We get the same amount of sunlight, but we also have the water that it's floating on. So that's why we can produce like 670 watts per meter square, just as compared to a solar panel that can only produce 200 watts per meter square from the same amount of sunlight, due to the temperature difference.
So that's irrespective of the lensing. Again, if you used a lensed PV panel, would you still have a large advantage?
Yeah, we'll still have a large advantage.
You mentioned that's because of the water as well. Can you explain what that means?
Yes.
That's the increased temperature gradient?
Yeah, because of the increased temperature gradient.
Okay, I'm out of my depth, but thanks.
While Sarah asks her question, can I look at the demo or the prop?
Yeah.
The question I was going to ask is I've seen this also deployed not just for these floating type of arrays, not just for the energy efficiency, but also in many of those regions, there's fear of droughts and water availability and cycles of that.
Right.
Most of the calculations that I've seen is that this reduces evaporation by 20 to 40%. Have you done any of those types of analyses? Because that has also been why the utilities want to adopt this.
Right. So since it covers most of the top of part of the water bodies, it doesn't allow water to evaporate, but we don't know for sure what that number is, that it doesn't allow the water to evaporate. It heats up the water by 1 or 2 degrees, but it doesn't let it evaporate because it covers the top surface.
And are there any types of bodies of water that you avoid, or do you have any concerns with saltwater erosion and challenges with vegetation as well?
Yes. So that's why we initially want to only target freshwater bodies. The slide is too far back, sorry. So we initially only want to target freshwater bodies initially, where by just targeting freshwater bodies, we have like a $1.7 trillion TAM. And that's only 2% of the freshwater bodies globally. So there is a huge market for this, but we also want to expand to other areas like saltwater, the sea. The only reason that we are not targeting the sea is because there's a lot of corrosion due to the salinity of the water. But we are planning to improve on it, improve our R&D on it to improve the corrosion rates, to decrease the corrosion rates of these devices, so that we can implement these devices in the sea directly.
And can I ask, what's the sort of lifetime of these devices, and how does that compare to floating solar PV?
So 25 years. As I mentioned, it can still maintain 75% of its original efficiency after 25 years. But then after that, it doesn't become viable to keep it running. You can keep it running if you want, but generally we have a lifetime of 25 years. Solar PV have a lifetime of 24 to 25 years as well. So it's pretty similar.
So I saw that you are a 3 times Dyson award winner.
Yeah.
So where did this idea come from? I understand the impetus for it, but like, how did you get focused on this? And then as you were creating this product, what were the key like alternative solutions that you decided were solving this so poorly that got you to this design?
So as I said, I started this design using the same original problem because I faced the week-long blackout that had been troubling me for days. So when you are put in such a situation, I started to think of different renewable solutions that could power near my home. And I've came across various different solutions in the industry. So right now, how heat is directly converted to electricity is using a long process. Heat heats up water to steam. Water gets converted to steam, which rotates a turbine. Then turbine creates electricity. And that is a long mechanical process that has a lot of inefficiencies. And I wanted to solve that particular inefficiency, where then I started to get to look on technologies that can make this process, shorter. So that's when I came across this thermocouple technology, but that technology used to be inefficient. So we started to work with different research labs across the world to find out how we can improve on this technology. And then we came across our new materials that can perform better. Alloy of tenselenite that can perform better in this temperature range. And that was our breakthrough moment.
Are there other markets right now where enhanced thermocouples could provide value?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, thermal power is a very kind of different application, and people have used or thought to use thermocouples for kind of waste heat recovery and whatnot. But how does the rest of the market work on that kind of core thermocouple innovation?
So since the thermocouples have been really inefficient, it's been used in waste heat recovery. But now that we can get it to a commercial stage and actually make it for cheap prices, we can use it in various different technologies like nuclear. Nuclear power also uses steam to rotate turbines and that. So we can make that process shorter. We can directly convert the heat from coal, burning up coal, to electricity. We can make that part shorter. Anywhere we can generate heat, we can make that part like way more shorter. Even the concentrated photovoltaic systems that are on land that use molten salt to again heat up water and then rotate a turbine, we can make that part shorter. So there are a lot of applications where we can use this core thermocouple technology. And our goal next 20 years down the line is to license these technologies as well once we get it to be like commercially stable and once we make a proper use case out of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again, IncyTech. And last but certainly not least, we have Liftoff Technologies. Set that. How do you vision urban air transport in 2050? ChatGPT, a reflection of humanity's collective knowledge, ideas, and visions, predicts the rise of urban air mobility. Electric air taxis decongesting roads and autonomous drones enabling last-mile delivery. All of this is possible with a technology that I'm going to present to you today. When you open up the news, you will see that the smartest engineers of our time work on electric flight. And they've made quite some progress. The first passenger flights are planned by the end of this year in the Middle East, in so-called electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, eVTOLs. However, all of these electric flight operators, be it eVTOL for passenger transport or drones for cargo delivery, they all struggle with one fundamental limitation: the flight time, which directly relates to the battery. Lithium-ion batteries are inherently limited. To understand where the limitation comes from, we need to take a closer look into the underlying chemistry. If you zoom in closely into the cathode, the place where we store lithium in order to store energy, you will find a layered-like structure. And this structure is full. There is no more space for more lithium. We've reached an energy density limit. Besides, you will also find oxygen in there. Oxygen can react violently with the electrolyte or lithium metal anode, which is a component of a thermal runaway procedure, which is a dangerous failure mode of lithium-ion batteries. You've all seen these batteries catching fire in the news. Lastly, you will also find critical materials such as cobalt and nickel, which are required for the energy-dense systems, which severely strain the supply chain and keeps the cost up. In fact, the cathode contributes to almost 50% of the entire value of the cell. Liftoff Technologies rethinks the way we store lithium by a seemingly small change, substituting oxygen with fluorine, with drastic implications. Because we have fluorine in the structure, we can now store 5 times more lithium than before. Besides, the metal fluoride bond is extremely strong. It's thermally stable up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, which provides inherent safety to the entire system.
Lastly, we only use abundant materials which can be sourced from a domestic supply chain, which is particularly important in the current geopolitical climate. In summary, Liftoff batteries are lighter, safer, and scalable domestically. For a more quantitative comparison, we need to look into these different dimensions and compare them for different cell chemistries, existing and next generation ones. LFP graphite, a cell chemistry which is currently gaining a lot of market share in the EV sector, taps out at around 200 watt-hours per kilogram. The more premium version, NMC 622 graphite, can reach around 350 watt-hours per kilogram. The limit of what is possible with conventional cathodes is NMC 811 when you pair it with a lithium metal anode. And it can reach projectedly around 450 watt-hours per kilogram. For a meaningful assessment, we also need to consider next generation alternatives such as lithium sulfur chemistries. These are predicted to reach practical energy densities of around 700 watt-hours per kilogram. Liftoff batteries are going to reach already in its first generation more than 500 watt-hours per kilogram, exceeding existing and next generation NMC 811 lithium metal cells. However, more importantly, the next generations can reach more than 900 watt-hours per kilogram, really showing the potential of this chemistry. The true unique selling point becomes even more evident when you look into the safety aspects of these cell chemistries, where you will see that the energy-dense system, NMC 811 lithium and lithium sulfur, really struggle with providing the safety features. In contrast, Liftoff batteries provide the step increase in energy density and safety. All of this can be done with abundant materials, and we can hit cycle numbers that are needed for the applications we're looking into. The impact on the electric aviation industry is transformational. If you look into the energy density requirement for different aircraft designs, you will find a distribution similar to this. And you can see that lithium-ion batteries are able to electrify drones. Liftoff batteries will allow us to electrify larger drones, eVTOL aircraft, narrow-body, and regional designs. Using these considerations, we can also estimate the climate impact. The aviation industry today emits almost 1 gigaton of CO2 every year. If you don't do anything about it, this number is going to rise to 1.9 gigatons of CO2 by 2050, which comprises emissions from regional, narrow-body, and wide-body aircraft. As you've seen before, with the technology, we can electrify all of regional and 70% of narrow-body aircraft designs, which, assuming an adoption rate of 30%, can lead to savings of 2.3 gigatons of CO2 by 2050. In a more bullish scenario, where we assume an adoption rate of 75%, which is considering the lack of alternatives that I've outlined before, we can save up to 3.9 gigatons of CO2 equivalents by 2050. So how do we get to that massive climate impact? Well, we need to start small, and we identified the military drone market as the perfect beachhead market opportunity, because of 3 simple reasons. Military drones desperately need lighter and safer batteries, and crucially, they are willing to pay a price premium for that. Secondly, it's easier to build these batteries to begin with, just because they are smaller compared to a full-blown aircraft. And then lastly, with existing collaborations with the DoD through previous collaborations in an academic setting, which facilitates gaining them over as a customer. From the military space, we want to expand to the commercial space because the market is bigger. We then want to use these learnings from the drone market to go ultimately to passenger transport. It's a certification problem. We can learn from unmanned air transport and use that knowledge to go through the certification for passenger transport and electric aircraft. Importantly, the inflection point of electric flight is predicted to align quite well with the time when we're going to reach these milestones. It's very important to point out at this point as well that once the technology is matured, you can literally apply them to many, many more applications, ranging from electrifying maritime transport, where you decarbonize container ships, or even decentralized robotics applications, running novel AI models that are very power hungry in spatially confined spaces, such as humanoid robots, for example. Liftoff builds on almost a decade of academic research happening at Oxford University, where we published our results in several high impact factor journals, protected our innovation with a patent, and then followed up demonstrating that it's possible to upscale it in small prototypes, in pouch cell prototypes. Currently, we are in a preparation phase, conducting customer validation by speaking to people in the industry, participating in prize competitions and exhibits, and initiating a fundraising round. We want to use this money to fuel development, where we have identified key technical milestones that are necessary to hit to show the industry that we can provide the technological feasibility. These are guided by techno-economic modeling on the safety, energy, and size. Following that, we want to enter a production phase where we generate first revenues by serving to our beachhead market opportunities. So what does it take to achieve these milestones? We predicted that it's going to take roughly 2 million of funding. We identified California as the perfect place to set up shop because of the perfect ecosystem that is existing there. So you have on the one hand all the academia doing cutting-edge research on batteries, providing you with talent coming from universities. You have existing battery infrastructure, so battery companies, people that know how to build prototypes, which is actually not an easy thing to do. So we want to hire these people, and they're all based in the Californian area. And then lastly, also the customers. So a lot of electric flight is being pushed in California. You have these leading eVTOL aircraft manufacturers like Archer Aviation, Joby Aviation, all placed in California, but also drones manufacturers like Skidion are in the area. The money is mostly going into financing people. We need battery engineers that help us build these prototypes, but also we're going to spend some money on the laboratory and consumables and protecting our innovations with some legal fees. I myself am going to lead the development of Liftoff technologies. I've studied these materials excessively over the past 4 years during my PhD at Oxford University. And before that, I conducted research in other types of batteries at MIT and ETH Zurich. I also have a business background. I'm currently wrapping up my MBA, and I've experience as a strategy consultant and venture scout. My partner in this venture is Mauro Pasta. He's a serial entrepreneur and pioneer in the battery space. He's co-founded multiple battery companies with successful exits. We're also working with Dominic. Dominic is an experienced battery engineer himself. He worked at an electric flight company where he was leading a team for battery certification. And currently he's running a battery safety startup. He's super keen on testing our first prototypes in his company. And lastly, we work with Shoban. Shoban is an experienced analyst at the International Energy Agency. He also has a battery background and is an absolute expert on battery supply chain. Together, we want to move fast, develop batteries for electric flight, and make ChatGPT's wildest dreams become a reality. Thanks.
I got a quick question for you. So your energy density is very high, and you have rightly looked at military applications as being something that could make sense. So it's a multi-part question. The first part is, do you have anyone on your team with a background in arms manufacturing or the military procurement?
No, so we have partners at the DoD, which through previous collaborations, we can't really list them here because they are not allowed to do that.
Yep.
So we have existing contacts, close partnerships, keeping that up. We've been speaking to these people. Essentially, what they say is, "Give me your batteries. I want to test them in our labs, and then we can see where we can go from there."
Yep. So that's where my question is centered on the "give me your batteries" part. Are you familiar with ITAR? It's the International Traffic of Arms Regulation. Mm-hmm. So they're currently, I think it's 350 watt hours per kilogram is considered a military application that requires an export license if it's manufactured in the US. So just something as you're thinking about this, that if this is really game changing for military drones, you'll never be able to export it out of the US because the US government will keep it here. So just an important thing as you think about the applications, like if it's too good, it'll stay here forever.
Yeah. No, it's a important point. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that was just some. There are previous startups, I know I won't mention the names, that had a battery that was so good that the U.S. government demanded it never be exported. So just be careful on that one.
Yeah.
So, as someone who used to work on dual-use technologies, to make it happier next, I found it really interesting you didn't do applications for commercial space. Because a lot of the technologies that I've seen coming out of DARPA and Defense Innovation Unit that are similar to what you're showing, or not similar, but trying to achieve what you're achieving, are for space tech. So why not that as well, given the size?
Yeah, I mean, totally also looking into space applications. I mean, I think the market size is a bit smaller on that front. Highly specialized equipment, oftentimes very specific form factors, very specific requirements. So that's why we're just, pointing out at this point the drones. To be fair, we're looking at multiple beachhead market opportunities. It's just a bit easy to explain, with the current storyline, but there are different beachhead markets we are currently investigating, and satellites is one of them.
Thank you so much. So I'm not sure that ChatGPT's fantasy is a future I need to prioritize. So on that note, given the distinction between sustainable aviation fuels and batteries, can this technology support short-term flights, which is a more practical application than a city full of drones?
So as a sustainable aviation fuels, obviously a big topic on that one. I think they're going to be used. So if you remember the emission plot from before, and I'm talking about regional narrow-body aircraft electrifying these, a lot of emissions come from the wide-body aircraft, and this is something we're not going to be able to electrify. Also not in the future, also not with whatever other chemistries are out there. So I think sustainable aviation fuels will and should focus on these wide-body aircraft designs, which is just so hard to electrify. And complementary for that, batteries can take use of the shorter flight durations.
So this could be applicable for short flight durations.
Yes, so that's, so the entire focus is like starting on drones and then short range eVTOL flights, and then sort of going to these narrow body things up to 1,000 nautical miles is rough. 1,000 flight miles is kind of the sort of space we're looking into in the long run.
So more a commuter flight would be the most applicable technology for what we currently see.
Sorry?
So a commuter flight would be the most relevant example of how this could transition into current flight patterns that we're all taking, and not futuristic flight patterns.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is deep material science, so it's a different type of kind of judging session. Like, I remember Kuberg and kind of everything else. Like, talk through. It sounds like you've got a great advisor who's commercialized some things before. It's really, really hard, and it's PowerPoint isn't going to kind of result in that. Like, what are you personally kind of worried about relative to the commercialization of a new chemistry, which is, as I'm sure you know, like very intimidating. Lots of people have tried lots of different chemistries. Like, what do you actually worry about? And then what from, you and your advisor's background kind of gives you confidence?
Yeah. I mean, the entire battery industry is kind of undergoing a little bit of a learning, I think. And, the perspective what we have right now here on this one is a lot of people in the past try to apply hyper-scaling models from software as a service, battery business models to the battery industry, which turned out to be unfeasible. It's just too complicated to tackle all these issues, including particularly the manufacturing right away. So what we believe is the right way to go ahead is really be lean and focused on early applications, be able to get your cell into the hands of a customer who can use it, generate revenues, and then really focus on optimizing that. We also want to, something I haven't really pointed out yet, but the technology is sort of compatible with existing manufacturing. So it's kind of a drop-in solution. So we want to make use of existing, manufacturing facilities. So we don't want to deal with that headache yet. So in the short to medium run, we're going to do contract manufacturing to generate these revenues. In the very long run, the vision is to, potentially get a joint venture to scale up the production. But really, we don't want to tackle all these problems simultaneously, which I think is part of the reason why Northvolt, despite having 15 billion of funding, failed in their endeavor. Scaling 7 gigafactories simultaneously is just immensely hard without having figured out one yet. So, we really tackle the problem one at a time, starting smaller, focus on, these composites, and that gives us confidence that we can drive it.
Can you manufacture within the US with raw materials brought in, or do you have to have supply chain from around the world for this?
Yeah, so supply chain is a big aspect. So a core component of supply chain is fluorspar, which is used for any kind of fluorination processes. It's in a supply chain that exists quite heavily. It's used widely in any kind of fluorine chemistry, from like polymers to like other types of battery salts, which currently, as of today, is mostly coming from Mexico in the US, but there are also reserves in the US itself, so that can be mined here as well. Crucially, we don't have these requirements of cobalt nickel, which have been like, very challenging in establishing that. So I think it's one of the key points that we are able to like source domestic supply chains on that front.
So question on the beachhead. Definitely makes sense starting small, going bigger. But the U.S. government is notoriously challenging beachhead customer go after, just given the long times and the partners that you need to have on hand. What is your potential plan B for a beachhead if this ends up taking a little bit longer, if it's promising, but it just takes longer than expected?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was at a conference a year ago. It was bizarre to see how it's the same player supplying them for like 70 years. So we look into alternative beachhead markets. One very interesting one is actually electrifying bikes. So you have like high-end mountain bikes that people pay like 15,000 for. And if you tell them you can make the bike a little bit lighter because you have a better battery, they're willing to put some money down there as well. We're currently figuring that out. A lot of things going in there, including the form factor, which is slightly different. You have cylindrical cells, no pouch cells, and so forth. But these are currently things we're also validating and ensuring we are prepared in case we're not able to get traction on the defense side.
A quick question on charge rate. So if you're looking at aviation, right, usually very, very quick turnaround. So we talked a lot about energy density by weight. What's it look like on the charge rate side, and how would you deal with the infrastructure required to shoot lightning bolts into a plane?
Yeah. Okay, so two things. I think conceptually, the charging rate of these materials is fine. We're not talking about like 10C systems, what you're trying to achieve right now with EVs.
Fine, like way better than current lithium ion, or similar?
Similar. So I'm not claiming that it's going to be way quicker in charging it.
How long would it take to charge a real airplane?
So I think the business models that people are looking into right now is roughly looking like 15 to 20 minutes of recharging time, which is definitely possible. I mean, there is obviously then this trade-off of like lifetime, but this is kind of the ballpark of what is possible with this chemistry. We haven't really pushed on the charging side yet. Again, another key aspect to test this is actually having the battery in the size to be able to test that. We can do modeling. We did that. We have a good, feeling for that it's going the right direction, but that's kind of something you need to test actually like larger cell systems. And then you have like also wiggle room, like playing around with the porosity and the electrolyte system. So a lot of things to, to optimize for the fast charging, if that's a key requirement. But from a fundamental point of view, absolutely possible. Thanks.
Point, we are now concluded with the startup pitch portion of the competition. At this time, we'll now ask the judges, as soon as they're ready, to go down to the deliberation room. So just follow Sita if you don't mind. And they will be deliberating while we get set up for our final panel of the day. Now, we're very lucky to host this final competition here in Boston, but we're equally lucky to have representation both in terms of startups as well as our audience from all around the world. And what we wanted to do in the last panel was to have a conversation about startup perspectives around specifically go-to-market and fundraising from different international perspectives. So just as we're getting set up, I'd like to quickly introduce our panelists. So if we can quickly switch the slide. So I'll just wait one quick moment for that and for the chairs to be set up. Here. Jay, can we flip slides? Thank you. Oh, sorry. We have a I'm sorry. All right. I apologize. I actually misspoke. We now have a 10 to 15 minute coffee break before we have the panel. So thank you. Yes. And once again, reminder, there's pizza outside as well.
All right, if we can go ahead and take a seat for our final panel. You guys can go ahead and feel free to come on up.
All right, all right. Let's go ahead and just take a quick seat. If you do want to carry on your conversation, I ask that you please go outside. Luke, can we go ahead and close the doors, maybe? Thank you. All right, I know we're at the end of a long day, so I appreciate everybody for sticking around. I know many of the startups are very much anticipating the results, but we have what I hope is a very exciting panel for you. Like I mentioned before the break, we wanted to represent the international perspective, recognizing that so much of the conversation today has centered around MIT, and certainly at a time that is quite uncertain, both here in the United States as well as abroad, for the future of climate tech. And I'm really excited to introduce our panel today who can speak on this topic from a variety of perspectives. First, we have Cameron Halliday, who is a co-founder and CEO of Mantle Capture. Mantle specializes in carbon capture and sequestration, and belated congratulations on recently raising their $30 million Series A. Now, Mantle is not an alum of CEP, but they are an alum of the Climate and Energy Ventures course that you heard from Todd earlier today. So he's making up for the fact by joining us on the panel today. Joining Cameron, we have Himanshu Sharma, who's the Associate Vice President at Thea Ventures. Thea is one of our sponsors and partners for the Climate and Energy Prize this year. He is based in Bangalore, is that right? And is able to and invests in startups all around the world, but certainly with a focus in India and in South Asia. So we'll certainly ask him for his perspective on how climate tech is evolving in that part of the world. And finally, we have Tina, who is an investment director at TDK Ventures. Although Tina is based here in Boston, TDK Ventures is the venture capital arm of TDK, which is, I believe, a Japanese conglomerate, and they invest in startups across sort of TDK's different verticals, and hopefully she'll be able to provide the CVC perspective. So join me in a quick round of applause for our panelists. And I'd like to just quickly start off. Maybe we can just go around the horn and say, like, what's top of mind for you right now? Like I mentioned, there's a lot of uncertainty both on the fundraising side or on the capital allocation side, as well as on the operating side. You know, feel free to take that in whatever direction you want, but just like, what's top of mind? Wherever you'd like to start.
Sure. Lots of things. It's interesting times. So one of the things as a bit of I'll sort of give the operator lens as well. There are things that are in your control and there are things very much out of your control. And we try and worry about the things that are in our control because those are the things we can do things about. So we are building our demonstration project as we speak. It's kind of mid-construction. It's exciting to see after like 6-7 years on this journey, where now like steel is going in the ground, which is really cool. And so very focused on executing. But all of the kind of turmoil around us is kind of a distraction that we try and avoid and stay focused on the mission.
Maybe I can start with, I think a lot of things have changed since 2021, since the start of maybe like a Russia-Ukraine war to the things which is happening now. I think one thing which I'm most excited about is what's going to come as a new innovative business model, which is in these uncertainties, which is there. Because the founders have to actually navigate this uncertainty. At the same point in time, they have to run their shops in that manner. So I think that's the first thing we are excited about. The second part of it is it definitely would open up a lot of channel for a redefining of the supply chain across the world in that way, definitely because of the policy shift as well, and along with that thing also the arbitrage opportunity which different geographies gonna give to the startups. I think these are the two things which we are excited about the most.
Yeah, I think for me, definitely very volatile time. Seeing this happen in the last climate tech cycle, and it's coming back again. So it's like a deja vu, but difficult time. It requires strong leadership. It requires a lot of support from the venture ecosystem. So I'm on 7 boards, and the message to every portfolio company is very clear. Get your cash flow projection right and do more for less, and then cash is king. So, but in terms of, you know, the sector-wise, there are still a lot of excitements going on, but every startup have to sharpen their pencil a little bit more. Maybe we've seen a little bit of the policy pullback here, but it doesn't mean the opportunity stops. There are still bright spots in Europe, bright spot in India, and many other geographies. So I think this is a time to sharpen the pencil and put on the thinking hat.
Thank you. And Himanshu, you mentioned innovative business go-to-market strategies, and I want to make sure that we put a pin in that because we'll come back to that. But Tina, you mentioned that you're starting to think about the global fundraising landscape a little bit differently given the events of the last 6 months. And I'm wondering if both of you could chat a little bit about how you're thinking about capital allocation and which markets you think things are still really exciting. Obviously, the United States remains an exciting market, but perhaps with some headwinds. And Cameron, feel free to also jump in and talk about your own fundraising journey.
Yeah, maybe I'll start off like I would say that in the past 3 years, there are many funds that raise, and there are still tons of dry powders from the investor side left. But you can say that maybe in the past 3 quarters or so, the amount of capital investors stay the same, but the amount of transaction numbers that get close has been dropping quarter by quarter. So what that says is that the investors are more selective. The time it takes to do fundraise is longer and the bar is higher. So I would say that in the past 2 to 3 years, when we go out talking to startup, European startups, Asian startups come to us because they want us to help them get into the US so that they can leverage the IRA to build their first of a kind plant. Now it is the reverse. The startup here is asking my colleagues in London, like, how can we get set up in UK or the Central Europe to leverage the policy that exists there, whether it's the sustainable aviation fuels that already in place, C-band that's rolling and going. So I've seen some reverse trend of actually trying to go find the first customer in Europe. But at the same time, our portfolio in India keep growing revenue year over year. So it begs the question on the capital allocation for us quite a bit. But having said that, we still strongly believe that the innovation ecosystem in the US is quite strong, but the world has to the startup has to figure out more in terms of like who could move faster and become their first customer. So I think that part of the equation, it requires a broader view on the market while you are developing the technology and try to push that to the market.
Thank you, Tina. Maybe I can just quickly follow up. You mentioned that the standards have been raised in terms of maybe what's investable. And I'm wondering if you could give an example of a company, or you don't have to name a name, but like the kinds of companies that you might have invested in or generally would have been invested in maybe 2021 that may not have gotten a check today, and maybe what those actual differences in standards are.
Yeah, I would say like back in 2021, everybody just tried to get into the round because the round is closing so fast. And you could see that first-time founder with new concept can easily raise like 10 million Series A, no problem. But then once they get to Series B, Series C, then it becomes a lot harder. And now at this point in time, I think the early stage investor is asking the question that they should have asked before, like how much capital would you need for Series A, for Series B to get to revenue? And I would say back in 2021, 2022, maybe it would be acceptable for Series C company to still have no revenue. But now Series C company with no revenue, most of the growth investor were like, you guys are too early. We want to see 10 million minimum. So they are moving up. Maybe they used to say like 5 was okay. Now 5 is not okay. We want to see 10. So we've seen this kind of like goalpost being shifted quite a bit. And we are typically we are Series A investor. We do seed, we do Series B as well. So seed to B is our typical, and we have seen that finding the capital to for Series C to bridge to the growth revenue, it's been harder because the growth guy has been more risk averse. They see that the IPO market has slowed down, so they kind of get like very conservative. So what we also advise our startup is that, okay, the IPO market slowed down, but that doesn't mean that there's no exit. You can still exit, but probably maybe M&A is the route that you would want to count on. And you want to build your dream syndicate that includes the corporate investor, because when time is tough, a lot of time the corporate investor are the one that's continue to write follow-on check. So some of our portfolio company is like that. Try to get the corporate investor early on in your journey, because those might be the folks that help go to market, get the first pilot deployed, and so on and so forth.
I guess the first thing I'll say is like these good companies get funding in even the hardest environments, and a lot of the most successful companies today were sort of founded and started in the hardest of times 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So that's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is almost every company I saw today, and I would say maybe broadly, like almost any company is going to take years to build, more than the political cycle, and with the frequency with which we seem to be having these major events like COVID and some massive shift in the market, you're going to need to be building companies that can survive these. You need to be building a resilient company, and you need to expect to be able to fundraise and go through a fundraise in a difficult environment, whether that's before your first capital in, whether that happens at your seed or your A or B, you're going to live through one of them. And so you need to be building a company that can do it. And you need to be like ready for that.
So we saw a few times during the judge questions today, what I think there was one specific example of like, hey, did you factor in tax credits into all of your models? And I'm curious, like, how do you think about that, given that oftentimes nowadays the regulatory environment is quite uncertain? As you're doing your growth projections, as you're thinking about what your future cash flow looks like, how are you thinking about, like, do you have one with tax credits, one without, different scenario analyses? How do you think about that?
Yeah, so this is particularly relevant for us. So we're a point source carbon capture company. And so 45Q is the tax credit that really motivates companies in the US to adopt our technology. And when this came up in our first fundraisers of like, hey, how much political uncertainty or how much political risk does this company carry? And one of the things that's always motivated me about carbon capture specifically and the business we're building is 45Q has been around since like 2008. It was brought in under a Republican administration. It was expanded through the IRA, but it has pretty bipartisan support. And so that gives us a lot more confidence that the company we're building can survive these cycles. And then to the global perspective, a lot of other countries and regions aren't changing their view on this. We'll talk about Europe, we'll talk about other parts of Asia. We do a lot of work in Canada. And so those are hedges against it, but it is a big risk we carry.
Manchi, you want to chime in at all?
Sure. Maybe taking from Tina's and Cameron's point, I think the first one is 2021, I think when the cost of capital was too less at that point in time, or maybe up to a point in time over zero, I think the deployment of the fund by the investors at that point in time was so fast that the decision making was happening so quickly that the due diligence process was slow. So it was easy at that point in time to raise the funds comparatively. But I totally agree with Cameron's point that the good companies came out from the hard times. There's a shift which is happening. So I'll take two approaches to that thing. Pre-seed is the new seed. Seed is the new Series A, and that's the thing out there. So what a pre-seed investor was looking for in now is the seeds investor which was looking for something at that point in time. So I think the shift has happened one way back, and that's what the situation is, that when a Series A investor is going out there, they will ask, okay, where is the revenue for that thing? While maybe a seed stage investor at this point in time, can you show me a successful pilot at that point in time. While before seed stage investors were ready to put in into the money into just the deck at that point in time. So that's the first thing. Second thing which makes it important to the question which is there of yours on the allocation standpoint. Allocation depends on, because climate is a very horizontal sector out there. There are multiple sectors within climate in that way. So it depends on which geography gives a significant amount of advantage. Like for an example, if we have to look at a deep tech really well out there, is US is a market where actually deep tech innovation happens comparatively. But if we look at the emerging markets at this point in time, maybe not that much deep tech, but a lot in manufacturing, because that provides an opportunity over there. Like if you look at Singapore market at this point in time, Singapore is very good in alt protein as one of the categories. Amazing market to work for. So the capital allocation also changing depending upon what these geographies would become better into at this point in time. Like the way when Tina was mentioning that the Indian companies are seeing massive jump in the revenue at this point in time, because that geography is going through a pivotal part of it. We came across a very good company in started by an American founder who is based in India. His company is called Zeno. The Zeno develops two-wheeler motorcycles out there is for the Africa market, doing the manufacturing in India and selling in Africa market, because Africa at this point in time is a very pivotal journey out there is to adopt the electric vehicles. So I think this gives a shift in terms of how the capital allocation for us would also change.
So I heard a few times this idea of the capital window shifting, right? That perhaps the criteria for Series A has evolved. Maybe like you said, the seed is now, the pre-seed is now the seed and the seed is a Series A. But I'm curious, particularly as you were fundraising or as you're looking at the allocation market, are you seeing the nature of the capital stack evolve as well? Like I'm curious about, particularly in today's environment, if we're seeing a shift away from VC towards other more creative financing, safes and loans and loan guarantees and all of the above. And I know especially now that you're financing your first of a kind plant, you probably looked at everything under the sun. So I'd love to kind of hear, like, are we seeing new innovative models both in the US and abroad? So anybody feel free to take that.
I will start by saying, so yeah, you see this window shifting, like the bar goes up and down depending on the environment. And when the bar gets high, companies get desperate and they start trying to get more creative with how they can keep the lights on. Now, sometimes that's an opportunity for someone else to come in and innovate and find a better way of financing something. But sometimes it can mean, hey, you're just actually getting a little desperate and you maybe shouldn't be doing what you're doing. We try and remain quite level-headed on this and think quite long-term about it. So one of the things, so we've raised a lot of VC money, a lot of that in the vein of we're bringing in partners that can really help us scale. So we've brought in a lot of strategic investors that are well known for, we have some oil majors who have lived through some pretty big cycles. And so they understand that if you want to deploy game-changing technology, you need to keep at it for years, if not decades. And so bringing in the right partners is a key part of the VC piece. We have a lot of non-dilutive funding to support our projects. In the US, that's an interesting space to be in right now, but a lot of ours is in Canada. So again, hedging sort of geographically. We've done some slightly creative things on leasing and leasebacks, but we haven't done anything much more creative than that. We looked at and thought about venture debt. We looked at and thought about some other things, but ultimately we actually decided to raise a bigger Series A because we had more investors that could be strategic partners and went that route instead. But it's things we've looked at.
Maybe it depends on at this point in time, like the way Cameron is mentioning, I think it also depends on which area you are building, and at that point in time, how much time do you are accounting in for the fundraising part of it. Like for an example, we have seen in a first of a kind of a model that the project financing plays a very critical role, where you are not deploying your equity capital into your assets at that point in time, but the time frame to raise an equity capital would be different from a time frame to go and raise a project financing or a venture debt or a debt in that manner for that thing. So I think this is where the question comes in. But we are kind of now seeing off the balance sheet financing which is happening. There's a very good company which is also an MIT alum. The company name is Smart Joules out there is. They are doing some innovative work in heat pump out there is, and they developed an off the balance financial financing model where they are providing the solution, but the asset is being financed by someone else cells out there is for the client in that manner, and then they're doing the rental payment on the top of it. This is something which has been done by a lot of EV rental companies also in that manner. So I think these are few innovative models which is coming across, but then it comes down to the question at what stage you are raising, and also at that point in time how mature the technology is on the top of it. But along with that thing, one thing which is definitely, I think Tina can share more on that thing, is I think climate will have a very crucial element from a corporate venture capitalist out there. CVC is going to play a very critical role specifically in this sector altogether, along with the financial VCs as well, because this is the sector where a strategic help and a strategic support is required a lot. And this is another innovative form of financing which we are seeing, where the blending of the financial VCs and the CVCs coming in a little early stage also, not just maybe going for a Series B or Series C out there, but we have seen cases of seed stage CVCs coming in at a seed stage capital as well. So that's the second one.
I actually haven't seen many creative way, because I still see the fundamental, it's still the same. If you want to build your first of a kind, normally you can't go to the bank to take a loan, because bank does not take risk. So if you have a risky new technology to prove first of a kind, it's always you have to raise your own equity. You have to find the equity investor who are willing to take a risk, because they get a portion of the company in returns. And only when your first of a kind, the risk has been de-risked, and you build second and third and fourth, and the risk profile is lower, then the project finance guy may come into play. Now, what's different though was that during the IRA, you get this government grant and loan guarantee, and the loan guarantee is very helpful, right? Because it's the part that you can take it from the bank, because, oh, USDA is willing to guarantee that if I cannot pay back my loan, they're gonna pay this portion. So I think that helps. But as we know, that thing is shifting. So I think the part of the non-dilutive funding has been going down in the US, but still you can still find like breakthrough catalysts as the philanthropic organization that's willing to fund the first of a kind project. And yeah, it's still there, but might not be as a lot. Canada still have their program going, the SDTC. I think they stopped it for a while, but it's coming back. So a lot of Canadian startup, they do find that help reimburse the R&D cost. But if you are looking to build a first of a kind plant, I think you are mostly still looking at the equity, but you have to be a little bit more creative. Maybe previously the VC was willing to take more risk because they believe that you want hyper growth, so you want to make a big fork as possible. But I think I've seen most of the advice right now is that if you can reduce the risk, make your fork within 100 million, then that might be a much safer route to attract more investors to fund your project, because the risk profile is improved drastically if you go for a 100 million project versus 200 million project.
So my last, thank you all. My last question on the financing side of the conversation is, as we heard once again from the pitches today, many of the startups here are of course here to seek non-dilutive funding, but they're probably going to begin thinking about different forms of fundraising over the next 6 to 12 months. Based on the pitches you saw today, do you have advice for the startups here today around when to raise, how much to raise, like what milestones they should be thinking about? We've heard a lot about first of a kind deployments, but if there are other key milestones that startups should, particularly the startups here today, should be thinking about, both from the, the operator perspective and finance.
Yeah, I think I would advise, I saw a lot of good innovations today. The part that I felt was missing in many presentations is the voice of the customer, because I've seen my startup, even the seed stage, the investors are asking for the voice of customer. They want to hear that the product features is the one that the customer really wants, because you can tell that in the past 3 years, right, there's a lot of batteries company, and a lot of them didn't go forward as well. So what can be the lesson learned for the startup that is coming to the market now? So I think doing a little bit more homework, understand the competitive landscape of who has done things that are similar to you and why you could be better. And also the emphasis on team is very important. Investor wants to see the team that is not just a technology push. We want to see the team that has the commercial understanding as well, because I think that is a key. As an investor, I'm not investing in technology. I am investing in business. So we like to make sure that before the startup take off, you know where you want to land.
I think as a commercial climate tech VC, I'll divide into this aspect that 60% of the weightage is given to the team part of it. 30 to 35% weightage is then given to the type of the technology and the problem which you're solving. And then maybe 5% of the weightage is given to the impact which is creating from a climate standpoint. Now, I think from all the pictures which you are seeing today, I think one thing which I'll maybe say to the founders out there is that spend some time on your use of funds and how much you are raising. So there are two aspects to it. Like a lot of founders will have a pilot project which they want to do, and the basis of the pilot project, on the basis of which they will get a big purchase order in that part. Now, do you need money only for the pilot project, or do you need money for some part after that as well? Because if your pilot project is for 6 months and your contract doesn't come along after 6 months out there is, the existing investor will have to put in the money out there is, but they have to put in the money at a higher valuation. They cannot do the same valuation out there is. So the valuation jump is being done by the existing investor, which is not a very good situation to be into for most of the startup. So I think spend some time in your understanding of your use of funds so that you can keep a little bit of a buffer in that kind of situations. Either the second case out there can happen is, if you're very sure that the big purchase order gonna come to you, then maybe initially you can be dependent on grant capital or your bootstrap amount out there is, and that way, and then only raise it on the basis of the revenue realization which will happen because of that purchase order. I think that's the part which I have seen few founders made the mistake, and this is being done by a few of the companies, specifically more in manufacturing sector. I think that's the first part. The second thing is, as an investor, and I resonate totally with what Tina is saying, as an investor, we are investing in people more, because we know that technology is one part of it, but what is most important is taking that technology from an execution standpoint. I don't know about from a global standpoint, but maybe from an Indian standpoint, if I am to share, only 0.26% of the patents in India are actually commercialized till date, which is a very small number. The reason out there is the patents are made, but the point out there is no one is executing them, or no one is actually taking their more sort of thinking it from a commercial standpoint. So I think that team makes a lot of sense, that whether this team is execution oriented or not, because I'll say 2 round of funding, which is pre-seed / seed or seed / pre-series A or / series A, can be raised on the basis of your story and vision most of the time. After that, things are definitely going to go more in from the private equity standpoint, that basically this is more number oriented game and everything in that manner. And also understand that the consumers are the sectors where VCs have made some really good sort of a money. These are the new sectors which are asset heavy, require a lot amount of money or the thing. So this climate tech is, I'll say, a mid private equity kind of a sector, which is somewhere between VC and somewhere between PE as well in that thing. So understand the mindset of the investor as well, for which you are raising from, and what kind of an expectation they have. Because if this marriage doesn't work out, it will end up in having a good divorce also in that manner. So I think I'll put it in that way, that these are 3 critical things which I'll say and advise to the founders to go for it.
Thank you. I'll I'll ask the investors to close their ears for a second. So go out and fundraise and target what you need to hit your next value inflection point and put a little margin on it. Then go and get as much money as you can. I think Tina said at the beginning, cash is king. And if you want to survive these cycles, you need cash in the bank. The only way you fail is you run out of money or you give up. But mostly entrepreneurs are pretty hardy, so it's you run out of money. And so that means bring in as much as you can. The one caveat I'll say is don't take money from someone who doesn't share your vision or doesn't add any value to what you're doing. But short of that, you bring in as much as you can. That's my advice.
Cheers. Cheers to that. Now I want to shift gears for a moment, and maybe I'll start with you, Cameron. We also heard a lot of conversation today about exactly how you're supposed to take these products and these innovations to customers. You know, we heard asset-light business models, we heard asset-heavy business models, we heard fully integrated, we heard licensing, all of the above. Maybe just start by describing what your business model is at Mantle, how you have thought to arrive at it. And then I'd like to open it up for the rest of the panel to seeing, like, particularly in today's environment, what are you seeing work well, maybe across different geographies? And if there's any advice around how these startups should think about to craft their go-to-market plans.
Yeah. So we've been through this journey. I would say we've just about come out the other side, but it took us about 3 years. We are a technology provider for a carbon capture system that helps these companies capture their CO2 and decarbonize their assets. These are big, heavy industrial companies. Like, we're talking multi-$100 million, billion-dollar projects. That is like the end product. And so the first thing I'll say is that's how we frame this, is like, what is the end product? And that's a big thing, but that's where we start, and we work back from there to what do we need to demonstrate at each stage to get to the next stage. A lot of this sort of ties in with fundraising rounds and sort of TRL jumps. The question is hey, what is the end business model for Mantle? Do we build, own, operate this billion-dollar asset? Do we license? Do we sell equipment? Like, there's a whole range from extremely capital intensive to extremely capital light, and lots of decisions to make along the way. And one of the hardest things for us, and I think a lot of companies that I saw, is you're actually operating in markets that are honestly still trying to figure themselves out as well. Like, we started and we were talking with our customers and they're like, I don't know, what do you think? And I'm like, I'm doing customer discovery. I'm trying to understand how you want to engage and on my like solution. And they like, this market doesn't quite exist yet for carbon capture. And a lot of these industries have the same problem. So in some ways that makes it really challenging. In other ways, it's an opportunity. That's an opportunity to take the driving seat and control the story and make sure you're capturing the value that you're creating. And so we spent a lot of time trying to understand the ecosystem and where it might go. Both from the customer lens, but also all of the other stakeholders. For us, there's a long list. We've talked a bit about project finances. They're a stakeholder in this. The EPCs, like the engineering companies, the OEMs, all of your supply chain, your regulators, and any kind of government body, state, local, all of this stuff. Unions, like, there's a whole bunch of stakeholders in these projects, and you need to understand them very deeply to get to a clear picture of how you're going to deliver your product and deliver your value. So I'll speak specifically to us. So we started, I think when we raised the seed, we were pitching something like an equipment sale, recognizing that, hey, a pure licensing model might not make sense because there's too much risk. And so we as Mantle need to own more of that risk. And so we're going to deliver the equipment. And then we got more and more pushback. It was actually a good thing. We got more and more feedback from industry, like, actually your risks aren't that unrealistic, and we've built stuff like this before, we can manage that. A lot of this came from like the EPCs and the OEMs. And so the model now, after years of going back and forth, is essentially we're a technology provider, primarily a licenser, but we do sell some of the proprietary equipment into this project. So imagine doing $1 billion project, we might sell 10% of the equipment into that asset. And it's really like the nuts and bolts. It's really the core like IP piece. But even that is hard. Like, a lot of these systems and a lot of companies I saw today, it's very hard to isolate one little piece that is your thing, that without that one thing, the whole thing breaks apart, when often you're delivering like a system that solves a big problem. So it's not an easy journey. I'd also say there's no right answer. There is just a right approach to take. And that approach is really understand all of your stakeholders.
if I understood the question right, is more in terms of how the go to market would happen for the startups. I think adding to Cameron's point, definitely there is no right answer. Depends upon the every startup has their own journey when they have to go and move across. But I say to understand an ecosystem really well, understand that where you can get the right channel partners to go for it. If you are expanding across the geographies, you are a technological provider and maybe a solution provider in the same geography, but you don't have to be a solution provider in a different geography. You can be only technological provider, and you can partner with someone over there from a solution standpoint. We have seen that quite few when the European companies want to expand to a Southeast Asia market or the emerging markets at that point in time, in green steel, green cement, and these kind of sectors where they become the technological provider, they want to go ahead and partner with the organizations over there, is for that they can license their technology and then earn revenue on the top of it. So I think that's I'll say a good go-to-market strategy to go ahead with it. And then as a founder, when it comes to especially an early stage where the room, most of the thing is, I think everyone is your customer. Your investor is your customer. Your even if you're hiring someone, he's your customer. Your maybe your co-founder is your customer, right? Like in the room when you guys are interacting. So I think at that point in time, keep sharing or redefining your vision out there, is that how you are able to sell a long-term story out there is to that channel partner becomes important. So I think that's a good go-to-market strategy. At the same point in time, a really good market mapping is important when you're entering into that geography, or even when you're entering into the new sort of an area, because pivot is tough. If you have gone over there, and when I say pivot in terms of geography, if you've gone to a geography, you have substantial amount of resources and all those things used, and as an early stage founder, you cannot afford to lose resources in that manner. You have to be very, very diligent in terms of what kind of a resources you are using. So I think that may be my center point.
Yeah, I think Cameron nailed it. I think oftentimes the business model might change throughout the journey as well. But I like to think that if the startup comes to me and they said their business model is licensing to begin with, I typically go to my bias that, well, then you cannot control your destiny. The chance of you going hockey stick might not be that high, because how are you going to land your first customer? Because they may ask you to do a test with 1,000 parameter and do 1,000 pilot, and you never sell anything. And the other two, if it's the equipment sales versus build, own, and operate, my question is like, what's the sales cycle? I have seen companies that trying to sell to, let's say, petrochemical company, chemical company, and those are very conservative industry. It may take the sales cycle between 4 to 8 years. I have seen the startup show me, oh, you need to first talk to them. It takes 6 months. Material sampling, another 6 months. Pilot, another 2 years, and it keep adding up. So if you find yourself as that, if the equipment sales model could take you 4 to 8 years, I think that's not going to work, because all the VC wants to get in and get out in 5 to 7 years, right? So you might have to pivot to like build, own, and operate model. And I've seen my startups that just did that from the bootstrapping equipment sales for 4 years, and then they realize they can do only a few projects at a time. Once they pivot to build, own, and operate, the ability to fundraise and the traction has shifted dramatically. And then once you prove your first and second plant, then maybe you want to go to different geography, and then maybe that licensing model would come into play, because the go-to-market channel will be so much harder if you are not based in, say, Australia. So I think the conversation around the business model may shift throughout the startup journey. But in the early year, you want to be sure that you can control your destiny and find a path of least resistance to get to your first revenue, whatever that business model might be.
Sorry, that Tina made me think of something. I think we heard about your business model might evolve with geography. It also might evolve with time. And so just to use us as an example, like we build, own, operate our demonstration to control our destiny, but we become more and more like asset light as we become a less risky technology in the eyes of the customer. And so you can, I think it's very acceptable to have that plan, to have hey, our model's going to evolve as our risk profile evolves.
Thank you. Now I think we have time for maybe a few audience questions. So if anybody has any questions, I think straight in the back. I can bring a mic, or if you want to enunciate. Here, let me bring a mic.
Hi, I'm Zisha. I'm a researcher at the Matheson Center, and I'm researching the deployment of point source capture in developing countries and how to make it basically. Because when you look at the largest producers of hard to abate sectors, which we can say cement, iron and steel, and primary chemical manufacturing. In that sense, when you look at the top largest 10 producers, the 7 of them are mostly developing countries. But what we're seeing is, of course, most of the high tier level technologies are located in developed countries. So my question is, how do you think we can solve this problem? And like in which part of the technology dissemination and development you see the biggest problem it is? Is there anything except financing? So yeah.
It's a great point, and it's a very valid point. Our approach to it is, look, we need to de-risk the technology at scale before we can hit those markets. And the way to de-risk that technology at scale is in the most favorable environment you can. I mean, you've actually seen a lot of carbon capture technology kind of spun out of Norway. And it's because Norway has a pretty high carbon tax and a very strong environment to decarbonize. It's not because Norway has the world's most emissions, but it's a beachhead in a sense. It's a technical beachhead for companies so that they can get their tech to scale, climb down a cost curve, and then ultimately expand to the markets that truly matter, both from an impact point of view and ultimately from a financial point of view. And that's a little bit similar to our approach. A lot of our work is in jurisdictions where there's strong policy support, or at least a strong incentive from a customer, like the US for 45Q that holds, for Canada, for Europe. So that's one answer for you. The second answer I'll give you is, and this has been interesting with, you're seeing this a little bit with like LNG, is if you're, or even like SAF, if you're exporting something from one region to another, like if you're exporting SAF or LNG to Europe, they care about the carbon intensity or like the CI score of that methane. And so they might be willing to support the cost of whatever technology you're deploying, even in an environment or a jurisdiction that doesn't have any policy support. Hopefully that's helpful.
Maybe I'll add to that part. I think you rightly pointed out that the 7 major emitters are the developing countries, and specifically one of the sectors which contribute 7% of the emission of the carbon is steel. So in our case, one of our biggest LPs in the last fund was a steel company. And 2 points to that thing. The first one, if the unit economics of your point source capture and a productization which is happening because of the carbon which you're capturing out there it makes sense, then a lot of these players actually have a burden at this point in time because they're emitting CO2. They have to buy carbon credits. They have to reduce their carbon emissions totally. So they are ready to invest into greening their supply chain, and they are ready to invest into that technology and open the doors for the decentralized technology to come into their manufacturing unit and get it done. So I think the first part where we realized is, so there was where the sectors which you have seen is point source capture can be used was there was one steel company where a startup was using the point source capture to make a urea out of it. But then the steel company said that the urea is not a product for us. Can you make limestone out of it in that thing? So you have to make an intervention in that way that you make the life easy of that entire client out there in the first thing. Second thing is very, very correct on the point which Cameron mentioned. Because these are the sectors which are dependent on the export market, there are certain geographies which you will say that, okay, please implement this thing, otherwise we'll not be able to do that. And we have seen that because of the CBAM as one of the things. So Right now, we are evaluating the sectors in biochar for that thing. And biochar is a replacement of coal, which goes directly into the steel as an application. Now, the question is, does CBAM allows biochar as a good replacement of coal out there is, or are there any substitute technology available to go for that compliance standpoint? So if these two questions are answered, which is unit economics and the another proxy technology out there is for that solution, if you solve for that thing, you can make a really good business model.
Thank you.
All right, we have time for maybe one more question. I think we have one back here.
Hello.
We'll take two. We'll take two.
So hi, I'm Revati. I'm a research assistant at University of Illinois Chicago and working with Argonne National Laboratory. So I have a question related to, to the venture capitalists, more focused in that. Like in your experience of investment, what are the blind spots that you have experienced when it comes to investments or making a decision where to invest, especially in startups that may lack a little bit of technical expertise, but their product is really good. But on the other side, the product is somewhat skeptical on their financial aspects, or maybe not on the financial aspect, but maybe somewhere around how they are going to navigate the further product development. But their idea is really good. So how do you balance this?
I think I can take a first step. So I think Tina's point, cash is king, and the thing which is where a lot of time blind spot which we see in the startup is the lack of path to commercialization of the technology. There were the times when you can fund that technology out there is and go up to a certain stage using the equity money or whatever kind of a capital which you have raised to make sure that okay that we have to take it to a certain stage, but the things are not that now comparatively. And let me put it more from a perspective of a deep tech out there is, in case of a deep tech, this conversation has now started. What is the path to commercialization look like for that thing? Is this technology gonna, so the curve of the deep tech is like this: you make this technology out there, then sudden boom, bang, out there is that happens. But now investors are asking, okay, at this stage only, when this hockey stick, on it's not even hockey stick, I think it's like a steep curve out there greater than 45-degree, when does this gonna come in? So I think that is one blind spot which we see a lot out there, and we are seeking an answer to that thing as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think from my perspective is you don't need a perfect product, but what's more important is like finding your product market fit. And I think a lot of time, like it's funny because at TDK Ventures, we have our annual thought leadership program. And the first year that we had it on the battery technologies, and there were US investor and European investor debating whether battery swapping makes sense. And the US investor was like, why do we need battery swapping? It's just, battery is heavy. And the capital cost is very expensive because you have the startup that do swapping has to buy all those battery and then get the money back when there's a swap. But if you go to Europe, when people don't have garage,
yes,
that makes a lot of sense. They just want the convenience of being able to swap the battery when they need it. So what I think is that you don't have to have a perfect technology. What's important for a startup, even in the early seed stage, is that you talk to as many people as possible. I've seen a lot of founders thinking that they are the smartest in the room and they know everything. But let me tell you, from 20 years of experience, you're only as smart as your network, period. So I think finding your customer, understanding their pain point, and try to solve their pain point, that's what you have to keep in mind.
So exactly. Yeah.
One last question.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Tianshu Jai. I'm the founder for Hexuspec. First of all, we'd like to thank TDK Ventures. We got connected to some big packaging company ventures through Dante there, very helpful. And my question lies in this part, like, what's the expectation from venture capital for like deep tech early stage company here? What's your expectation? Like, when will they make profit, or what's the exit for that? And when you're, what's the value when you're de-risking during this investment process? We can take an example for the Novelink. I think it's one of your portfolio there. Big fan of their company, and we know the founders. And they're also spin out from Carnegie Mellon, and they have the proof of concept. But what's the key things that make you think, oh, I'm going to invest at a very early stage, spin out from university, right? Yeah.
Yeah, great question. I'm just like most of the people in the room, like technical background, right? And if you have to reverse the psychology for the investor, most of the VC, as I mentioned earlier, they have a 10 years fund. And when they invest and when they need to exit and return capital back to the LP, it has to fit within that windows. And when they look at the startup companies, what they want to see is that the addressable market is big enough, it's growing. Because even though if it's a big market, but if it's not growing, think about it. If you have a market that is $20 billion growing at 5% CAGR versus a market that is 5 billion TAM, but growing at 20% CAGR, which one would you invest in?
The second one.
Who picked the first market? Okay, who picked the second? Great, yeah. Because if you look at the second market, right, it's a 5 billion TAM, but in 5 years, it's going to be 10 billion TAM. There's a 5 billion of opportunity that the startup can grow in because there's nobody that has the supply chain or dominant player. But if you pick a bigger market and it's growing only 5%, what happened is that the incumbent's going to keep putting the money to control their turf. And they're not going to let the startup penetrate easily. So the size of the market, the size of the opportunity is number one. Number two is how novel is the technology. If it's improving 10, 20%, the likelihood that the startup, by the time they scale and get into the market, maybe the incumbent already exceed that. So we are looking for something that could be like an order of magnitude better. So I think that's the case for Novolink and many of the several other companies. And thirdly, is the pain point. How big is the pain point? So we often interview the customer throughout the DD. If the pain point is not big enough and the willingness to pay is not there, it's probably likely not going to be something that the VC would be attracted to. So I think probably there are more, but I think those are the three main things.
Thank you.
I think unfortunately that's all the time that we have for questions today. Please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. And per my WhatsApp, the judges are still deliberating, so we'll just have to hold on, so stay tuned. Jay should be hopefully in the next 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll have the results for you. So thank you again, panelists. Which one's the first one? All right, let's go ahead and take our seats so we can announce the results of today's competition. Now, I know today has been a very long day, so I appreciate everybody who took the time out of their Friday to participate in today's rendition of the Climate and Energy Prize. Now is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Before I go ahead and pronounce our winners for today's competition, I just want to remind everybody, as we saw on the earlier panel, that your relationship with CEP, whether you like it or not, is for life. So regardless of whether or not you won, you saw there were finalists on the panel here today who went on to become incredibly successful startups. And at the end of the day, I know the judges will agree with me on this. This was an incredibly difficult decision, and it doesn't reflect on any of the startups negatively. Ultimately, we are big believers that every single one of the solutions that was presented today will be a necessary part of the ultimate climate solution. Now, there was a slight change in plans. Now, before we had one grand prize finalist and two runner-ups. Now, once again, owing to the fact that there was such a high quality of startups who were presenting here today, there was a little bit of a deadlock between numbers 2, 3, and 4. I should say between all of the runner-ups, because the runner-ups are not actually ranked. And so the judges made the decision to actually split the runner-up prize between 3 separate runner-ups. So I'll go ahead and actually announce 3 different runner-ups, and we'll ask the runner-ups to come and, pose with your check. We'll also ask some specific sponsors to come and join and also help present the check. And I should note once again, the runner-ups are in no particular order, and each of them will be splitting the $20,000 prize. It will round it up so that each startup who is announced as a runner-up will be getting $7,000, correct? So without further ado, I'll go ahead and announce the first runner-up. And I would also like to ask both Mitsubishi, any representatives from Mitsubishi and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and a quick round of applause for IncyTech. And now for our second runner-up, I'd like to invite both Mintz and AP Ventures, Mintz, and Rose Rock Ventures to help present the next two runner-ups. So wherever you are, if you'd like to come and join. And our second runner-up, once again, in no order, is EarthFlow AI. Yeah. And we'd like to ask the sponsors to stay up here just so that we can present the final check, if any of the sponsors would like to be in the photo. And our third startup that is one of our runner-ups is OmniPath H2.
Great. And to announce the winner of the 2025 MIT CEP finalists, I'd like to invite to stage Amgen, Chevron, and Equinor to take a picture with the final. I mean, just yeah, and to announce the winner, let's please give a big round of applause to Forma Systems.
So congratulations once again to all of our finalists, as well as to the recipients of our prize. With that, we are adjourned. So please feel free to hang out, make merry. I believe we have a reception. So hang out, network. Like I said, these relationships extend far beyond today's conversation and today's competition. And I hope everybody has a lovely weekend. Thank you.